Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Sailing. Past Life Exposed. 1PL Chapter 1 Past Life Exposure System, Bikini Castle 3 Admiral begging for flower evaluation votes. Sea Circle Calendar 1520. Grand Line. Calm Belt. 9 Snake Island. In the magnificent royal palace. Luo Ye leaned lazily on the throne. Behind. Hancock wears a high-slit cheongsam with a hot figure. A pair of slender hands gently rested on Luo Ye's shoulders. Massage each other gently. Luo Ye was casually flipping through the newspaper in his hand. There was a somewhat interesting smile on that handsome face that only the reader could compare to. The dignified Marine Admiral was actually SpongeBob, Patrick and Squidward in his previous life. This past life exposure system is really good at rectifying things. Whispering to himself, Luo Ye also found it a bit funny. Unexpectedly, the memes I saw while surfing the internet have now become reality. That's right, Luo Ye is actually a time traveler. It's just that his status as a time traveler is somewhat special. The current world of pirates is not the first world he has traveled to. Before that, Luo Ye has traveled through countless different worlds. I have gone through countless reincarnations. Pirate world. It was just one stop on his many journeys across time. After experiencing so many reincarnations, Luo Ye has also given up those worldly pursuits long ago. He doesn't have any big desires now. As long as there is invincible strength, enjoy endless glory and wealth, and dozens or hundreds of stunning beauties accompanying and serving her. It's so simple and that's enough. And now, he is the first male emperor in the history of Amazon Lily. Naturally, all of these wishes have been fulfilled. He glanced at the two girls Nami and Robin who were squeezing his legs in front of him. Luo Ye couldn't help but thought jokingly. Calculating the time, Luffy should be going to sea soon, right? I don't know how the original journey of this Son of Fate will change without the navigators and historians. To this, Luo Ye is still a little curious. But he was sure, even without my own intervention, Luffy's adventure this time will never be the same as in the original work. There is no other reason. It is precisely because of the past life exposure system. A month ago, this so-called past life exposure system suddenly came to the world of pirates without warning. And every once in a while, one or several characters from this world will be randomly selected, exposing their past life experiences to everyone. The previous life was exposed in the last round. It is none other than the famous Marine 3 Admiral, Kizaru, Akainu and Aokiji, and their previous lives. They are actually 3 creatures living in an underwater world called Bikini Castle. They are called SpongeBob, Patrick and Squidward. Squidward is a narcissistic and somewhat violent social animal. SpongeBob and Patrick are idiots who only know how to catch jellyfish all day long. Such a huge contrast. It shocked everyone in the pirate world. For a while, there are also overwhelming news reports about the past life of Marine 3 Admiral. Put down the newspaper in your hand. Luo Ye stretched his body a little. Aside, Princess Mononoke Perona immediately handed over a cup of hot tea. He said softly with a smile on his face, "Master Luo Ye, please drink tea." Luo Ye nodded slightly. He took the teacup and took a sip. And right now, boom, a loud bell suddenly rang from the sky. In an instant, the news spread throughout the 9 Snakes Island. To be more precise, it spread throughout the entire pirate world. Oh, as a new round of past life exposure about to begin. Luo Ye put down the teacup and his eyes moved slightly. This bell resounds throughout the pirate world. It is the warning issued by the past life exposure system. The purpose is to remind people in the pirate world. A new round of past life exposure is about to begin. Next moment, everyone in the pirate world, including those who are blind, can all be clearly seen. An illusory screen appeared in front of them. The screen is divided into 2 sides. On the left is the viewing screen where the exposure footage of the past life will be played later. On the right is a movie watching chat group for viewers to communicate and discuss. At this time, as the bell rings, the movie watching chat group instantly became lively. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la, a new round of past life exposure is finally about to begin. Sakazuki. Humph. This damn past life exposure system actually dares to say that I was a pink starfish in my previous life. I will never let it go. Shiki. Oh, isn't this Patrick, one of the 3 admirals of Bikini Castle? Why didn't you ask Kizaru to accompany you to catch jellyfish today? Sakazuki. Golden Lion, I think you are tired of living. Believe it or not, I will send you back to Impel Down and lock you there until you die. Shiki. The little starfish talks so arrogantly, I'm so scared, I'm almost scared to death, Gia ha 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 ha. Kuzan. Alala, it seems that since the last round of past lives were exposed, we Marine Admirals no longer have much deterrence at all. Porosalino. It's really a headache. Sengoku. I don't know which lucky person will be chosen this time. Kaido. In fact, Lousy really hopes to be chosen. You don't need to think about it to know that Lousy must have been extremely powerful, haughty, and majestic in his previous life. Charlotte Linlin. Well, Kaido, I advise you not to say such big words so early. Shanks. Haha, yes, Kaido, it would be interesting if your past life was revealed to be a caterpillar. Kaido. A group of people were chatting animatedly in the movie-watching chat group. After a while, on the originally dark viewing screen on the left, suddenly, 2 lines of large golden characters slowly emerged. A new round of past life exposure begins. The past life exposure system is randomly drawing. This line prompts out. The originally noisy movie-watching chat group suddenly became quiet. Everyone was staring at the viewing screen, waiting for the announcement of the system extraction results. Soon, several more lines of golden text emerged. Ding. Previous life exposure system extraction completed. The person who exposed the previous life in this round. Luo Ye, current Amazon Lily Emperor. Chapter 2-1 of the past lives, the super beast Pluton. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. The person who exposed the previous life in this round. Luo Ye, current Amazon Lily Emperor. With the identity of the past life exposer selected in this round announced. Everyone in the movie-watching chat group also started a heated discussion again. Kaido. Who is Luo Ye? I've never heard of this name before. Charlotte Linlin. Hasn't the system drawn unknown people to expose their past lives several times before? It seems that it should be the same this time. Shiki. Harm. It turns out that he is just a nobody, so that would be boring. Edward Newgate. Gu. Let me ask you guys, can you look at the identity information given by the system a little more carefully? Shanks. Behind the name Luo Ye, there are clearly written the words, current Amazon Lily Emperor. How could the other party be a nobody? Sengoku. But, shouldn't the current emperor of Amazon Lily be the pirate empress Boa Hancock? Indeed, Amazon Lily is a country with only women, and every emperor can only be a woman, but the name Luo Ye is clearly a man. Porosalino. This is a bit strange. Kuzan. Judging from the many previous exposures, the system has never been wrong about our identity in this world. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu. In other words, the current Amazon Lily Emperor is not actually the pirate empress we know on the surface, but the Luo Ye exposed by the system. Gecko Moria. Good guy. When did Amazon Lily actually have a male emperor? Hancock. You guys hide so well. Boa Hancock. Hey, you mere mortals, do you deserve to know the existence of Master Luo Ye? Quinn. Hiss. Judging from the Pirate Queen's answer, is the so-called current Amazon Lily Emperor really a person? Charlotte Smoothie. It's really unbelievable. Amazon Lily, a daughter country that has always hated men and did not allow men to enter, actually has an unknown male emperor. Marco. I am very curious, who is this man named Luo Ye? Ben Beckman. To be able to make the extremely arrogant pirate empress willingly call her Lord Luo Ye, I think she must also be an extremely strong person. Nami. Of course, Lord Luo Ye is so powerful that you people can never imagine. Nico Robin. Mr. Luo Ye seems to be a god in the sky, high above, extremely powerful, and unreachable. Kuzan. Nico Robin, how come even you? Now, Aokiji was suddenly shocked when he was in Marin. Why is Nico Robin even related to this Luo Ye? And look at the tone of the other person's speech in the movie-watching chat group. It seems to be the same as Hancock et al. I have great respect and fanaticism for this man named Luo Ye. Think of this. Aokiji realized belatedly. It seems that I haven't received news about Nico Robin for a long time. Ever since he let the other party go in Ohara, Aokiji has actually been silently paying attention to Nico Robin's movements. But I don't know when it started. The other party seemed to have disappeared from the world. Using his Marine Admiral's intelligence network, unexpectedly, they couldn't find the other party's whereabouts. Ah la la, it seems that this Luo Ye is indeed not simple. Aokiji sighed silently. At the same time, I kept the name Luo Ye firmly in my heart. At the same time, inside the Imperial Palace on Nine Snake Island, Luo Ye stared at the illusory screen in front of him. He raised his slender white fingers slightly and touched his chin. Oh, has this past life exposure chosen me? I just don't know. Which life of mine will the system choose for exposure? I have experienced so many reincarnations. I can't even count how many worlds I have been in. Which life among them does this past life exposure system choose for exposure? Or should we say that all the worlds are exposed one by one in order? If you come one by one, then others will have something to watch. Just as Luo Ye was thinking about this, Snake Girl and others on the side were also staring at the illusory screen with expectant faces. Wow, it's Lord Luo Ye's turn to expose his past life this time. What will Master Luo Ye's previous life be like? I'm really looking forward to it. What is certain is that no matter in the previous life or in this life, Master Luo Ye must be the most powerful and handsome man in the world. It would be great if our previous lives could be like this, always following Mr. Luo Ye's previous life. Quote. Girls, you say something to me. But soon, they became completely quiet, because it's on that viewing screen. Several new lines of text emerged. Destined 1. Luo Ye. The First World. The Super Beast Armed World. First Life Identity. Pluton. See these lines of information. Everyone in the movie watching chat group became active again. Sengoku. Destined 1. This is the first time I have seen this title. Didn't the system directly call people who had their past lives exposed in the past called past life exposers? Monkey D. Garp. The following, First World, and First Life Identity, also appear for the first time. Previously, they were directly displayed as Previous World and Previous Life Identity. Could it be said that Luo Ye's previous life was not just one, but also a second and third life? Kaido. Maid, I want to see what happened to this Luo Ye's previous life, why is it so special? Edward Newgate. Was Luo Ye's first life a world called Super Beast Arms? How will this world be different from our world? Silver Rayleigh. Hey, the identity of Luo Ye's first life displayed by the system is actually called Pluton. What a coincidence, it has the same title as mine. Boa Hancock. Rayleigh, watch your words, how can Master Luo Ye be compared to you? Silver Rayleigh. Hey, I'm just sighing a little. Hancock, you don't have to be so cruel, I can be considered half of your savior. Boa Hancock. That's right. You can do whatever you want with other things, but things related to Master Luo Ye, absolutely not. Shaky. Ho-ho, Xiao Sheji's attitude is so determined. It seems that the charm of this Lord Luo Ye in your mouth is indeed not small. Boa Hancock. Of course. Even if all the other men in the world were put together, they would not be able to compare to Master Luo Ye. Shanks. Oh, it's a very high praise to have the mighty pirate empress say such words. Even I can't help but feel very curious about this Luo Ye. There is constant communication in the movie watching chat group. And in this process, Luo Ye's identity has also become more and more mysterious. Everyone's expectations for the exposure of Luo Ye's past life are getting higher and higher. Soon, all the previous words on the viewing screen slowly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, an extremely deep and majestic magnetic voice rang in everyone's ears. When you go through 7 levels of loneliness, you can become a truly strong person, and our world is born from this. When I reach high places, I find that I am always alone. No one talks to me. The lonely winter makes me tremble. What do I want to do in high places? My heart is like a tree. The more the tree yearns for the light in the heights, the more its roots will move downward, toward the soil and into the depths of darkness. Beauty is just a momentary feeling. Only truth is eternal, and truth can never be beautiful. Quote. Since I got tired of searching, I have learned to find it once I find it. Since a headwind came, I have been able to resist the wind from all directions and sail on the boat. Chapter 3. A completely different perspective, the protagonist Huo Linfei begging for flower evaluation votes. This moment, the entire pirate world is eerily quiet. So quiet that the whole world is left with only words belonging to Luo Ye's previous life kept echoing in everyone's ears. And listen to these words. Even if you don't go to the viewing screen, a tall and majestic figure could not help but appear in everyone's minds. A figure of incomparable majesty, full of kingly demeanor. Sengoku. Are those all things Luo Ye said in his previous life? I don't know why, but just hearing those words just now made me convinced that Luo Ye must be extremely powerful in this life as Pluton. Monkey D. Dragon. Everything he says is quite philosophical. This kind of person is a born king. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu. I also agree with what Luo Ye said in his previous life. Kaido. I have to say that my impression of Luo Ye has begun to change. Nefertari Vivi. As expected of Lord Luo Ye, these words are so powerful. Rebecca. Yes, even though the scene about Master Luo Ye's past life has not yet come out, I already feel that Master Luo Ye in the previous life was extremely handsome. Vinsmoke Reiju. Master Luo Ye's style is indeed unmatched by anyone else. Garrett. Master Luo Ye, I love it. Wait until the majestic and low voice gradually stops. Inside the originally dark viewing screen. Finally, a little bit of light flickered. Regarding Luo Ye's past life exposure video. Playing officially begins. In the screen, the first person to appear was a red-haired boy named Huo Linfei. And his good friends. Little chubby, slim and handsome. One day after school, Huo Linfei and Slim Jun met a beautiful girl with pink hair on the side of the school basketball court. And just when the two of them were stunned, a basketball flew from the basketball court next to it. It happened to hit Huo Linfei and Xiao Shoujin. For revenge, Huo Linfei started a basketball competition with 5 boys and girls with different hair colors on the basketball court. In this contest, Huo Linfei also showed his superb skills after practicing for 2.5 years. Successfully completed 1 pass and 5 slam dunk goals. Show off forcefully. Monkey D. Luffy. C. Gui. This guy named Huo Linfei looks a bit powerful. Rorano Azoro. Being so good at showing off, could it be that he is Luo Ye's previous life, but shouldn't Luo Ye's previous life be called Pluton? Trafalgar Law. Maybe like Pluton Rayleigh, Pluton is just his title, and Huo Linfei is his real name. Eustace Kid. No, although Huo Linfei did show off her PSI in the video just now, but to this extent, it doesn't match up with those high-profile words at the beginning of the video. Hira. Indeed, the young man named Huo Linfei in the video does not match the temperament of Pluton that I had previously expected. Basil Hawkins. So Huo Linfei should not be Luo Ye's previous life. Capone Beige. But if it's not Luo Ye's previous life, why does the system play this video of Huo Linfei as soon as it comes up? X Drake. This is indeed an elusive thing. It is different from the routines exposed in previous lives. Skullichman Apu. It's really a bit confusing. For a while, everyone couldn't help but feel a little confused about the content of the video. But the good thing is, the past life exposure system is like knowing what everyone is thinking. The next moment was the corresponding explanation. This past life exposure video, in order to allow the audience to better understand and appreciate the power of Pluton, has been developed from the perspective of the protagonist group of the Super Beast armed world. Hear the words. Everyone suddenly realized. Sengoku. I see, is Luo Ye's past life experience told from the perspective of others. This method is indeed special enough. In other words, the boy named Huo Linfei in the video is not Luo Ye's previous life, but the protagonist of the Super Beast armed world. In the pirate world, there are also many scripted stories. Hence the word, protagonist. It is not difficult for everyone to understand. But what is really difficult for them to understand is Morgans. Logically speaking, Shouldn't the protagonist be the most powerful being in a story or a world? Gilder Tezzolo. Since Luo Ye's previous life was not the protagonist, doesn't it mean that he is not as powerful as we thought? Baroric Redfield. I don't think so. Judging from the words at the beginning of the video, Luo Ye was definitely extremely powerful in his previous life. But what is his relationship with the protagonist group? More videos need to be watched to further verify. Shirahoshi. Regardless of whether Lord Luo Ye is the protagonist or not, he must be the strongest, there is no doubt about it. Neptune. Damn it, Shirahoshi, how come even you? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues. After finishing his pretense, Huo Linfei and Slim Jun continued to look for the beautiful girl from before. He actually followed him all the way to the woods behind the school. And here it is. A beautiful girl named Tian Yu encountered a mysterious man in black blocking her way. Huo Linfei saw this. I want to stand up and be a hero to save the beauty. However, after seeing the mysterious man in black calling out a group of accomplices, immediately, he was so frightened that he hugged Slim Jun. Shivering. Crucial moment. It was Tian Yu who stood up to repel the enemy. And Tian Yu also did it in front of Huo Linfei and others. Use a special way. He summoned a pink armor and put it on his body. The combat effectiveness increased instantly. Then a pink motorcycle was summoned. Carrying Huo Linfei and Miao Shangjun, they escaped from the enemy's siege. Tian Yu took the two of them to meet his teacher Zan Yizi and Beibu, the healing elf. Zan Yizi told Huo Linfei. 10,000 years ago they were partners fighting side by side. However, Huo Linfei and Miao Shojun had no impression of this. Then, Zan Yizi took out a treasure box. Asked Huo Linfei if he still remembers this thing. However, Huo Linfei didn't wait for an answer. The energy released by the contents of the box attracted the mysterious men in black from before. Tian Yu once again started a fierce battle with the opponent. Original. Tian Yu still has a slight advantage in this battle. But when a middle-aged man wearing golden armor and a red cloak appeared, the situation on the field was instantly reversed. Tian Yu was quickly defeated. A critical moment. Zan Yizi finally appeared. Start talking to the man in golden armor named Lion King. After a brief reminiscing, the Lion King looked at Zan Yizi and said, "Please return the Zan Ming key to us." To this, Zan Yizi just shook his head silently. See it. The Lion King couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Are you trying to threaten us with it?" Zan Yizi responded, "Pluton has been asleep for 10,000 years. Why not let him continue to sleep?" The video plays here. Everyone in the pirate world suddenly became energetic. Luo Ye's past life. That's called Pluton. Finally it appeared for the first time in other people's conversations. Chapter 4 10,000 years. The most powerful force in the universe, the underworld begging for flower evaluation votes. Shiki. Appeared. The video finally mentions Pluton. Edward Newgate. The Zan Yizi in the video said that Pluton has been asleep for almost 10,000 years. Kaido. 10,000 years. True or false, is human lifespan really that long? Sengoku. 10,000 years. What kind of concept is this? You must know that in our world, even the world government has only been established for about 800 years. Monkey D. Garp. If the things in the video are true, how terrifying is the strength of a guy who can live for 10,000 years? Shanks. It's not just Pluton. Listening to their conversation in the video, it seems that Zan Yizi and the Lion King have lived for 10,000 years, and the Lion King seems to be Pluton's subordinate. Charlotte Linlin. 10,000 years. Wouldn't it be great if I could rob them of their lifespan? Akoku. Haha, Linlin, it's hard to say whether you can defeat them, and you still want to rob them of their lifespan. It's a bit too beautiful to think about. Judging from the conversations of these people in the video, I always feel that their world is much stronger than ours. This moment, everyone in the pirate world was shocked. In fact, this is not their fault. It's just that the number 10,000 years sounds. It's indeed a bit bluffing. For a world where even world government has only existed for about 800 years. They simply cannot imagine what it is like to live 10,000 years. Holy Land Mariajoy, Pangu City. Among the flowers, I am currently sitting on the void throne. A pair of deep and terrifying eyes stared at the screen in front of him. There was a look of shock and greed in his eyes. 10,000 years. Even he, who had immortality surgery and claimed to be the king of the world. He only lived for about 1,000 years. But now, that mysterious man named Luo Ye. But it was exposed. I lived at least 10,000 years in my previous life. Could it be said that the other party's strength still exceeds his own? This is for your own rule. But it is a considerable unstable factor. The exposure of Luo Ye's past life has just begun. Was already full of fear in his heart. At the same time, there was an uneasiness and irritability in my heart for no reason. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The Lion King looked at Zhang Mingzi in front of him and said in a deep voice again. Don't force me. After all, you were our friend. Zhang Mingzi shook his head slightly, put his hands behind his back and said. I never leave you when you need help. Now that you in the underworld have become the strongest in the universe, I can no longer help you. The Lion King said. No, you can help us one last time. Just give us back the key to Zhanming. Zhang Mingzi shook his head again, with a firm attitude. The Xuanming key can revive Pluton. At that time, the entire universe will plunge into an abyss of darkness. Porcelino. The entire universe will fall into the abyss of darkness. So scary. Kuzan. Allah. Listening to what this means, why do you feel that Pluton is actually the evil party? Sakazuki. It has plunged the entire universe into a dark abyss. You don't need to think about it to know that this so-called underworld must be an evil force like the pirates, and they must all be eliminated. Kaido. Akainu, you really know how to talk nonsense. Didn't you hear what Zhang Mingzi said in the video just now, that the underworld is the most powerful force in the entire universe today? Edward Newgate. If nothing else, Pluton should be the leader of the underworld and the undisputed strongest man in the universe. Shiki. Akainu. You can't even destroy us pirates, and you still want to destroy the underworld. It's too overestimating one's abilities. Jia ha. Sakazuki. You pirates will not understand my justice. In the face of evil, no matter how powerful the opponent is, I will always have only one belief in my heart, to kill him. Yamato. Red Dog, you are ugly, but you think you are quite beautiful. Just because you want to go against Master Luo Ye, I think you are a dung beetle who entered the cesspool, looking for death. Kaido. As expected of Lousy, he scolds people so harshly, Wait, that's not right. Yamato, why do you even care about that? Luo Ye calls you an adult. Yamato. Any questions? I have already decided to follow Master Luo Ye to the death and serve Master Luo Ye forever. Kaido. Damn it, when the hell did this happen? Kaido is a little numb. How inexplicable. Was your daughter kidnapped? Although Kaido never regarded Yamato as a daughter. Instead, he always regarded him as his own son. But this does not change the fact that Yamato is a girl. The result is now, his daughter actually said that she had already decided to follow and serve the guy named Luo Ye forever. This made Kaido experience for the first time what it feels like to have your home stolen. The daughter I have worked so hard to raise for so many years. Actually, without even realizing it, just ran away with another man. More importantly, before that, Kaido had no idea anything was wrong. This can also be seen. How terrifying is Luo Ye's strength. Scary enough for the other party to be silent, without any awareness at all. Brought Yamato out of Onigashima. If the other party has such means, does it mean Luo Ye could actually take his own life silently? Think of this. Kaido's heart couldn't help but stir up a storm. On this sea, when did such a terrifying figure appear? Video continues. Seeing that Zhang Mingzi was unwilling to hand over the key to Zhanming no matter what. Without any choice, the Lion King had no choice but to fight him. After a fierce battle, the Lion King even used super beast weapons. For a while, the earth trembled, thunder and lightning, even the sky and the earth are changed by it. An extremely huge mecha golden lion appeared in front of Huo Linfei and others. A casual breath, it is a building that can easily destroy an entire street. Not only that, the golden mecha lion can also transform into an upright human form. Combat power is off the charts. Extremely intimidating and oppressive. Frankie. Is this a mecha? That's so cool. Vegapunk. It's hard to imagine what kind of power can be used to drive such a huge mecha, and it can actually change into different forms. It seems that in this world armed with super beasts, even the technology is more advanced than our world many. Shiki. Damn it, such a cool giant lion with golden armor doesn't match the name of lousy golden lion. It would be great if I could control it like the Lion King in the video. Edward Newgate. Compared with these, what worries me more is, this Lion King is just one of Pluton's subordinates, and already has such a powerful combat power, so Pluton's own strength should be how terrible is it. Shanks. One more thing. If Luo Ye already had such terrifying strength in his previous life, will he be as powerful in this life as in his previous life? Or, even more powerful than in the previous life? Chapter 5. This thought, this realization, you call him a villain. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. The super beast armed form shown by the Lion King in the video. Obviously, it gave everyone in the pirate world a little shock. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie. The moment these people saw the Lion King super beast armed, he was so excited that his eyes shone. I can't wait to rush into the viewing screen. Get your hands on and touch the handsome and stunning Lion King super beast. Even old men like Vegapunk and Golden Lion. The reaction was also the same. A man is a boy until he dies. Let me ask, which man can resist the temptation of a mecha? What's more, the super beast in the video is not an ordinary mecha. Not only is the shape cool, but the body is huge. It can even transform into human form and animal form at will. Not to mention combat effectiveness. Even across the screen, everyone can clearly feel the power of that Jedi lion. And what makes everyone even more curious is, even the Lion King under Pluton is already so powerful. Pluton himself, the leader of the underworld. What kind of strength should it have that is so shocking that it makes ghosts and gods cry? Luo Ye's past life. How terrifying. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The Lion King who enters the super beast armed form. He grabbed Tian Yu who wanted to step forward to help Zhang Yizi and threaten the other person's life. Forced Zhang Yizi to hand over the key to Zhang Ming. Zhang Yizi spoke anxiously to dissuade him. But he still had no intention of handing over the key to Zhang Ming. At the critical moment, Huo Linfei stood up holding the treasure box containing the key of Xuanming. Agree to the Lion King's request. See that the key to Zhang Ming is in hand. The Lion King also let Tian Yu go very faithfully. But when he got closer and saw Huo Linfei's face clearly, but he couldn't help but be stunned by it. It's you, Huo Linfei. I didn't expect that it was you who returned the Zhang Ming key to me. There seemed to be a hint of joy in the Lion King's tone of reunion after a long separation. However, Huo Linfei looked confused. Apparently he can't remember the Lion King anymore. See it. The Lion King was not surprised. He slowly exited the super beast armed form. Came to Huo Linfei. A fiery red power lock appeared in his hand. Do you remember this? Huo Linfei's face was full of confusion. This is it. The Lion King explained softly. You gave this to me back then. Now I return it to its original owner. Said. The Lion King handed the superpower lock to Huo Linfei's hand. Then turned around. I hope we never see each other again. Why? Huo Linfei asked doubtfully. Because, I don't want to kill you with my own hands. Finish this sentence. The Lion King's body turned into a ball of fluorescent green digital information and slowly dissipated. Returned to the spaceship parked in outer space of the Earth. Monkey D. Luffy. Not good. The key to something was snatched away by bad guys. Eustace Kid. Bad guy. I don't think there's anything bad about that Lion King, didn't you notice? He even spoke politely to Huo Linfei and the others, but his behavior didn't make Lousy look like a bad guy. Monkey D. Luffy. But just now he actually used other people's companions as threats to force others to hand over the key. Kira. Haha. What a naive guy. Didn't you hear that when the Lion King was talking to Zhang Mingzi just now, he said, please return the key to Zhang Mingzi to me. Trafalgar Law. This also means that the key of Zhang Ming actually belongs to the underworld, and it was Zhang Mingzi who snatched it away from the hands of the underworld and refused to return it. Basil Hawkins. If you put it this way, the protagonist group is being unreasonable. Capone Beige. Moreover, before leaving, the Lion King returned Huo Linfei's power lock to its original owner. And look at Zhan Mingzi, who has been refusing to return the Zhan Ming key to the underworld. Well, this is difficult to comment on. Rouge. Haha, after you say this, why do I feel that the underworld is the righteous party? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu, there is no clear boundary between justice and evil. People often say that justice must win. This is because only the party that wins in the end has the right to call itself justice. Sir Crocodile. That's right. No matter in which world you are in, strength is the eternal truth and the only truth. As for the talk of justice and evil, in my opinion, it is extremely ridiculous, and justice cannot be eaten. Sakazuki. Haha, how can you pirates know what true justice is? Porosalino. Sakazuki, actually I don't understand it very well. Kuzan. Alala, although I don't know what Sakazuki understands justice, but I know one thing, that is, my understanding of justice is definitely different from Sakazuki's. Sakazuki. I'm ashamed of the two of you. Sengoku. Hey, I said to you guys, is now the time to talk about this kind of thing? Edward Newgate. Gu, instead of discussing justice and evil, it would be better to pay more attention to the content of Luo Ye's previous life. Shanks. Now that the Lion King has obtained the key to the Mystic Ming, does this mean that Pluton is not far from being resurrected? Kaido. Looks like we'll be able to see Luo Ye's true face in his previous life soon. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I can't wait to see Pluton wake up. Tashigi. Is Lord Luo Ye's past life finally coming to his senses? A little excited. Hina. Hina also wants to see Lord Luo Ye wake up soon. Smoker. Tashigi. Hina, you too. Gion. Master Luo Ye in the previous life must have been equally powerful and handsome. Crane. Gion. Why do you even? Sengoku. It's over. It seems that even our naval headquarters was stolen by Luo Ye without knowing it. Kaido. Then Laozi's heart is much more balanced now. Video continues. After the Lion King led the army of the underworld to leave, Huo Linfei put on the fiery red power lock. Just put it on. He subconsciously summoned a set of fiery red armor and put it on. It's like an instinctive memory engraved in the deepest part of DNA. Subsequently, Zhan Mingzi brought several people to the Xuanwu spaceship, prepared to enter Earth's outer space, chasing the armies of the underworld. Wrest the Zhan Ming key back from the Lion King's hands. And at the same time, the other side, the Lion King also guessed what Zhan Mingzi and others were thinking. It is expected that the other party will definitely pursue him and take back the Zhan Ming key. The Silver Lion under the Lion King took the initiative to ask for help. He wanted to lead the vanguard to stop Zhan Mingzi and others and annihilate them. Hear the words. The Lion King frowned slightly and said worriedly, "Do you think you are sure of victory?" Silver Lion replied firmly, "General, no one is sure of victory in battle. But I am willing to trade my life for a chance to win." As soon as this statement came out, the movie-watching chat group instantly shook again. Zephyr. Well said. No one is sure of victory in the battle, but I am willing to use my life in exchange for the chance of victory. Shiki. Good guy. With this thought and consciousness, who has the nerve to call the underworld a villain? Jinbei. It seems that every subordinate in the underworld is absolutely loyal to the leader Pluton. Monkey D. Dragon. What kind of charm does this Pluton have that makes all his subordinates willingly sacrifice their lives for him? Chapter 6 Zhan Ming's coffin is opened, and Pluton's resurrection is imminent. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After some consideration, the Lion King decided to return to the underworld with the Xuanming key first. Resurrect Pluton, and all the armies under his command remained in outer space. Led by two people, the Golden Lion and the Silver Lion. Responsible for blocking and annihilating the Zanmingzi people who came to pursue them. Not long after Lion King left, as expected, Huo Linfei and others caught up in the Xuanwu spaceship. Then, the army of the underworld once again started a fierce battle with Huo Linfei and Tianyu. The Silver Lion paid the price by consuming his own life force, forcibly stimulating the abnormal energy in his body to surge. Combat effectiveness is greatly improved. For a moment, he was able to suppress Huo Linfei and Tianyu with his own strength. A critical moment, Huo Linfei was guided by Zan Yizi, successfully stimulated the potential within oneself. Use the special move, Fire Cloud Art, to defeat the Silver Lion. However, outnumbered, the number of the underworld army is simply too great. There are dozens of spaceships alone. See the Silver Lion sacrifice heroically. Golden Lion immediately stopped hesitating, ordered the underworld fleet to surround Huo Linfei and others. Then, laser fire started like a violent storm. Even though the defense system of the Xuanwu spacecraft is very powerful, it won't last long at all if it continues like this. Faced with this situation, a faint light flashed in Zan Yizi's old eyes. It's like making up a certain determination. He first took out a green power lock from the Xuanwu spaceship. He handed it to Xiaochuangdan Slimjin. Then the captain's authority of the Xuanwu spaceship was transferred to the other party. Finish these. Zan Yizi came outside the Xuanwu spaceship alone. Use Yuan Kong destruction to seal the underworld army together with himself in the Yuan space. Huo Linfei and others were helped by the Xuanwu spaceship. Went to the second parallel universe. Shiki. The growth rate of this Huo Linfei is a bit exaggerated. In just one day, he actually grew from an ordinary middle school student to strong enough to defeat the post-explosion Silver Lion. Gecko Moria. How about saying that he is the protagonist? This may be the so-called protagonist halo. Beasta. That Silver Lion is also a real man. He did fulfill his previous promise to the Lion King and used his own life to fight for the chance of victory. Charlotte Cracker. It's a pity that the old guy Zan Yizi seems to be a bit scary. He actually sealed the entire underworld lion fleet into the metaspace with just his own strength. Yasop. It is unheard of to be able to seal so many enemies into another space at the same time. I wonder if there is any devil fruit that can achieve the same effect. Jack. Those spaceships in the underworld seem to be very powerful weapons. Quinn. That's true. The laser attacks emitted by those spacecrafts are incredibly lethal just by looking at them. Jin. Didn't I mention it in the previous video? If these spaceships were to attack the Earth, it would only take 3.5 hours to destroy all the defense systems on the Earth. Such power is really terrifying. Flying Squirrel. The destructive power of this underworld fleet is definitely far greater than our Marine's Buster Call. Additional. Not only Buster Call, I even feel that the power of these spaceships may be comparable to or even surpass the 3 legendary ancient weapons. Doberman. How great would it be if such a powerful weapon could be mastered by our naval headquarters? In that case, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to wipe out the pirates and end the era of great pirates? Akoku. Haha, you Marines are still really whimsical. Then I also said that if Laozi can possess this kind of weapon, it will only take a matter of minutes to eliminate your Marines and the world government. Emporio Ivankov. Well, I think it's pointless for you to argue about this issue here. Instead, it will only make Luo Ye laugh at your jokes. After all, he really had such powerful weapons and fleets in his previous life, and there may be much more than what is shown in the video. Doberman. Akoku. Inside the viewing screen, video continues. At the same time Huo Linfei and others were heading to the second parallel universe. The fifth parallel universe, Hades. The Lion King has returned with the Xuanming key. What greeted him were 3 warriors with equally powerful auras. These 3 people are just like the Lion King. They are also the 4 guardians under Pluton. The Lion King came to an empty hall with the 3 people. In the center of the hall is a black coffin with a faint light. It is the mysterious coffin that has sealed Pluton for 10,000 years. The Lion King used the Xuanming key to unlock the seal of the Xuanming coffin. Suddenly, the dark coffin began to tremble violently. The coffin door slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, A surging and extremely powerful momentum suddenly overflowed from the coffin, soaring straight into the sky. This moment, the whole underworld seemed to be trembling. That's Pluton's powerful aura. Even as far away as the first parallel universe, you can still feel it. Ghost Spider. Look, the coffin of Zhan Ming is opened. Huo Shaoshan. What's going on with this powerful momentum? Even through the screen, it makes me feel scared. Stallo Berry. Yes, even when facing Admiral or 4 Emperors, I have never felt such a strong fear. Monkey D. Garp. This can only mean one thing, that is, the power of Pluton has far exceeded our imagination, beyond the scope of what we can understand. Crane. If such a strong man appeared in our world, I'm afraid it would be enough to destroy everything in this world in an instant. Sengoku. After sleeping for 10,000 years, is Pluton finally waking up? Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. Now that Zhan Ming's coffin has been opened and Pluton's awakening is a foregone conclusion, can the protagonist group really stop this? Shanks. Huo Linfei and the others have just gone to the second parallel universe. By the time they arrive in the underworld, Pluton may have already been resurrected. How should they deal with it then? Kaido. Not to mention dealing with Pluton, I feel that the 4 guardians under Pluton alone are not something Huo Linfei and his group of hairy brats can handle. Charlotte Linlin. Well, facing the powerful underworld and Pluton, the protagonist group has no chance of winning. As the video continues to play, no one in the pirate world has discovered it yet. They actually do it without even realizing it. They have already changed their stance from the protagonists such as Huo Linfei, transformed into the underworld and Pluton. What they were looking forward to was not the ending where the protagonist team went through all the obstacles and finally succeeded in defeating the underworld and preventing Pluton's resurrection. Instead, I am looking forward to the scene where Pluton wakes up, shows his invincible strength, and crushes and sweeps all the way. And such a change of mentality. At present, no one feels that anything is wrong. Inside the 9-Snake Island Palace, Luo Ye noticed this situation through the movie-watching chat group. The corners of his mouth raised a slight arc. No way. This is the charm of Pluton. Chapter 7 Scorpion King Long Ying, the protagonist's aura breaks out. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Everyone in the pirate world is eagerly looking forward to Pluton's resurrection. But obviously, they still have to wait a while longer. Inside the viewing screen, although Xuanming's coffin has been opened by the Lion King with the Xuanming key. But Pluton slept for 10,000 years. Want to wake up completely? Obviously it cannot be accomplished overnight. At the mouth of the Xuanming coffin that has been opened, it was also shrouded in a layer of dim light. It will only dissipate completely when Pluton wakes up completely. To this, the 4 guardians of the underworld are not in a hurry, just silently guarding Zhan Ming's coffin. Now the Xuanwu is flying to the second parallel universe, who is going to intercept it. The Lion King glanced at the other 3 guardians of the underworld and asked aloud. Hear the words. The only female guardian among the 4 guardians suddenly snorted coldly. Walk away slowly. It's time to take back the blood debt. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. Next, is it the turn of the female underworld protector to stop the protagonist group? Sir Crocodile. If the Lion King looks like a lion, then this female protector of the underworld looks like a scorpion, a venomous scorpion. Vinsmoke Sanji. Yes, the beauty of the female protector in the video is like poison. Her whole body exudes a dangerous and charming aura, which makes me trapped and unable to extricate myself. Sir Crocodile, I don't think we are talking about the same poison. Brooke. If I could know the color of this beautiful female guardian of the underworld, then I would have no regrets even if I died, even though I was already dead, yo hoo hoo. Marco. Having said that, I am a little curious about the blood debt that the female protector of the underworld just talked about. Jin. Judging from the previous video, the protagonist group seems to have had a lot of interactions with these people in the underworld 10,000 years ago. This can also be seen from what the Lion King said to Huo Linfei earlier. Figure it out. Charlotte Katakuri. What happened 10,000 years ago? Why was a being as powerful as Pluton actually sealed into the Xuanming coffin? Ben Beckman. Perhaps as the video continues to play, all these mysteries will be revealed later. Video continues. Soon. Huo Linfei and others took the Xuanwu spaceship to the Earth in the second parallel universe. Two races, the Qinglong tribe and the White Dragon tribe, once lived here. However, 10,000 years ago, there was an internal fight between the Qinglong clan and the White Dragon clan. In the end, the White Dragon tribe was completely wiped out by the Qinglong tribe. So now on Earth in the second parallel universe, only the Qinglong clan is left. When Huo Linfei and others came here, within the Qinglong clan, Long Jian happened to defeat his senior brother Zhan Long, obtained the power lock belonging to the Qinglong clan from his master Zhanlong. The sound of the Xuanwu spaceship landing attracted the attention of the Qinglong clan. Zhanlong immediately asked Long Jian to take people to check the situation. Huo Linfei and Long Jian started fighting over disagreement as soon as they met. But halfway through, Long Jian suddenly noticed the commotion coming from the main city of the Qinglong clan. He immediately rushed back as quickly as possible. Huo Linfei and Tianyu followed closely behind. When everyone came to the city, but they only saw the corpses of Qinglong clan members everywhere. Even the leader of the Qinglong clan, Zhanlong, had been brutally murdered. And the one who started it all. He is one of the 4 guardians who came from the underworld. Scorpion King Long Ying, Edward Newgate. He is worthy of being one of the 4 guardians under Pluton. He was able to wipe out an entire clan so easily. Kaido. Qinglong tribe. Although I know that this race has nothing to do with me, seeing them being exterminated still makes me feel a little unhappy. After all, Laozi is also a blue dragon. Charlotte Linlin. Well, Kaido, speaking of this, you haven't returned the favor of the blue dragon fruit to me yet. Shanks. I suddenly discovered something very interesting. Isn't that Long Jian from the Qinglong tribe one of the 5 people who played basketball with Huo Linfei on the Earth in the first parallel universe? Shiki. Indeed, when I heard what you said, I also remembered that the one standing in the middle among the 5 people at that time was this Long Jian. Vegapunk. Is this the so-called parallel universe? In a different parallel universe, there is another person who looks exactly like me. It's really magical. Sengoku. Judging from the direction of the plot, if nothing else happens, this Long Jian should also be one of the protagonists. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After seeing the tragic situation of the tribe, the extremely angry Long Jian even beat up Long Ying. Nay, he is no match for the opponent at all. In order to save Long Jian, Tianyu was stabbed by Long Ying's scorpion tail and was poisoned. Huo Linfei and Long Jian teamed up to fight Long Ying. However, he was instantly defeated by the opponent's super beast weapon. Seeing that the two of them were about to be smashed into pulp by Long Ying's super beast. Crucial moment. Slim Jun arrived in the Xuanwu spaceship. Huo Linfei and Long Jian were rescued in time. However, Tianyu, who was poisoned, fell into the hands of the enemy. Huo Linfei and Long Jian tried to save Revolving Heaven Yu. A new round of battle started with Long Ying again. But the result was no different than before. Facing the powerful protector of the underworld, Huo Linfei and Long Jian were quickly beaten to the ground. But this time, 2 people falling side by side. The fire attribute energy and ice attribute energy in the body just complement each other. Under the catalysis of the 2 heavens of ice and fire, the supernatural energy of both of them surged instantly. Successfully entered the super beast armed form. Full HP resurrection. Buggy. I'm going. These 2 people have now entered the super beast armed form. Mr. 3. You know, Huo Linfei and Long Jian both just got the power lock not long ago. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Silver Fox Foxy. Maybe this is the so-called halo of the protagonist. Otherwise, what can they do to fight against such a powerful underworld? Monkey D. Luffy. Protagonist halo. It's such a magical thing. It can actually make people become so much stronger for no apparent reason. It's simply unreasonable. Video continues. Huo Linfei and Long Jian, who had completed the super beast armament, once again joined forces to attack Long Ying. But even so, even after completing the super beast arms, even if the 2 of them joined forces to fight against the many, he was still no match for the powerful Scorpion King Long Ying. After a moment of fighting, Huo Linfei and Long Jian were knocked to the ground again and again. Peggy Wan. Damn it. This Scorpion King is awesome. Even if the protagonist group has a protagonist halo, they are still no match for her. Charlotte Owen. I originally thought she would be defeated the moment the two of them broke out as protagonists. Namuel. Is this the strength of the four guardians under Pluton? It's so powerful. Lime Jones. The more I know about the strength of the guardians of the underworld, the more I can feel Pluton's invincible power. Sabo. And this is just one of Luo Ye's previous lives, so, how unfathomable is Luo Ye himself? Chapter 8. The two super beasts and gods merge, and the Scorpion King comes to an end. Kneel down and beg for flower evaluation votes. Inside the viewing screen, video continues. During the battle between Long Ying, Huo Linfei and Long Jian, a past about this protector of the underworld was also revealed. Turn out to be, as early as 10,000 years ago, Long Ying is actually a member of the Earth living in the second parallel universe. Her father was Long Fei, the leader of the White Dragon clan at that time. And Long Ying at that time. He has not grown into the powerful Scorpion King he is now. She's just a kind and innocent little girl. However, accidents happen quickly. In order to compete for the position of the supreme ruler of the Dragon clan, Long Fei had a public contest with Zhanlong, the leader of the Qinglong clan at the time. As the most powerful person in the Dragon clan, Long Fei, the Stegosaurus was quickly defeated. But just when the great elder of the Dragon clan was about to hand over the power lock to Long Fei, but Long Fei suddenly died of poison. The White Dragon clan unanimously believed that Stegosaurus had tampered with the competition just now. So there was a dispute with the Qinglong tribe. The great elder of the Dragon clan was accidentally killed by the White Dragon clan because of this. See this situation. Stegosaurus was completely angry and lost his mind. He led the Qinglong clan to massacre the White Dragon clan. Until the young Long Ying appeared in front of Stegosaurus. Only then did he wake up. He ran out with great regret. And Long Ying, who witnessed the annihilation of the White Dragon clan with her own eyes. The seeds of hatred have already been planted in his heart. She stood in front of everyone from the Qinglong tribe. He said in a childish but firm voice, "If I am weak, then please destroy me. Otherwise, I will destroy you." It is precisely because of this sentence. This made everyone in the Qinglong tribe want to eradicate Long Ying. But he saw everyone from the Qinglong clan killing Long Ying. A mysterious man wearing a black cloak and a mask suddenly appeared. The opponent used the cold shadow art to repel the Qinglong warriors. Rescue Long Ying and take her away. Vinsmoke Sanji. It turns out that Miss Long Ying, who looks powerful and beautiful, actually has such a tragic childhood past. Brooke. My father was killed and all my people were wiped out. It's really heartbreaking. Even though I'm just a skeleton and don't have a heart. Yo hoo hoo hoo. Cyrus. With such deep hatred, it's no wonder that she killed all the Qinglong tribe as soon as she came up. It can be regarded as a blood debt. Dory. In this case, the Scorpion King Long Ying is not an evil person. Brigitte. Yes, she just wants to avenge her father and people. There is nothing wrong with that. Cat Viper. Speaking of which, who was the mysterious man who suddenly appeared and rescued Long Ying? Why did I feel that that man looked familiar? Anuarashi. I also feel familiar. I always feel that that person looks very similar to Long Jian. Denjiro. And the cold shadow technique he used when he rescued Long Ying just now, wasn't it exactly Long Jian's move? Hisong. Could it be that Long Jian actually saved Long Ying 10,000 years ago? Ashura Doji. But isn't Longjian a member of the Qinglong tribe? Logically speaking, she should not save Long Ying, who hates the Qinglong clan deeply. Lei Zhang. Yes, if it was Long Ying who was really saved by Long Jian, and Long Ying destroyed the entire Qinglong clan 10,000 years later, then after all this calculation, the Qinglong clan would be exterminated. Couldn't it be Long Jian himself? Kikunoshi Chang. I always feel that the cause and effect is a bit complicated. I almost can't understand it. Inside the viewing screen, the video content returns to the present from 10,000 years ago. Facing the powerful Scorpion King, Huo Linfei and Long Jian were beaten to the point of retreat. He was about to be completely defeated. And right now, Zhan Yizi, who was in the metaspace, suddenly started communicating with Huo Linfei's consciousness. Under the remote guidance of Zhan Yizi, Huo Linfei and Long Jian actually completed the Super Beast fusion. Long Jian's Dragon War God is responsible for composing the lower body. Huo Linfei's Huan Lin Shen is responsible for composing the upper body. The Super Beast God formed after merging. No matter in terms of supernatural energy or combat effectiveness. They all once again ushered in a huge improvement and leap. This way, the two of them finally had the strength to fight against the Scorpion King Long Ying. The two sides fought evenly matched. The battle is extremely fierce. Shiki. Damn it, no, is it cheating again? Douglas Bullet. This is indeed a bit outrageous. Huo Linfei and Long Jian just broke out a wave of protagonist auras and mastered Super Beast weapons. Now they have gone too far and merged directly. Gilder Tezzolo. Even for the protagonist group, their strength is improving too fast. It's simply unreasonable. Buggy. This can no longer be described simply by the halo of the protagonist, it is completely a bunch of cheating. Gecko Moria. It's really hard for Scorpion King Long Ying. It's really not easy to fight with such a loser. Quinn. But I have to say, this combination of super beasts and gods is really cool. Vegapunk. I really didn't expect that such a huge super beast mecha can actually be combined to form a new form. This provides a new idea and direction for my research. Video continues. Even after completing the two combination of Super Beast God, Huo Linfei and Long Jian were still only on a par with Long Yingzan. It is almost impossible to win. After a fierce battle, all three people's supernatural energy was exhausted. At the same time, the Super Beast state was released. The three fell to the ground, seemingly losing the ability to continue fighting. However, next moment, Long Ying's supernatural energy began to recover at an extremely fast speed. On the other hand, Huo Linfei and Long Jian, the speed of recovery is far slower than Long Ying. After a while, Long Ying, who had recovered her fighting ability, once again knocked down Long Jian, who was at the end of his powerful crossbow. Then he pulled off the other party's mask. I want to see who you really are. Long Ying, who had always felt familiar with Long Jian, looked intently at his face. Then he was suddenly startled. Pluton, Long Ying exclaimed. The whole person froze on the spot for a moment. And Long Jian seized this rare flaw. A powerful blow hit Long Ying's vital part. Long Ying flew out upside down. The slender body became illusory in the air. At the last moment of life, this cold and cruel Scorpion King suddenly had a relieved smile on his face. Dad, I can finally see you. In such a low voice. Long Ying's body slowly floated into the sky, turned into little bits of fluorescence. Dissipated with the wind, only a dark blue power lock fell to the ground. And when Long Jian picked it up, this superpower lock that originally belonged to the Scorpion King suddenly turned into a blue dragon superpower lock that was exactly the same as Long Jian. But it quickly dissipated. Vinsmoke Sanji. Damn it. This Long Jian has no martial virtues, but he dares to sneak attack on the beautiful Ms. Long Ying. Brooke. Miss Long Ying actually died like that. It's really a pity, even though I'm dead just like her. Yo hoo hoo. Poor Salino. I think this is completely a forced plot kill, it's really bloody. Kuzan. Who says it's not? The Scorpion King was so powerful that even if Huo Linfei and Long Jian failed twice in a row and completed the Super Beast God fusion, they still could not defeat each other, and ended up dying like this. Sakazuki. Humph. The evil person who tried to plunge the universe into the abyss of darkness deserved his death. Silver Rayleigh. I think the Scorpion King is not evil at all. What she did was just to avenge her father and her people. Shanks. Even at the last moment of her life, what she was thinking about was not hatred, but the relief and joy of being able to reunite with her late father soon. Edward Newgate. Lousy admires such a compassionate, flesh and blood person. Shiki. The same was true for the previous Lion King, loyal and trustworthy, powerful yet elegant. Charlotte Linlin. Well, why do I feel that the charm of these underworld guardians seems to be much greater than that of the protagonist group? Kaido. This time Lousy stands in the underworld and supports Pluton. Chapter 9 The Whale Shark King appears, a philosopher who can both fight and speak. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Copper Jabba. Speaking of which, don't you think there are a lot of strange things in the video just now? Shanks. It's really strange. Why did Long Ying suddenly freeze after taking off Long Jian's mask, and exclaimed Pluton's name in surprise? Ben Beckman. Could it be that Long Jian and Pluton have some special relationship? Marco. Also, why did the Scorpion King die, and when her power lock fell into Long Jian's hands, it suddenly became exactly the same as the opponent's power lock, and then suddenly disappeared out of thin air? Jin. From the previous videos, we can understand that each power lock should be unique. There cannot be two identical power locks. Charlotte Katakuri. My intuition tells me that there may be some past and connections between Long Jian and Long Ying that we don't know about, but the past life exposure system has not yet played them out. Monkey D. Luffy. How complicated. I feel like my head is going to smoke. Trafalgar Law. This video does look a bit mind-boggling, and it is different from the previous exposure videos of past lives. Eustace Kid. Such a unique past life exposure video. Luo Ye is really powerful enough to be treated separately by the past life exposure system. Capone Beige. So many mysteries and suspense have yet to be solved, which makes me more and more interested in the content of the following videos. Basil Hawkins. The tarot cards tell me that the next video content will be even more exciting. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After defeating the Scorpion King Long Ying, Huo Linfei invited Long Jian to join the Super Beast team. Long Jian also readily agreed. Immediately afterwards, they set off again on the Xuanwu spaceship, arriving at the Earth in the third parallel universe. The Earth in the third parallel universe is a planet covered with deserts. On this planet, there are two races, the Whale Shark Tribe and the Golden Elephant Tribe. The Whale Shark Tribe is a superior ruling class. The Golden Elephant Clan are slaves enslaved and driven by the Whale Shark Clan. Huo Linfei and his party had just landed here not long ago. It was the encirclement and suppression by the Whale Shark warriors. The battle begins. In process, a young man from the Golden Elephant Tribe named Tai Lei rescued Huo Linfei, who was almost hit by a pillar. But because of this, the whale sharks were labeled as rebelling with outsiders. To punish Taylor for this behavior, the warriors of the Whale Shark Tribe decided to bury all the slaves of the Golden Elephant Tribe alive. Tai Lei begged the other party to let his people go. He was willing to bear all the sins alone. However, the warriors of the Whale Shark Tribe were obviously not so easy to talk to. At the same time, the overlord of the third parallel universe, the Whale Shark King, one of the four guardians under Pluton, also made his official appearance. Nefertari Vivi. The environment of the Earth in this third parallel universe is similar to ours in Alabasta, with deserts everywhere. Nefertari Cobra. It's a pity that the rulers there seem to be quite cruel and treat the people of the Golden Elephant Tribe completely as slaves and livestock. Bello Betty. Such an oppressed slave country is exactly what our revolutionary army has always wanted to liberate. Bingshan. If I remember correctly, the boy named Tai Lei also appeared at the very beginning of the video, and was one of the 5 people with Long Jian. Nipton. If that's the case, this Taylor should also be a member of the protagonist group. Riku Dold 3. Born with great strength, full of sense of justice, and his people are oppressed. These characteristics put together basically make him a member of the protagonist group who has not escaped. Eli Zabero 2. Is the enemy they have to deal with in the third parallel universe this Whale Shark King. Helding. Also one of the 4 guardians under Pluton, this Whale Shark King seems to be stronger than the previous Scorpion King Long Ying. Dufeld. When the protagonist group was in the second parallel world, they relied on continuous cheating and plot killing to defeat the Scorpion King. So how should they deal with this more powerful Whale Shark King? Video continues. After knocking down Taylor with one move, the Whale Shark King asked in a deep voice. Why did you rebel? Terry shook his head. I didn't rebel. I just saved one person. I am not wrong, and my people are not wrong either. Hear the words. The Whale Shark King did not refute Taylor's point of view. Instead, he followed the other person's words and said, "You are not wrong, but we are not wrong either." It's just that we are relatively strong, so we set the rules of the game." After saying that, the Whale Shark King signaled his men to continue burying the Golden Elephant clan members alive. Tyree roared, "That's not fair." The Whale Shark King said unconcernedly, "There are many things in life that are completely unfair, and you just have to accept them." Then he kicked Taylor away, who wanted to resist. Edward Newgate. "Gu la la la, what this Whale Shark King said makes sense." Kaido. "This world is dominated by the weak and the strong. The so-called right, wrong and fairness are all in the hands of the strong." Charlotte Linlin. Well, that's what the saying goes, weakness is the original sin." Shanks. "It looks like the protagonist group is going to suffer a lot when facing this Whale Shark King." Video continues. King Whale Shark told Tyree, "If the other party wants to save his own people, there is only one way. That is to kill Huo Linfei and others with his own hands." After a difficult inner struggle, Terry finally nodded in agreement. At the same time, he obtained a golden power lock from his master Yuan Zheng. Shiki. "Good guy, shouldn't this Taylor be a member of the protagonist group? Why are you going to turn around and kill Huo Linfei and the others now?" Baroric Redfield. "I was able to catch Tyree in just a few words. I have to say, this Whale Shark King is really awesome." Douglas Bullitt. "Pluton's subordinates are all really amazing." Marshall D. Teach. "So when will Pluton be officially resurrected? I can't wait. Thief ha ha ha. ... Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After getting the power lock, Tai Lei fought with Huo Linfei and Long Jian. He was naturally no match as he was full of confusion. He was quickly defeated. Huo Linfei and Long Jian saw the hesitation in Tai Lei's heart. He began to persuade the other party to join him and others in resisting the Whale Shark King. After another psychological struggle, Taylor finally made up his mind. Join the protagonist party. Start resisting. Wait until you finish dealing with a wave of Whale Shark Clan soldiers. The Whale Shark King also appeared subsequently. Started a conversation with Huo Linfei and others. Huo Linfei looked at the Whale Shark King and said righteously, "I don't care who you are. Since we are here, we must save the slaves here." Hearing this, the Whale Shark King looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, save, how to save? Even if you defeat me, can you save the slaves here?" Huo Linfei put his hands on his hips and said, "Can't you?" The Whale Shark King walked slowly and said in a deep voice, "There is a kind of people in this world. Although they are human beings, they have never lived a life of their own. They live everything according to other people's wishes. Such people have existed for thousands of years, and they will never disappear. People like this will never be free, because their hearts have long been shackles." Said. The Whale Shark King looked at Huo Linfei and others and asked, "Even if you can untie the shackles of the slaves, but can it unlock the shackles on their minds? Even if you defeat me, do you think they can be free? Wrong. Sooner or later they will need another strong man to rule them." What the Whale Shark King said, it directly shocked everyone in the protagonist group into silence. And everyone in the pirate world. After hearing these words from the Whale Shark King, everyone was stunned. This Whale Shark King's verbal skills. A little too strong, right? You can almost be called a philosopher. Such a villain who can both fight and speak. How can the protagonist group fight? Chapter 10. Rebellion against Tiangong. The protagonist and villain exchange identities. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Porosalino. I actually think what the Whale Shark King said in the video is quite reasonable. Kuzan. Alala. Although in terms of my justice, I don't quite agree with his point of view, but I can't find a reason to refute it either. Sakazuki. In a sense, the weak do need a strong man to rule and restrain them. Of course, this is not for enslavement, but to better maintain world peace. Kaido. I quite agree with what the Whale Shark King said. If the weak are allowed to act according to their own will, the world will only become more chaotic and turbulent. Only the rule of the strong can make the world more chaotic and turbulent. They are on the right path. Charlotte Linlin. Well, this is why every force needs a leader. The pirates have a captain, the naval headquarters has a marshal, and the world government has 5 elders. Even those who keep talking about freedom and liberation, the Revolutionary Army under the banner also has a leader like Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Dragon, Edward Newgate, Gu La La La, compared with the Whale Shark King, Huo Linfei and the others in the protagonist group do seem a bit too immature and naive. Shanks. Good guy. Doesn't this mean that the Whale Shark King has to overtake the protagonist group by several blocks in terms of force and philosophy? How can Huo Linfei and the others fight? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu. In my opinion, the Whale Shark King can have such ideas and strength. He can already create his own power and be the supreme ruler, but he is actually willing to do it for Pluton's allegiance is really hard to figure out. Boa Hancock. What's so surprising about this? Explain that Lord Luo Ye's previous life, Lord Pluton, was superior to the Whale Shark King in both philosophy and strength. Only in this way can a figure like the Whale Shark King be impressed. To this, Hancock can be said to be deeply touched. Before Master Luo Ye appeared, she is the Amazon Lily Emperor and the majestic Pirate Empress. Also, no one looks down on it. I think I can never surrender to anyone else in my life. But after meeting Mr. Luo Ye, Hancock's original ideas fell apart in an instant. After seeing Lord Luo Ye's invincible strength, and after the charisma of looking down on the world, the once cold and aloof Pirate Empress was deeply impressed. In a matter of minutes, she becomes the other person's fanatical fangirl. If such changes were made in the past, it would be impossible for Hancock to kill him. But it actually happened to me. That's why, after seeing what Doflamingo said in the movie watching chat group, Hancock couldn't help but stand up and refute the other party, precisely because she herself had been easily impressed by Lord Luo Ye. So I can understand it very deeply and clearly. Why is the Whale Shark King in the video willing to be loyal to Lord Luo Ye in his previous life? In Hancock's view, this is completely natural. It couldn't be more normal. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After the battle of ideas, the battle between the protagonist group and the Whale Shark King also started quickly. Tai Lei is responsible for rescuing the Golden Elephant tribe members who were about to be buried alive. Huo Linfei and Long Jian were responsible for fighting against the Whale Shark King. However, the Whale Shark King is far more powerful than a few people imagined. Even in the Super Beast God 2 combination state, he could fight the Scorpion King Long Ying back and forth before. He is no match for the Whale Shark King at all. Seeing that Huo Linfei and Long Jian were defeated, Qianyu also joined the battle soon after. With the help of Slim Jun, she found the vital point of the Whale Shark King's back. However, Qianyu's supernatural energy is too weak. She cannot be armed with super beasts. Even if the attack hits the vital part of the Whale Shark King, it will have no effect. Instead, it made the other party completely angry. Then, the Whale Shark King used the trick, Black Sea Abyss. Qianyu was sucked into Pluton's black hole. But I never thought. Qianyu not only returned successfully from Pluton's black hole, even the supernatural energy surged due to this, thus successfully mastering the Super Beast weapon. He also further completed the triple form of the Super Beast God with Huo Linfei and Long Jian. Shiki. Wo Ni Ma. Are you still playing like this? Akoku. In the second parallel universe, Huo Linfei and Long Jian have just finished breaking out the halo of the protagonists, and now it's Tianyu's turn to cheat, right? Gilder Tezzolo. How can I fight this? I have to say, the protagonist halo thing is really disgusting. Kaido. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Will Lousy be defeated like this in the future by a Kakibi with the aura of a protagonist? Charlotte Linlin. Well, if that's really the case, it would be too ironic. Edward Newgate. Gu La La La. I played the halo of the protagonist beforehand, and I seem to have discovered something more interesting. Charlotte Linlin. Huh, what's the matter? Edward Newgate. I don't know if you have noticed that after Tianyu was sucked into Pluton's black hole by the Whale Shark King using the Black Sea Abyss, the scene briefly switched to the underworld. Shanks. Haha, I also noticed that at that time, a deep voice seemed to come from Pluton's Schwanming coffin, as if to say, "My child, you are finally here." Ben Beckman. At the beginning of the video, On the Earth of the first parallel universe, when the Lion King used Tianyu to threaten Zhang Yizi to hand over the key to Zhang Ming, Zhang Yizi once said in desperation, "You know her, who is it?" This sentence, so that's it, I have a bold guess. Sengoku. Tianyu is actually Pluton's child. Monkey D. Garp. Hiss. This analysis is well-founded and hard not to be convincing. Zephyr. This can well explain why Tianyu was able to return safely from Pluton's black hole, and even had a surge in supernatural energy because of it. Kong. Good guy. Co-author Tianyu is preventing his father from resurrecting. What kind of father's resignation and son's laughter is this? Nami. Tianyu is Master Pluton's child. Doesn't this mean Master Luo Ye already had other women in his previous life? Nico Robin. Nami, don't be jealous, Lord Luo Ye is so strong. Yamato is excellent. Naturally, he was attracted to girls in his previous life as he is now. This is normal. Nami. That's right, I made a little too much fuss, haha. Video continues. Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tianyu completed the Super Beast God Triad. The battle with the Whale Shark King started again. However, even if you hang it up for this reason, they are still no match for the Whale Shark King. The Whale Shark King once again used the Black Sea Abyss. Huo Linfei and the other two were simply unable to resist. He was about to be sucked into the black hole. And just then, Tai Lei, who had successfully rescued the tribesmen, arrived in time. While the Whale Shark King was dealing with Huo Linfei and the other three, he had no time to clone himself. He completes the Super Beast arms. Launch a sneak attack. A hard blow hit the vital part of the breathing port behind the Whale Shark God of War. The Whale Shark King was severely injured and his energy was unstable. Huo Linfei and three others were saved. On the contrary, the Whale Shark King himself was sucked into Pluton's black hole by his own Black Sea Abyss. See it. The Super Beast warriors and the people of the Golden Elephant clan couldn't help but cheer. Gecko Moria. Damn it. What the hell is this, a sneak attack? Sir Crocodile. Cheating and 3 versus 1 are not enough, we need another sneak attack, right? The Whale Shark King is indeed a bit aggrieved by his defeat. Smoker. Whether it was the Scorpion King Long Ying last time or the Whale Shark King this time, the protagonist group has always been fighting with more and less, forgetting about cheating and beating, and relying on sneak attacks to win every time. Flying Squirrel. Compared with the style of the protagonist group, the Scorpion King and the Whale Shark King seem to be more upright. Monkey D. Luffy. Even I am starting to feel a little dissatisfied with what Huo Linfei and the others are doing. I like Whale Shark King and the others better. Rorano Azoro. Why do you feel that now, Huo Linfei and the other protagonists are more like villains, while Pluton, although he has not really shown his face yet, is starting to look more and more like the real protagonist? Vinsmoke Sanji. Could this be the reason why the past life exposure system did not play Pluton's content as soon as it came up, but played it from the perspective of Huo Linfei and the others? Luo Ye's past life video is played here. There are more and more voices supporting Pluton in the movie-watching chat group. And more importantly, the video plays until now. Pluton has never really shown his face even once. Chapter 11. Human desire is like rolling stones on a high mountain. Once it starts, it can never be stopped. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Everyone in the pirate world was fighting for the Whale Shark King. When I thought that the Whale Shark King would regretfully go offline in this way. Inside the viewing screen, the situation was reversed again. When Huo Linfei and others were celebrating for finally defeating the Whale Shark King. Suddenly, the earth shook. The sand on the ground seemed to have collapsed. A huge, bottomless, pitch-black hole was revealed. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gaze of everyone, a figure jumped out from the huge dark hole. If you stare into the abyss for too long, the abyss will stare into you too. Accompanied by a deep voice from far to near, the figure appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, it was the Whale Shark King who was supposed to have been sucked into the Pluton black hole. You're not dead. Tai Lei looked at the Whale Shark King, who looked like a normal person with some disbelief. With a confident and calm smile on his face, the Whale Shark King said calmly, "The black hole is my home, how could I die at home?" See this situation. Huo Linfei and others looked solemn. I felt bad in my heart. The previous battles had already exhausted all their supernatural energy. Even the Super Beast arms can't do that now. Not to mention the Super Beast God fusion. Them in this state. How can we defeat the powerful Whale Shark King? Shiki. Hiss. Unexpectedly, there is a twist in the plot. Akoku. 666. The Whale Shark King is indeed a bit awesome. Even though he is like this, he still acts like a normal person. Kaido. I don't know why, but seeing that the Whale Shark King has not been defeated yet, Laozi's mood suddenly improved. Charlotte Linlin. Well, maybe it's because the Whale Shark King is more similar to the rest of us. Anyway, I felt quite involved when I watched it. Douglas Bullet. Yes, just imagine, if we, the strong ones, suddenly one day encountered a group of brats with the aura of the protagonist, who also like to fight in groups and carry out sneak attacks, and were defeated by the opponent inexplicably. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. Edward Newgate. Gu la, it does mean something like this, but I think according to convention, the Whale Shark King should still lose to the protagonist group in the end. Shanks. The undefeated record of the protagonists like Huo Linfei will probably last until Pluton is resurrected and they face Pluton head-on. Silver Rayleigh. I just don't know whether Pluton, who is the strongest man in the universe, will eventually lose to Huo Linfei's protagonist Halo. Boa Hancock. Impossible. No matter in the past life or in this life, Master Luo Ye is the most invincible existence, and it is absolutely impossible to lose, even if they have the halo of the protagonist. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The Whale Shark King, who returned from the black hole, glanced at the Golden Elephant tribe slave who had just escaped. Then he looked at Taylor in front of him. Tyree, do you think you are helping them? Do you think that if you defeat me, these slaves will be free and live happily ever after? Isn't it? Taylor asked. The Whale Shark King couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh again. Ha. This is just the beginning of another catastrophe. They are free now, but soon. Their desires will not be satisfied. They would occupy their respective territories to grow food and build houses. Then they seize other people's land to grow food and build houses. Taylor obviously did not agree with Whale Shark King's statement and retorted. Who says they will definitely seize other people's territory? As long as you have enough to eat, why should you steal from others? Isn't that superfluous? The Whale Shark King sneered. Superfluous. Haha. A person will never think that he has too much food. No one would think that the house they live in is too big. When he has a little house, he wants a big house. When he has a big house, he wants a big house. They will use all means, including extremely vicious and benevolent methods, to plunder all resources. Human desire is like a rolling stone on a high mountain. Once it starts, it can never be stopped. Unless, these rocks have been at the bottom of the mountain from the beginning. As soon as these words came out, many people's faces showed expressions of emotion. Obviously he recognized what the Whale Shark King said. Even Tyree. The original look of determination on his face also disappeared. Instead, it's confusion and self-doubt. Gilder Tezzolo. Damn it. Well said. That's really good to say. The words of the Whale Shark King simply spoke to my heart. Sir Crocodile. Comparing human desires to mountains and rolling stones. This is the first time I have heard such a statement, but I have to say that it is indeed quite vivid and appropriate. Baroric Redfield. A person's desire can never be satisfied. When one desire is satisfied, it will give birth to the next greater desire, just like a mountain and a rolling stone. Once it starts, just can't stop anymore. Douglas Bullet. The only way to curb these endless desires is to extinguish them at the source, so that the boulder called desire does not even have a chance to start rolling down. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo, just what he said to the Whale Shark King. He definitely deserves the title of a philosopher. Gecko Moria. He. You see, the protagonist group and the group of slaves were all rendered speechless by the Whale Shark King. They didn't even know how to retort. Buggy. I feel like the Whale Shark King has really managed to make the protagonists unable to talk or fight. This is really awesome. Inside the Nine Snake Island Palace. I saw Buggy's statement in the movie watching chat group. Luo Ye sighed silently in his heart. He is indeed a man with conqueror's luck. You can't say it, you can't fight it. Buggy's evaluation can indeed be said to be quite accurate. Unfortunately, Wong Buggy said this a little too early. You will understand when Pluton officially appears later. What does it mean to be a real protagonist? I've said it before, but you can't even beat me. Luo Ye thought jokingly in his heart. Inside the projection screen, the video continues to play. Just when everyone's belief was shaken by what the Whale Shark King said, Tai Lei's master Yuan Zheng stood up, refuted the Whale Shark King's point of view. The right to freedom belongs to all living beings. Yuan Zheng firmly believes that love can influence everything. However, the Whale Shark King only made a promise to the slaves of the Golden Elephant clan. As long as they can kill Yuan Zheng, you can spare the lives of slaves like them. The words fell. For a while, the slaves of the Golden Elephant clan took up arms one after another, killed towards Yuan Zheng. The powerful Yuan Zheng did not resist. Just let yourself be killed by the Golden Elephant clan. The body slowly dissipated into the air. Sengoku. Ah, that Yuan Zheng is Tai Lei's master. Judging from his conversation with the Whale Shark King, the two of them seem to have known each other 10,000 years ago. He should also be a very powerful strongman. You were right, he died like this. He firmly believed that love can influence everything, but he turned around and was immediately killed by the slaves of the Golden Elephant tribe who were trying to survive. It is really ironic. Zephyr. Freedom and rights belong to all living beings, and love can influence everything. I think it is good for Yuan Zheng to have such faith and persistence, but in the end he underestimated human nature and thought the world was too beautiful. Shiki. Tisk, it's really strange to hear such words from the no-kill admiral back then. Zephyr. Not killing admiral. Haha. I was indeed just like Yuan Zheng in the video. I thought the world was too beautiful, and the accident that year also made me pay a heavy price for it. Inside the viewing screen, terrified and indignant, Taylor attacked the Whale Shark King again. But at this time, Huo Linfei and others were still recovering supernatural energy on the Xuanwu spaceship. On his own, Tai Lei was no match for the Whale Shark King. In just a few seconds, he was beaten by the Whale Shark King and was forced to disarm the super beast. In order to give Huo Linfei and others time to recover their supernatural energy, Slender Jun ended up personally try every means to delay time. And the Whale Shark King seemed to be very cooperative. It actually allowed Shojun to hold on until the moment when Huo Linfei and others fully recovered their supernatural energy. Immediately afterwards, the Whale Shark God of War battles against the three-piece Super Beast God. The third parallel universe is the territory of the Whale Shark King. It's here. His supernatural energy can be continuously replenished. So as the fighting time continues to pass, Huo Linfei and others were once again at a disadvantage. If this continues, greet them. It will undoubtedly be another defeat. But, right now, after receiving treatment, Taylor's supernatural energy was completely restored. While the Whale Shark King was competing with Huo Linfei and others, he had no time to be distracted. Repeat the old trick. Appeared behind the Whale Shark King again. Enter the Super Beast arms. Use a thunderbolt. It hit the vital part of the Whale Shark God of War's back hard. This time, under Taylor's full blow, the Whale Shark King was finally destroyed and completely dissipated. Monkey D. Garp. What the hell? Another sneak attack. Kuzan. Allah, why do you feel like the protagonist team has nothing else but cheating and sneak attacks? Even I can't stand it this time. Porcelino. The sneak attacks over and over again are indeed a bit ungrateful. Sakazuki. Even I started to feel that the Whale Shark King lost too much. Chapter 12 Bat King Yi Lingyun, the miserable Golden Elephant tribe, kneel down and beg for flower evaluation votes. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I'm starting to feel a little sorry for the Whale Shark King. She was actually stabbed in the waist by that Terra slave twice in a row. It's really too much. Edward Newgate. When the Whale Shark King was deliberately stalling for time when facing that chubby little Slim Jun, he once said that he would not attack from behind the enemy. Look at the protagonist group again. Tisk tisk tisk. Kaido. I don't know why, but after watching this video, Lousy couldn't help but want to scold the protagonist group. They are indeed a bit despicable. Kazuki Odin. Haha, Kaido, you have the nerve to call others despicable. Why didn't you feel despicable when you asked Kurozumi Higurashi to disguise himself as my son Momonosuke, distract me during the battle, and launch a sneak attack on me? Kaido. Kazuki Odin, you're already dead, why are you here? Kaido had no intention of refuting Odin, although he was not the instigator of that incident in the first place. Even Kaido himself always felt that winning that battle was dishonorable. Angry about this, he even killed Kurozumi Higurashi directly to vent his anger. But things have happened. The past is irreversible. Kaido didn't want to defend himself. He is a very vicious pirate who does all kinds of evil. How can you care about other people's evaluations and opinions? There was only one thing that concerned him right now. That is, Kazuki Odin should have been dead long ago. Why did you suddenly appear in the movie-watching chat group? And for this question, the explanation was quickly given in the chat group. Galdi Roger. Hey, is this movie-watching chat group finally connected successfully? The previous feeling of being able to only watch but not speak was too painful. Rox D. Zebek. Who says it's not? Fortunately, a movie viewing screen and a movie watching chat group suddenly appeared in Wonkwon World. As a result, the movie watching chat group was not open to us for a long time, and we could only watch you chatting enthusiastically there. John. Fortunately, we are finally connected now, and we undead in the underworld can finally speak. Silver Axe. If I can't connect again, I feel like I'm going to go crazy, ha 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 ha. Monkey D. Garp. Roger. Rox. Sengoku. And John and Silver Axe, aren't these old guys who have been dead for many years? Could it be that because Luo Ye's past life exposure was too special, the past life exposure system has been upgraded, and now it can actually cover the underworld? Edward Newgate. Gu la la la, there are so many familiar old faces suddenly appearing in the chat group, it feels really strange. Zephyr. Fortunately, these guys can only communicate with our real world through the movie-watching chat group. If they really appear in the real world, this sea will usher in unprecedented turmoil. Kong. No, I feel now that even if guys like Roger and Rox are resurrected, the impact on our real world will be far less than just one Luo Ye. Kong was also worried at the moment. For nothing else, it's all because of Luo Ye. Before today, even he, the current commander-in-chief of the world government. I have never heard of a person like Luo Ye in this sea. If it weren't for the past life exposure system that made Luo Ye's existence public, I'm afraid everyone is still kept in the dark. But the other party was actually able to do it without people like him noticing. He quietly became the first male emperor of Amazon Lily on 9 Snake Island. Moreover, the always arrogant pirate empress Boa Hancock was convinced by her. What's even scarier is, it's not just Boa Hancock. Even Naval Headquarters Major Hina, Admiral Candidate, Momosuke, Gion. Even Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess of the Fishmen Island, and Yamato, Kaido's daughter. These people were actually there without anyone noticing. I have already become a fanatical follower of Luo Ye. What kind of powerful strength and means are needed to be able to do all this? To this, Kong couldn't give an accurate answer in his mind. All he knows is, as one of Luo Ye's previous lives, Pluton was already unimaginably powerful. Then Luo Ye in this life must not be much weaker. Maybe even stronger than Pluton in his previous life. These people themselves, or the high-flying five elders, there is absolutely no way they can be Luo Ye's opponent. Maybe even the being on the throne of nothingness. Nothing can be done about Luo Ye. Compared to people like Roger and Rox, Luo Ye is the biggest unstable factor in this ocean today. At the same time, it is also the existence that should not be provoked. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Hades. The Lion King immediately sensed the news of the Whale Shark King's death. He looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Another line of defense has been breached." Yi Lingyun on the side said indifferently, "Then build another line of defense." The Lion King turned to look at the other party and asked, "Are you sure?" Yi Lingyun smiled slightly and did not answer in a hurry. Instead, he summoned 7 Cloud Bat Warriors and ordered, "You serve as the vanguard, go and destroy the Super Beast team." The 7 Cloud Bat Warriors responded respectfully. Then he immediately set off towards the third parallel universe. Until they leave, Yi Lingyun then spoke in an extremely confident tone. I will never let Super Beast Team make it through the fourth parallel universe alive. Rox D. Zebek is another underworld protector going to deliver lunch boxes to the protagonist group. Although these underworld protectors are all very powerful and very charming, they are still no match for the aura of the protagonist. John. Moreover, Yi Lingyun only sent 7 of his soldiers as an advance force to stop the Super Beast Team. Can this be defeated? Silver Axe. Even the Scorpion King and the Whale Shark King were defeated by the protagonist of the Super Beast Team. Aren't the 7 soldiers just here to deliver food? Akoku. Yes, I feel that when these 7 soldiers arrive in the third parallel universe, they will probably only be killed instantly by the Super Beast Team. Gal D. Roger. Speaking of which, do you feel that this Yi Lingyun looks a bit familiar? Silver Rayleigh. I remember, he seems to be one of the 5 people who played basketball with Huo Linfei at the beginning of the video. Copper Jabba. I also remembered that on Earth in the first parallel universe, this Yi Lingyun was clearly with Long Jian and Tai Lei. Edward Newgate. If that's the case, this Yi Lingyun should be a member of the protagonist group like Long Jian and Tai Lei. How come he has become the protector of the underworld here? Shanks. It's indeed a bit strange. Could this be a hint that Yi Lingyun will betray him later and join the protagonist group? Amidst everyone's doubts, the video continues to play. The third parallel universe. Tai Lei is mourning for his master Yuan Zheng in front of his tombstone. Huo Linfei and others found him. I want to invite the other person to join the Super Beast Team. Together we can prevent Pluton from being resurrected. However, Taylor's response is yet to come. The members of the Golden Elephant clan suddenly ran to the crowd, crying and begging Tyre not to leave. They are afraid that the Whale Shark army will return again, wanting Tai Lei to stay and protect them. Hopefully Terre will become their ruler. Led them to fight against the Whale Shark army. And after hearing Huo Linfei say that if Pluton cannot be prevented from being resurrected, they will eventually become slaves again. These members of the Golden Elephant clan actually said, if I had known this was the case, then we shouldn't have resisted from the beginning. The tribesmen's words made Tai Lei furious. And after seeing Tai Lei get furious, the people of the Golden Elephant clan even knelt down directly towards each other. Please tell Taylor to save them. Such a scene. The words that the Whale Shark King said before couldn't help but echo in Tai Lei's mind again. People like this will never be free, because their hearts have long been shackles. Monkey D. Dragon. It's really sad. Even though these people of the Golden Elephant tribe have been liberated, the servility in their hearts has still not been eliminated. Sir Crocodile. Just as the Whale Shark King said, even if he is defeated, these people will still not be free, and they will still need another strong man to rule them. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. These people of the Golden Elephant clan even began to regret resisting the rule of the Whale Shark King. It is so interesting. Gecko Moria. He. Isn't their performance the best proof of the theory that the Whale Shark King mentioned before? Jinbei. It's a pity that Tai Lei's master Yuan Zheng still thought about influencing these Golden Elephant clansmen with love until his death. Dracula Mahawk. This is the tragedy of the weak. If they are not ruled by the strong, they will feel uneasy and confused. Bartholomew Kuma. No, it shouldn't be like this. These slaves just haven't gotten the guidance to fight for it and haven't learned what true freedom is. Sabo. Saving and civilizing as many people as possible like the Golden Elephant tribe is the mission of our revolutionary army. Inside the viewing screen, video continues, facing the Golden Elephant clan members who were kneeling on the ground and begging. Tai Lei, Huo Linfei and others were silent. I didn't know how to respond for a while. And just then, a strange energy suddenly approached. The Earth quickly broke into the third parallel universe. The Cloud Bat team sent by Yi Lingyun. Arrive. Chapter 13. The power of the Cloud Bat formation. The terrible Cloud Bat army kneel down and beg for flower evaluation votes. With the arrival of the Cloud Bat team, the people of the Golden Elephant clan who were still pleading with Tai Lei immediately began to flee in all directions. Huo Linfei and others rushed forward immediately. Start a battle with the 7 Cloud Bat squad soldiers. What surprised everyone was The Super Beast warriors who had just defeated the Whale Shark King not long ago. Now facing these Cloud Bat soldiers. Unexpectedly, he couldn't get any benefit from the other party. Even when Huo Linfei and the others saw the enemy, it was a bit difficult. They all used their Super Beast weapons to quickly resolve the battle. The next moment they saw the 7 soldiers of the Cloud Bat team. It's actually the same as them. The Super Beast weapon was used exactly the same. The gap between the two sides did not widen because of this. Not only that, these 7 members of the Cloud Bat team are obviously battle-hardened. The cooperation between them is extremely tacit. After a fierce battle, Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tianyu were knocked down one after another. Unexpectedly, he fell into a hard battle and disadvantage. John. Damn it, are these soldiers under Yi Lingyun so strong? All of them can actually be armed with super beasts. Silver Axe. I take back what I said before that they were just delivering food. It seems that the protagonist group has another fierce battle to fight. Akoku. Even his soldiers are already so strong. No wonder Yi Lingyun had the confidence to say before that it was absolutely impossible for the Super Beast team to make it through the 4th parallel universe alive. Rox D. Zebek. Mater. Laozi suddenly felt a little envious of Yi Lingyun. How great it would be if this Cloud Bat team member was Laozi's subordinate. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la, old captain, you are a bit foolish and dreaming. Kaido. Old captain. You have to know that the Cloud Bat team is Yi Lingyun's subordinate, and Yi Lingyun is Pluton's subordinate, and Pluton is Luo Ye's previous life. How dare you openly covet Luo? Aren't you afraid that he'll beat you if it's something like that? Charlotte Linlin. Well, that is to say, old captain, you are already dead, and you are in the underworld instead of the real world, so you dare to be so confident. Luo Ye. Actually, I can also beat the underworld world without fail. Rox D. Zebek. This moment, looking at the statement Luo Ye left in the movie-watching chat group. His tone was as indifferent as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Good guy. The other party can actually beat the dead souls in the underworld. Doesn't this mean, can the other party go back and forth between the real world and the hell world at will? No one doubts the truth of Luo Ye's words. Because they know, based on the opponent's strength and status, there is absolutely no need to tell such a lie. And after understanding this, everyone couldn't help but silently warn themselves again in their hearts. Never mess with Luo Ye. Never mess with Luo Ye. If not, I'm afraid I don't even know how I died. And what's even more terrifying is, even if you are dead, Luo Ye can also go to the underworld to continue teaching you a lesson. This is really a ghost that will not be let go. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After seeing that the Super Beast warriors were at a disadvantage facing the Cloud Bat team, the people of the Golden Elephant tribe had already fled in all directions. He suddenly ran back again. They all knelt down in front of the Cloud Bat team, cried in a tone of fear and supplication. Please spare us, we don't dare to resist anymore. Terry saw this scene in his eyes. I just feel extremely sad in my heart. And this also made him completely determined. Join the Super Beast team. Stop Pluton from being resurrected. Maybe that's the only way. Only the people of the Golden Elephant clan can escape the fate of being enslaved. So far, Terry officially joins the main cast. Together with Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tianyu, successfully completed the 4-in-1 Super Beast God. In the Super Beast God tetramorphic form, Huo Linfei and others finally regained the advantage, beating the Cloud Bat team to defeat. However, I haven't had time to be happy for too long. The 7 members of the Cloud Bat team gathered together. A special combat formation called Cloud Bat Formation was used. The Cloud Bat Formation can concentrate all the supernatural energy of all the warriors in the formation into one person. This greatly increases that person's supernatural energy. The combat effectiveness also skyrocketed. Then, the Super Beast team once again fell into a disadvantage. Even the 4-in-1 Super Beast God, still unable to defeat the opponent. Monkey D. Garp. Hiss. There is something special about this Cloud Bat Formation. It can actually gather all the power of other people into one person, greatly increasing that person's combat effectiveness. In order to achieve this, the people who use the cloud bat formation must cooperate with each other in a tacit understanding. This cloud bat team must have gone through countless trainings before this. Sengoku. If such a wonderful battle formation can be popularized in naval headquarters, then our marine's strength will increase by many times. Zephyr. It's a pity that we don't have the so-called supernatural energy in the super beast armed world. I don't know if we can achieve similar effects if we use hockey instead. Porosalino. Rather than this, I actually want to say, if the whale shark king sees this video, he will probably faint in the toilet from crying. Kuzan. It's true. When the protagonist team fought against the whale shark king, they only used the super beast god triad. But now to deal with a cloud bat team, they actually have to use the super beast god quadruple. They haven't taken over yet. What advantages? Sakazuki. In fact, if the whale shark king had not been attacked twice from behind by Taylor, even the four-body super beast god might not be his opponent. Inside the viewing screen, video continues. After a hard battle with the cloud bat team, Slim Jun in the Xuanwu spaceship finally got help from artificial intelligence Lisa. The weaknesses of the cloud bat formation were analyzed. Although the cloud bat array can greatly increase the supernatural energy of the leader. But accordingly, the supernatural energy of other members located behind the cloud bat formation will weaken accordingly. So just defeat them one by one from behind. You can disintegrate the cloud bat formation. After learning this, the Super Beast team immediately changed their combat methods. Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tai Lei control the three-piece Super Beast god. Resist the attack of the cloud bat team from the front. And Tian Yu, who broke away from the Super Beast god. It is controlling the Phoenix Feather god. Attack from behind the cloud bat formation. With such cooperation, the Super Beast team finally succeeded in defeating the cloud bat formation. Won another battle. Monkey D. Luffy. It's not easy. Huo Linfei and the others finally defeated that cloud bat team. Rorano Azoro. Why do I feel that this 7-member cloud bat team is even more troublesome than the previous Scorpion King and Whale Shark King? Trafalgar Law. That Yi Lingyun actually has such a powerful subordinate, how strong must he be? Eustace Kid. With such powerful subordinates as the Yunbat team, how many people do Yi Lingyun have under his command? Kira. I think this one should be enough. This cloud bat team can compete with the 4-in-1 Super Beast God. If Yi Lingyun has several such teams under his command, wouldn't it be too scary? Too much. Barouge. Yes, if that's the case, no matter how cheating the protagonist group is, they won't be able to get through the 4th parallel universe ruled by Yi Lingyun, right? Basil Hawkins. Tarot reading tells me that things may not be as simple as you think. Capone Beige. What do you mean? Could it be said that Yi Lingyun really has more than just one team of cloud bats under his command? Scourgeman Apu. Real or fake? Is your divination accurate as a magician? Are you trying to fool us? X Drake. There is no point in arguing about these. If you want to know the answer, you only need to wait until Huo Linfei and the others enter the 4th parallel universe, and everything will be revealed naturally. Video continues. Huo Linfei and others who defeated the Cloud Bat team did not stay in the 3rd parallel universe for long. At this time, there are only the last 3 days left before Pluton is fully resurrected. The Super Beast team did not dare to delay in any way. When the time comes to set off for the 4th parallel universe, and when the Xuanwu spacecraft landed on the Earth in the 4th parallel universe, in an instant, a large amount of abnormal energy fluctuations were detected, surrounding them. Huo Linfei and others immediately stood ready. Be prepared to meet the enemy. But when they got off the Xuanwu spaceship and set foot on that land, still couldn't help but be shocked by the sight in front of me. All I saw was the originally deserted plain. Figures wearing dark purple armor emerged one after another. Huo Linfei and others were heavily surrounded. The strange energy on these Cloud Bat warriors fluctuates. It was actually no weaker than the previous Cloud Bat team. And their number is even more exaggerated. Look around. As a rough estimate, there are at least thousands of them. For a while, no matter it is the members of Super Beast team, or maybe it's the people in the pirate world who are watching the video, I couldn't help but feel a little sluggish. Chapter 14 The Battle Between Good and Evil, Pluton Protector is a philosopher per capita. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Buggy. Hiss. Kirby. Hiss. Balumber. Hiss. When the Cloud Bat legions in the video appeared one after another, there were gasps of cold air in the movie-watching chat group. John. Damn it. Real or fake? There are actually so many warriors like the previous Cloud Bat Legion. Silver Axe. This number of people must be at least 5,000. Akoku. If all these thousands of Cloud Bat warriors are like the previous Cloud Bat team, capable of super beast weapons and capable of forming a Cloud Bat formation. Shiki. Well, that's a shame. I think the protagonists should just admit defeat. Rox D. Zebek. Envy. Jealous. If Lousy could have had such an army, he would have been able to fight all the way from the Grand Line to Mariajoy. Gal D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Rox, there is no need for us to say more such unrealistic words, right? Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. I think the old captain has not yet accepted his failure, so he can only rely on this unrealistic fantasy to comfort himself. Kaido. Lousy is now very curious. How should Huo Linfei and the others deal with this Cloud Bat army next? Charlotte Linlin. If the strength of these thousands of Cloud Bat warriors is similar to that of the previous team, I can't even think of how the protagonist group can win. Shanks. Yes, the previous 7-man team was a bit difficult for Huo Linfei and the others to resist. Now the number has increased almost 1,000 times, and there is also Bat King Yi Lingyun waiting for them. Douglas Bullet. Haha, I really can't wait to know the next progress. What Lousy likes to see most is that the guys in the protagonist group are defeated. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. As the Cloud Bat army surrounded Huo Linfei and others, Yi Shaozi, the deputy general of the Cloud Bat Legion, also appeared on the scene. Huo Linfei took the lead in fighting with the opponent. However, because the Earth's magnetic field in the fourth parallel universe is somewhat special, the new Super Beast team has not been able to adapt to the environment here. Therefore, it is not possible to equip Super Beasts for the time being. On the other hand, Night Owl's side. Naturally, there are no such restrictions on one's own territory. Faced with Night Owl who entered the Super Beast arms, Huo Linfei, who had been fighting back and forth with the opponent before, gradually began to feel a little powerless. Then, Long Jian, Tian Yu, Tai Lei and others also took action one after another. The 4 of them fight against the Night Owl together. Finally, he successfully knocked down the opponent. It was forced to withdraw from the Super Beast armed state. The furious Night Owl immediately ordered the Cloud Bat Legion to take action together. However, at this time, Yi Lingyun appeared and stopped the actions of the Cloud Bat Legion. Huo Linfei recognized Yi Lingyun as one of the people he had played basketball with before. The two sides started talking about this. You also recognize me. Huo Linfei was a little surprised that Yi Lingyun handed over his name as soon as they met. Yi Lingyun nodded. Certainly. You killed the Scorpion King and the Whale Shark King, how could I not recognize you? Long Jian asked seriously. Do you want to avenge them? In response, Yi Lingyun just shook his head slightly and said, no, it's not necessary. It is the way of heaven for the strong to defeat the weak. I'm not trying to be heaven-defying. All I want is for you to retreat. Hearing this, Tianyu stood up and firmly refused. No, that's impossible. We're going to stop Pluton's resurrection. Otherwise, the entire universe will be ruled by Pluton. Yi Lingyun asked back, what's wrong with ruling? Without the rule of the strong, the world would be in chaos. Taylor clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, you're talking nonsense. The strong should not rule the weak at all, but rather love them. Hearing this, Yi Lingyun smiled disdainfully. Love is just an excuse to feel sick. It's an excuse for the weak to beg the strong for something they don't deserve. Huo Linfei said angrily, you're talking nonsense. You are simply confusing right and wrong, and do not distinguish between good and evil. Yi Lingyun continued to ask, there is no distinction between good and evil. Is there good and evil in this world? Of course, Huo Linfei answered firmly. Next moment, Yi Lingyun's figure suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Huo Linfei and others. Then let me ask you. What is goodness? What is evil? What seems good to me is evil to you. There is no absolute good or evil in this world. Even if there is, it is the strong who proves it to the weak through force. Long Jian helplessly shook his head and said, "It seems that you neither recognize good or evil nor love. You only recognize your force." Yi Lingyun said categorically, "Yes, force is the only way to resolve all conflicts. And love? Absolutely not." Huo Linfei frowned and shouted, "You are using strong words to make sense." Yi Lingyun's momentum was not lost at all. He pointed at Huo Linfei and others and shouted, "It's you who are using your strong words to make excuses. You say you don't like force. But I have to use force to force my way into my territory. You keep saying that love can resolve all conflicts. But your behavior just proves force is the only way to resolve all conflicts. And love is absolutely not." After a few words, Yi Lingyun directly shocked Huo Linfei and others into silence. Even their fighting will was reduced accordingly. After a long moment of silence, Huo Linfei then took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Our mission is to stop Pluton from dominating the world. If you insist on standing in front of us, then I, Huo Linfei, have no choice but to accompany you to the end." Kaido. Why do I feel that Huo Linfei can't talk to Yi Lingyun, so he starts acting like a rogue? Charlotte Linlin. Well, Yi Lingyun is here to debate with you which is the solution to the conflict, force or love. As a result, the protagonist group talked about each other and started to directly refer to their mission. Edward Newgate. Mission. Mission is not something they can just say casually. If that's the case, why did they have to say so many sanctimonious truths before? Shiki. In my opinion, the protagonist group just wants to make what they do sound noble. John. Yes, I even think that even they themselves don't believe much in the philosophy they just mentioned. Silver Axe. Who says it's not? Otherwise, how could they have been silenced by Yi Lingyun just now, and even their will to fight was reduced? Akoku. Looking at Yi Lingyun, I can confirm that he really has a set of ideas that he firmly believes in. He did not waver at all in the process of refuting the protagonist group. Rox D. Gall D. Roger. That's true. On the contrary, the protagonist group's belief has been shaken several times from before to now. Baroric Redfield. The protagonists' beliefs are wavering, while the villains' beliefs are unwavering. This is the first time I've seen this happen. Marshall D. Teach. This makes me more and more curious. What kind of person is Pluton, the leader of the underworld, who can make several guardians with such firm beliefs willingly surrender? What kind of beliefs does he have? Persist in. Sengoku. As mentioned in the previous video, the underworld is located in the 5th parallel universe, and the protagonist group has now arrived in the 4th parallel universe. This also means that as long as they break through the 4th parallel universe guarded by Yi Lingyun and the Yunbat Legion, Huo Linfei and the others can successfully enter the underworld. Zephyr. By then, the mysterious Pluton will have officially appeared, right? Monkey D. Garp. But, facing the powerful Yi Lingyun and the Cloud Bat Legion, can Huo Linfei and the others really get through? Why do I feel a little confused? Porosalino. Although this thing does seem impossible, but there is nothing that the protagonist Halo can't do. Kuzan. Kizaru, I have to refute you. At least when it comes to winning the protector of the underworld, even Huo Linfei and the others, who have the aura of the protagonist, have never done it until now. Sakazuki. Maybe this is what is called, my ideas are above yours, right? Porosalino. Sakazuki, when did you learn such a fashionable saying? This is not like you. Sakazuki. Inside the viewing screen, video continues. Seeing that Huo Linfei and others couldn't defeat him, they were ready to go to war directly. Yi Lingyun smiled slightly and said calmly, "Everyone has the right to choose the path they want to take. I can give you a chance for a fair duel." Hear the words. Huo Linfei was immediately eager to try. Good. Then I'll go first. However, Yi Lingyun shook his head gently. Then he waved at the 4 members of the Super Beast team at the same time. No, you guys come together. That calm and unhurried attitude. That understatement. Every gesture. Obviously, Huo Linfei and others were not taken seriously at all. Chapter 15. The upright Yi Lingyun, the cruel and cunning night owl, kneel down and beg for flower evaluation votes. Gecko Moria. Good guy. This is just a pretense for him. Yi Lingyun is a little crazy this night. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu. He said he would give the protagonist team a fair chance to fight, but in the end he asked 4 members of the Super Beast team to fight him together. This wave of ridicule was full of laughter. Dracula Mahawk. This is the confidence and pride that belongs to the strong, and he does have this pride. Sir Crocodile. In fact, I feel that the previous Scorpion King and Whale Shark King also had the ability to be so proud, but it was a pity that they met a group of losers with the aura of the protagonist. Jinbei. So even if Yi Lingyun is indeed very strong, facing protagonists like Huo Linfei and the others now, it is estimated that if he is not careful, he may capsize in the gutter. Video continues. Although Yi Lingyun said that Huo Linfei and others could challenge him together. But obviously, Huo Linfei and the others also have their own dignity and persistence. In the end, they decided to adopt a one-on-one fair showdown. The Super Beast team was the first to play. It's Tai Lei. The battle has just begun. Tai Lei was suppressed and beaten by Yi Lingyun. Basically there is no way to fight back. Period. Taylor also successfully triggered one of the protagonist's must-have passives, Memory Kill. He began to recall the words his master Yuan Zheng once said when he taught him how to use Ben Lei Ju. In such memories, Tai Lei also successfully mastered the essentials of Ben Lei Ju. The body and soul are united to attack the enemy in one place. As a result, the power of Ben Lei Ju once again rose to a higher level. Unfortunately, even so, Tai Lei was still no match for Yi Lingyun. Easily defeated by it, immediately afterwards, Long Jian continued to fight in Tai Lei's place. Just like the other person, Long Jian was also ruthlessly crushed by Yi Lingyun as soon as he came up. Then trigger the memory-killing passive. He began to recall the scenes when his master Zhonglong taught him how to use Hanying Ju. Then he successfully understood the key points of Hanying Ju. Attack 3 points against the enemy and keep 7 points for yourself. With the enhanced power of the Cold Shadow art. In addition, Yi Lingyun was careless and underestimated the enemy. Long Jian finally succeeded in hitting the opponent and knocked him to the ground. John. Haha, it is indeed like this again, the halo of the protagonist explodes one after another. Silver Axe. Okay, this is how you play, right? One by one, they launched a memory kill in the battle, understood the secret of the secret move, and their combat power increased instantly. It was really outrageous. Akoku. Why is it that only the protagonist can suddenly become stronger in battle every time? Is it because the rest of us are not worthy? Shiki. Don't ask, it means you don't have the halo of the protagonist. Video continues. Seeing Yi Lingyun knocked to the ground by his own Hanying Ju, Long Jian couldn't help but feel happy. However, he was not happy for long. A figure suddenly came quickly from behind. Appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Then a hard blow landed on Long Jian's back. He beat Long Jian until he could no longer get up. The abnormal energy in the body weakens rapidly. The person who took action was not Yi Lingyun, but it was Yi Shaozi, the deputy general of the Cloud Bat Legion who had been scolded by Yi Lingyun once before. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shaozi once again grabbed Long Jian, who had lost the ability to fight. Prepared to end the other person's life completely. Crucial moment. An angry shout came. Stop. Not far away, Yi Lingyun slowly stood up from the ground, even though he had been hit by Long Jian's cold shadow art earlier. But at this moment, he acted like a normal person. There were no signs of injury at all. Yi Lingyun walked slowly towards Yi Shaozi. There seemed to be a bit of anger in his tone. I said this was a fair duel. No one else is allowed to interfere. Yi Owl, didn't you hear? Night Owl hesitated to explain something. However, Yi Lingyun did not give him a chance to explain. He punched him hard in the abdomen. Knocked the Night Owl away. Then he stopped the Cloud Bat Legion that was fighting Huo Linfei and others. Prepare to continue the fair showdown with the Super Beast team. Not only that, Yi Lingyun was not stingy in praising Long Jian. Even the opponent's cold shadow art and even Yi Lingyun's body protecting energy failed to break through. It did not cause any injuries to him. But Yi Lingyun still took the initiative to announce that he had lost the round. The current duel record with the Super Beast team is 1-1. Monkey D. Luffy. Wow, this guy named Yi Lingyun is really a good guy. Unlike his subordinates, he actually carried out sneak attacks. Roronoa Zoro. He fights openly, wins with dignity, and will not be stingy in recognizing and praising his enemies. Yi Lingyun is definitely a real man. Vinsmoke Sanji. Gentleman. In my opinion, Yi Lingyun is an out-and-out gentleman. Usopp. After all these twists and turns, Yi Lingyun's personality charm has improved a lot. It feels like even his appearance has also improved a lot. Tony Chopper. I also want to be a man like Yi Lingyun. Frankie. I admire you. This uncle has great admiration for Yi Lingyun. Brook. I'm really impressed that a villain can have such charisma, even though I'm just a skeleton without eyes. Yo hoo hoo. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. In order to delay as much time as possible, Sho Shangjun, who is in the Xuanwu spaceship, can help everyone adapt to the special magnetic field of the fourth parallel universe Earth. Tian Yu, who was next to fight, did not choose Yi Lingyun as his opponent. Instead, he set his target on Yi Owl. Take advantage of Feng Yu's flexibility and speed in the air. Tian Yu did have a stalemate with Yi Shaozi for a long time. But Yi Owl's strength is actually far more powerful than it seems. Tian Yu was finally defeated, seriously injured. Immediately afterwards, Huo Linfei replaced Tian Yu. Continue the duel with Night Owl. And with the help of Sho Shojin, he finally successfully completed the Super Beast arms. But what Huo Linfei didn't expect was, Night Owl's Bat Super Beast can emit a strong wave of ultrasonic interference, thus affecting his action instructions to Huan Lin Shen. Under such interference, it became extremely difficult for Huo Linfei to move. Soon he was seriously injured by Night Owl. He fell to the ground and could no longer move. Even the supernatural energy dropped to zero. Lives are at stake. So far, the duel between the Super Beast team and the Cloud Bat Legion. The record became 3 losses and 1 win. But the remaining 2 people, Long Jian and Tai Lei, seemed to have no intention of admitting defeat. The 2 of them entered the Super Beast arms one after another. Start to join forces to attack Night Owl. Until then, Yi Lingyun, who had never intervened in the duel between the 2 sides before, took action. The actions of Long Jian and Tai Lei were imprisoned using soul-locking tribulation. The 2 of them were beaten so hard in the blink of an eye that they were forced to withdraw from the Super Beast arms. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha, now it's interesting. All 4 members of the protagonist group have been defeated. It seems that there is no possibility of a comeback. Shiki. No, did you forget? Huo Linfei was in a state of suspended animation at this moment, and his consciousness entered Zhan Mingzi's metaspace, and maybe the protagonist's halo would burst out again soon. Gal D. Roger. I have to say that Yi Lingyun's character is truly impeccable. He never violated the principle of fair duel from beginning to end. Silver Rayleigh. Indeed, even his last attack was only because Long Jian and Tai Lei were unwilling to admit defeat and took the lead in breaking the rules and jointly attacking Yi Shaozi, so Yi Lingyun stopped them. Shanks. Compared to the upright Yi Lingyun, that Yi Owl is much more ruthless and cunning, and his strength is deeply hidden. Edward Newgate. From this Night Owl, I even seem to see a little bit of that B************ D. Teach. Marco. Dad and I have the same feeling. Yi Owl seems to be very similar to that B******** D. Teach. Maybe he will betray Yi Lingyun later. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha, is that so? I'll just assume you are complimenting me. Josie. Bah, Teach, you, the traitor who killed your comrades, are the ultimate B***********************. D. The video continues to play. The picture came to the meta space. At this moment, Huo Linfei was accepting the teachings of Zhan Mingzi. If you want to leave this metaspace and get rid of the state of suspended animation, Huo Linfei must burst out with more powerful supernatural energy. In this way, we can break through the constraints of the metaspace. Under the earnest guidance of Zhan Yizi, Huo Linfei gradually came to a realization. Zhang Yizi's low words kept echoing in his ears. The height of a fountain does not exceed its source. The supernatural energy of the super beast warriors will never exceed the belief in their hearts. Chapter 16 Between Heaven and Hell. I have no right to choose, only my chosen destiny. Kneel down and ask for a review of flowers. The height of a fountain does not exceed its source. The supernatural energy of the super beast warriors will never exceed the belief in their hearts. Huo Linfei completely understood the meaning of this sentence. The supernatural energy instantly increased tenfold. Subsequently, Zhang Yizi relied on the power of the Lion Fleet Group, successfully sent Huo Linfei's consciousness out of the metaspace. Huo Linfei woke up from his state of suspended animation. Finally, he rescued his companions before Yi Shaozi killed Long Jian and others. Immediately afterwards, Huo Linfei, whose strength had greatly increased, once again started a battle with Yi Shaozi. And this time, Yi Owl is no match for him at all. He was about to lose. But the cunning Night Owl is not the kind of person who would admit defeat obediently. Seeing that he was no match for Huo Linfei, Yi Owl suddenly had a plan in mind. He directly grabbed Tian Yu, who was lying on the ground and could not afford to be seriously injured. Then he threatened Tian Yu's life. Huo Linfei didn't dare to let go of his hands and feet to fight. Under such insidious means, Huo Linfei could only let Yi Owl keep attacking him. Eventually he was seriously injured. The supernatural energy that was finally restored was exhausted again. Today next year will be your death anniversary. In the screen, Yi Shaozi sneered and came to Huo Linfei and others who had no power to resist. Prepare to kill them all with a painful blow. However, at this time, Yi Lingyun on the side suddenly took action again. Only this time he attacked the target. It's not Huo Linfei and the others, but Night Owl. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. Yi Owl was knocked away directly. Subsequently, under the confused gaze of everyone, Yi Lingyun controls the Cloud Bat God. A huge ball of purple energy quickly gathered between his palms. Huo Linfei, Long Jian, Tai Lei and Tian Yu were wrapped in it. At first, Huo Linfei and others seemed a little panicked. I don't know what Yi Lingyun wants to do. But soon, they just discovered something was wrong. Under the envelope of the purple ball of light, the strange energy within the four of them, it was actually recovering at an extremely fast speed. Not only that, even the injuries on their bodies, they are all healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Tianyu, who was the most seriously injured among them, he was completely healed in less than a while, completely restored to peak condition. But this also made everyone more and more puzzled. Now there is obviously a chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. But Yi Lingyun is their enemy. Not only did he not kill him painfully, instead, he helped them treat their injuries. The other party did this. For what purpose? Yi Lingyun, what do you mean? Huo Linfei asked very puzzledly. Yi Lingyun's tone was calm as usual, and he said softly, I just want to fulfill your needs and give you a chance for a fair duel. Said. Yi Lingyun turned around again. Arriving in front of Yi Shaozi, he said in a deep voice. Night Owl, being mean is just a trick of the weak. A truly strong person wouldn't even bother doing this. Gall D. Roger. Good. Well said. Being despicable is just a trick of the weak, and the real strong don't even bother to do it. I really like this Yi Lingyun's character. Rocks D. Edward Newgate. Compared with Yi Lingyun's uprightness, Yi Shaozi's methods are indeed inferior and appear particularly despicable and shameless. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha, I feel Yi Lingyun is a bit naive this time. In a battle, as long as the final result is victory, who will care whether the process and means of your victory are despicable or not? Marco. Ha ha, Teach, don't think that everyone is as despicable as you. Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha. Although I admire Yi Lingyun's above-boardness, but in my opinion, he is just seeking death. Kaido. Indeed, Huo Linfei and the others were all seriously injured just now. There is no possibility of a comeback at all, even if the protagonist's halo breaks out. But after Yi Lingyun's treatment, the result is probably in doubt again. Charlotte Linlin. Well, maybe Yi Lingyun feels that even if he helps the protagonist group recover from their injuries, the other party will still not be his opponent, right? He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Shanks. but I have to say that Yi Lingyun does have the qualifications and strength to be confident, and it's okay to even be conceited. Ben Beckman. I paid a little attention. From just now to now, Yi Lingyun has used 3 stunts, namely Ghost Shadow Tribulation, Dead Moon Tribulation and Soul Locking Tribulation. Charlotte Katakuri. Among them, Ghost Shadow Tribulation and Death Moon Tribulation are both very powerful killing moves, while Soul Locking Tribulation is a skill that can interfere with and control the enemy. Jin. Not only that, he also has a healing skill that restored all 4 Huo Linfei to their peak condition in just a moment. This healing effect is much more powerful than Beibu, the healing elf in the protagonist group. John. It can be said that Yi Lingyun is a powerful warrior with no shortcomings in all aspects, and his combat power is amazing. Silver Axe. It is precisely because of this that he has the confidence to help the protagonist team recover and give them another chance for a fair duel. Akoku. To be honest, even if the protagonist group has now fully recovered, with Yi Lingyun's strength and the fact that he has such a powerful Cloud Bat army, I really can't think of how he can lose. Sengoku. Maybe, the variable will come from that night owl. Yi Shaozi has been reprimanded by Yi Lingyun several times for his despicable methods, and he may hold a grudge for this. Sakazuki. Let me tell you, disobedient subordinates like this should have been eradicated long ago. Soldiers who disobey the general's orders are no different from traitors. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After understanding Yi Lingyun's intention, Long Jian said gratefully, "Thank you for saving Tianyu and saving us." Yi Lingyun crossed his arms indifferently. "I don't want to save you. But I don't want to break the rules of a fair duel. We were wrong just now, so I have to correct this mistake." Huo Lin took a step forward and stretched out a palm. "Yi Lingyun, if we are not enemies, I'd love to be friends with someone like you." Yi Lingyun responded, "We can also be friends now, as long as you are willing to join our ranks of strong men." Huo Linfei was speechless. Taylor stood up and firmly refused. "Impossible. We will never help Pluton rule others." Yi Lingyun sighed. "Pity. This world is meant for the strong to rule the weak." Terry couldn't help but ask, "Why must the strong rule over the weak? Can't we help the weak?" Yi Lingyun responded patiently, "Even if it helps, it's only temporary. Desire sooner or later drives the strong to plunder and rule." Taylor retorted, "My people are a kind people and have never been aggressive. I won't take the initiative to attack others." Yi Lingyun shook his head. "That's just because your people are not strong enough now. When they grow from weak to strong, why don't they invade others?" "Absolutely not," Taylor replied resolutely. "Are you sure?" Yi Lingyun asked playfully. "Rocks D. Zebek." Ha 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 ha. It made me laugh so hard. How could this Taylor have the nerve to say such a thing? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu, are the golden elephants kind? Has Tai Lei forgotten how his master Yuan Zheng died? Sir Crocodile. Those members of the Golden Elephant clan, when they were still weak, would personally kill an old man who had been with them for so long in order to survive. Do you call this kindness? Gecko Moria. He, such a group of people, if they have powerful power themselves, I don't know what they will do. Maybe they will be even more outrageous than the whale sharks who enslaved them before. Gilder Tezzolo. That Terra is indeed telling lies with his eyes open. Douglas Bullitt. And he actually has the nerve to ask why the strong can't help the weak. I'm curious, why must the strong help the weak? Baroric Redfield. The strength of the strong is not innate, but earned through hard work. The weak actually want to sit back and enjoy the gains, and get the protection of the strong without having to pay anything. This is how can there be such truth in the world? Rox D. Zebek. So, these ideas of the protagonist group are actually all based on hypocrisy, which is both naive and disgusting. Video continues. Under Yi Lingyun's rhetorical question, Tai Lei suddenly recalled the scene when his master was killed by the Golden Elephant tribe. For a while, he began to waver. Long Jian noticed Tai Lei's inner wavering. He quickly stepped forward and continued. Yi Lingyun, you only see the dark side of human beings. But they overlook that there is still a glorious side to human nature. That's love. The biggest difference between love and hate is, love can make people look forward to the future. Hate can only remind people of the painful past. At this time, Tianyu also said, Yi Lingyun, please join our Super Beast team. Would you rather choose the darkness of hell than the light of heaven? As soon as these words came out, Yi Lingyun couldn't help laughing. I saw his figure slowly floating up, flying towards high altitude. At the same time, his deep voice began to echo around. Between heaven and hell, I don't have the right to choose, only my chosen destiny. Destiny has destined me to live in the darkness, and it has also destined me to be the strong one in the darkness. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak, and there is no compassion and love for the weak. Chapter 17 The Backstab from Night Owl, The Crisis of Annihilation of Super Beast Team. Kneel down and beg for flower evaluation votes. Buggy. It's started. It's started. The small class on philosophy of the underworld has started again. Eustace Kid. I don't know what these protagonists are thinking, but they actually try to persuade Yi Lingyun by talking. Kira. Haha, there's no other way. After all, we can't compete with each other in terms of strength, so we can only use words. Basil Hawkins. If he were an ordinary villain, he might have been defeated by the protagonist talk. Capone Beige. It's a pity. The Guardians under Pluton's command, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of verbal skills, are much better than the protagonist group. Scourgeman Apu. Between heaven and hell, I don't have the right to choose, only the fate I am chosen. I will regard this sentence as my motto. Barouge. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. That's so true. X Drake. The weak eat the strong, and the weak can only be at the mercy of the strong. This is the eternal truth in the world. Kaido. In front of a strong person, don't talk about strength and talk about love. It's really childish and ridiculous. Charlotte Linlin. Well, sure enough, I still agree more with the concept of the underworld. Compared to the protagonist group winning, I would rather Pluton rule the entire world. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Hearing what Yi Lingyun said, Terry couldn't help but clenched his fists. This is why we will always be at odds. Because people like you don't know what love is. Huo Linfei also added, an arrogant person is pitiful. A person who doesn't know how to love is insignificant. Hearing this, Yi Ling Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but laugh. Then the figure continued to fly towards the high sky. Small. The higher we fly, the smaller we appear in the eyes of those who cannot fly. Finish this sentence. Yi Lingyun seemed to have no interest in continuing to talk to Huo Linfei and others. He ordered in a deep voice. Cloud Bat Legion, form up. The words fell. Thousands of Cloud Bat warriors immediately responded to the call, flying high into the sky in unison. They floated in an orderly manner behind Yi Lingyun. Super Beast Arms. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by Yi Lingyun's loud shout, the Cloud Bat Legion entered the Super Beast armed form together with him. Thousands of extremely huge Cloud Bat Super Beasts were suspended in the dark night sky. The momentum is great. It looks absolutely spectacular. And it doesn't end there. I saw Yi Lingyun at the front making a big move. Giant Cloud Bat formation. Next moment, streams of majestic supernatural energy surged out from the body of the super beast named Cloud Bat. At the same time, they gathered towards Yi Lingyun's Cloud Bat God. Just a few moments, the supernatural energy in Yi Lingyun's body increased several levels, and the sense of oppression coming from it. This is something that the Super Beast team has never faced before. Shiki. Good guy. All of these thousands of Cloud Bat warriors are actually equipped with Super Beast weapons. John. Not only are they all armed with Super Beasts, but they can actually all use the Cloud Bat formation together. No, it should be called the Giant Cloud Bat formation. Silver Axe. Thousands of Cloud Bat warriors cast a Giant Cloud Bat formation together. How terrifying should the increase in supernatural energy be? Akoku. I only know one thing, Yi Lingyun's strength at the moment is absolutely terrifying. Edward Newgate. No wonder he dared to help the protagonist group treat their injuries so confidently before. He never thought that he would lose. Rox D. Zebek. This is the absolute self-confidence of a strong man. If I were Yi Lingyun, there is no way Lousy would take the protagonist group seriously. Gall D. Roger. Although, facing the Super Beast team with the aura of the protagonist, I think it is still not careless, maybe some mobs will suddenly pop up from somewhere. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Facing the oppressive Cloud Bat God and the Cloud Bat army, Huo Linfei and others did not dare to be careless at all. As soon as he came up, he directly performed the 4 combination of the Super Beast God. The battle begins, but it presents a one-sided situation without any suspense. With the blessing of the giant Cloud Bat array, Yi Lingyun's potential peak of supernatural energy has even exceeded 5.5 black holes. Even against the 4-in-1 Super Beast God, that was still an easy defeat. Not only that, even Lisa, the artificial intelligence of the Xuanwu spacecraft, had previously analyzed the weaknesses of the Scorpion King and the Whale Shark King and helped the Super Beast team make comebacks many times. This time, Yi Lingyun's weakness could not be found at all. The Cloud Bat God is incredibly fast. Its defensive power is such that even if you look at the 7 parallel universes, you can't find an opponent. It can be said, in this situation, the Super Beast team has no chance of winning. The fighting situation on the field seemed to support Lisa's analysis. In just a few moments, the 4-in-1 Super Beast God was beaten to the point of disintegration. Huo Linfei and others were all forced to withdraw from the Super Beast armed forces. The supernatural energy in the body is almost exhausted. His body was also covered in scars. Seeing that there is no possibility of a comeback for the Super Beast team, Yi Lingyun once again mobilized the supernatural energy of the entire Cloud Bat army. The momentum in the body is rising steadily. Let me end this fight. Death Moon Tribulation. The sound echoed. A terrifying killing move is also rapidly gathering. Looking at the scene in front of me, everyone in Super Beast team could not help but feel despair. The opponent is simply too powerful. There aren't any weaknesses yet. There's no way they can win. However, just when everyone thought it would stop there, next moment, inside the Cloud Bat formation, the Deputy General of the Cloud Bat Legion, Yi Shaozi, was only behind Yi Lingyun. Suddenly burst out without warning. While Yi Lingyun was accumulating strength to release his killing move, a heavy blow hit the Cloud Bat God's back. Cloud Bat God instantly fell to the ground. Yi Lingyun, who was seriously injured, withdrew from the Super Beast's armed state. The originally surging aura suddenly withered. Such an abrupt turn. Even Huo Linfei and others looked confused. And the other side, Yi Shaozi, who succeeded in the sneak attack, looked at Yi Lingyun who fell on the ground and said with a sinister smile, "Ha ha ha ha, you're right. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for a weakling like you." Yi Lingyun raised his head with some difficulty, gritted his teeth and said, "You're a despicable person. You don't deserve to be a strong person at all. Even less worthy of being the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion." Hear this. Night Owl seemed to have been stabbed in a vital point. He immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up. I am the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. If I hadn't been snatched away by you 10,000 years ago." Until now, only then did everyone know. It turned out to be 10,000 years ago. Night Owl is the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. At that time, Yi Lingyun was just a newcomer who had just joined the Cloud Bat Legion. But soon, Yi Lingyun launched a challenge to Yi Shaozi, and easily defeated the opponent in the challenge. In this way, he became the new leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. And it lasts for 10,000 years. Monkey D. Luffy. Damn it, that Night Owl actually attacked his comrade. It was really annoying. I really wanted to punch him away. Sengoku. I knew, that guy named Yi Owl must have bad intentions and will betray Yi Lingyun sooner or later. Edward Newgate. As expected, he is a guy who looks a bit like that B************* D Teach. He is really good at betrayal and sneak attacks. Marshall D Teach. Thief ha ha ha, he was actually successfully attacked by his own subordinates. This only shows that Yi Lingyun is not vigilant enough and is more or less naive. Dracula Mahawk. It turns out that the original leader of the Cloud Bat Legion was not Yi Lingyun, but Yi Owl. Gecko Moria. However, Yi Lingyun relied on his own true strength to defeat Yi Owl and won the position of leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. This is completely reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it. Jinbei. Although this is true, it is indeed almost impossible for Yi Owl, who has been deprived of his position as leader, to be completely loyal to Yi Lingyun. Bartholomew Kuma. It seems that Yi Owl's betrayal towards Yi Lingyun was already there 10,000 years ago. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Foo 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 foo. Unfortunately, Yi Owl is not as strong as Yi Lingyun, so he can only rely on sneak attacks and such unsightly tricks to regain power. Kaido. It turns out that this is the turning point for the protagonist group to win. If Yi Owl hadn't backstabbed him, I'm afraid the grass on Huo Linfei's grave would be almost 3 feet high now. Charlotte Linlin. Well, Yi Lingyun, who had no chance of losing, was stabbed in the back by his subordinates, and was eventually seriously injured and lost his fighting ability. This is another manifestation of the protagonist's halo, right? Shanks. What a pity. If nothing else happens, Yi Lingyun will most likely end up here. Gall D. Roger. To be honest, I really like Yi Lingyun. If he goes offline like this, I would really be reluctant to let him go. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Yi Shaozi looked at Yi Lingyun, who was feeling weak. He said proudly with a victor's attitude, "Yi Lingyun, for so many years I have played the little role of being obedient wholeheartedly. Because I have to wait for an opportunity. A chance to kill you in one fell swoop. Who knew? This would be 10,000 years. Fortunately, you are here today." When saying the last words, Yi Shaozi turned his attention to Huo Linfei and others again. Obviously this last sentence was addressed to them. Hear the words. Huo Linfei and others were a little furious. Tianyu couldn't help but said, "It seems that a despicable friend is far more terrifying than an upright enemy." Huo Linfei also took a step forward and said angrily, "Yi Shaozi, I don't know what kind of grudges there are between you and Yi Lingyun. But your sneak attack from behind really doesn't comply with the rules of a fair duel." Night Owl laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I never break the rules. Just twist it as much as possible. Say it." Night Owl controlled his super beast to rise into the sky. Ghost robbery. Powerful attacks fell from the sky. With surging supernatural energy, it instantly swept towards Huo Linfei and others below. Given the current state of Huo Linfei and others, it was simply impossible to block such a blow. Yi Lingyun suffered heavy injuries due to the sneak attack. At this moment, it is also the end of the battle. Even if you want to dodge, you can't. If he was hit by Yi Owl's Ghost Shadow Tribulation attack, whether it's Super Beast Team or Yi Lingyun, all must die. Chapter 18. Yi Lingyun defected. A strong person will never escape. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Looking at the ghostly shadows on the viewing screen that kept falling towards the Super Beast Team and Yi Lingyun, everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but become nervous at this moment. Even the breathing rate has slowed down a lot. Shiki. Hiss. Huo Linfei and Yi Lingyun are not really going to end up here, are they? Kaido. The protagonist group lousy doesn't care, but if a character like Yi Lingyun really dies in the hands of a despicable villain like Yi Shaozi, even lousy will feel very unhappy. Kazuki Odin. Haha, Kaido, do you still have the nerve to judge others? Kaido. Odin. Lousy didn't want to explain anything, but since you mentioned it again and again, Lousy can only tell you that what Kurozumi Higurashi did was not under Lousy's instruction, and she had already been given to her by Lousy. Even though he was beheaded, Lousy didn't even bother to do such a dirty thing. Charlotte Linlin. Well, Kaido, why are you explaining so much to a dead man? Instead of wasting your breath on this, you should pay more attention to the content of the video. Douglas Bullet. Although the situation of Huo Linfei and others in the video looks very dangerous, they have the aura of the protagonist around them, so there should be no big problems. Baloric Redfield. It's a bit hard to say about Yi Lingyun. After all, he is not a member of the protagonist group, and he does not have the halo of the protagonist. Gilder Tezzolo. Not only that, Yi Lingyun is also the enemy of the protagonist group and the biggest obstacle that prevents the protagonist group from going to the underworld. Maybe he will go offline in this way to make way for the protagonist group. Monkey D. Luffy. No, I think Yi Lingyun is a good person, and I don't want him to die. Douglas Bullet. Haha, you brat, who do you think you are? If you don't want him to die, he won't die. Is it possible that you think that you also have the halo of the protagonist and can achieve whatever you want? Monkey D. Garp. Hey, Bullet, how do you talk to my grandson? Believe it or not, I will go impel down and beat you up right now. Douglas Bullet. Inside the projection screen, the video continues to play. As the Night Owl's ghostly calamity gets closer and closer, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom at this moment. Good thing. Critical moment. Slim Jun arrived in time using the space-time transfer function of the Xuanwu spacecraft. All Huo Linfei and others, including Yi Lingyun, were teleported into the Xuanwu spaceship. Successfully blocked Night Owl's fatal blow. Sengoku. That little chubby guy seemed to have teleported Yi Lingyun into their Xuanwu spaceship. I thought Yi Lingyun might fall directly here, but unexpectedly he was saved by the protagonist group. Zephyr. After all, Yi Lingyun has rescued people from the protagonist group several times before and helped them heal their injuries. This can be regarded as repaying a favor by the protagonist group. Poor Salino. But in this case, Yi Lingyun shouldn't just join the protagonist group as a matter of course, right? Kuzan. Allah, maybe this is really possible. After all, on the Earth of the first parallel universe, Yi Lingyun appeared with Long Jian and Tai Lei. Sakazuki. If this is the case, then the strength of the protagonist group has greatly increased in a real sense. Yi Lingyun alone is enough to be worthy of everyone else in the Super Beast team. Additional calculation. In this case, Huo Linfei and the others should thank Yi Shaozi in turn. If it weren't for him stabbing Yi Lingyun in the back, the Super Beast team would not have ushered in such a powerful warrior. Flying Squirrel. It's a pity for Pluton this time. After being messed up by this treacherous boy like Night Owl, one of his guardians actually turned around and became a member of the protagonist group. Huo Shaoshan. Actually, I don't think it's necessary to say it so early. He was just transported into the Xuanwu spaceship. Yi Lingyun may not really join the protagonist group because of this. Doberman. Yes, it can be seen from the previous video that Yi Lingyun's belief is still very firm, and it should not be shaken so easily. Gion. What's more, what Yi Lingyun is following now is Master Luo Ye's previous life. With Master Luo Ye's personality charm, it is absolutely impossible for his subordinates to betray him. Hina. That's right, although Yi Lingyun also has a very charming personality, I think he still cannot compare with Lord Luo Ye in terms of loyalty of his subordinates. Tashigi. We believe that Yi Lingyun will not betray, not because we believe in Yi Lingyun, but because we believe in Lord Luo Ye. Sengoku. What a headache. You were obviously from Naval Headquarters, but you all turned out to be Luo Ye's fanatical fans. Video continues. Jian Huo Linfei and others were rescued. Night Owl looked a little shocked and annoyed. He immediately shouted to the Cloud Bat Legion behind him. Cloud Bat formation. He wanted to be like Yi Lingyun before. Gather all the supernatural energy of the Cloud Bat Legion into yourself. Relying on absolutely powerful force to break the defense of the Xuanwu spacecraft. However, after he gave the order, the Cloud Bat soldiers who were originally floating in the air not only failed to do so. Instead, they all fell to the ground. He had no intention of activating the Cloud Bat formation at all. See it? Night Owl asked angrily. Why don't you obey my orders? One of the Cloud Bat soldiers stood up and retorted. You have no right to command us. As soon as these words came out, the other Cloud Bat soldiers also nodded. Obviously, 10,000 years of time. Yi Lingyun's leadership position has long been ingrained in their hearts. Naturally, it is impossible to listen to Night Owl's name, even if the other party was the leader of their Cloud Bat Legion 10,000 years ago. The same doesn't work, but, after some distortion of facts and forceful persecution by Night Owl, these Cloud Bat warriors finally surrendered helplessly, choosing to obey the other party's orders. Then, Night Owl is blessed by the Cloud Bat formation. The supernatural energy is soaring, started frantically attacking the Xuanwu spacecraft. At the same time, use soul-locking tribulation to interfere with the Xuanwu spacecraft, making it impossible to escape using the time and space transfer function again. Under such an offensive, even though the Xuanwu spacecraft's defense is amazing, it simply couldn't hold on for too long. Then, after being reminded by artificial intelligence Lisa, Slim Jun had no choice but to rely on self-destruction of the shell of the Xuanwu spacecraft to break through the shackles of the soul-locking robbery. Then he used different time and space to temporarily get rid of the Night Owl and the Cloud Bat Legion. However, the price of self-destruction is the Xuanwu spacecraft has a serious malfunction. Insufficient supernatural energy. No more ship functions can be used. It is no longer possible to move even 1 centimeter. Fortunately, artificial intelligence Lisa can still rely on the energy on the back of the spacecraft to temporarily keep running. Lisa told Slim Jun, the Cloud Bat Legion will be able to find them soon. Huo Linfei and others are still recovering their supernatural energy at this moment. Slim Jun must buy more time for them. Otherwise, all of them will die here. After Lisa's reminder and guidance, Slim Jun, who is not good at fighting, also successfully learned his own unique skills. Although he has no fighting ability, but he is extremely good at escaping. You can even use the strange energy in your body. Create a special wormhole effect. In this way, you can travel through time and space briefly. Let's turn back time. With this ability, Slim Jun lived up to expectations and held Yi Owl and the Cloud Bat Legion back for a long time. And just when his supernatural energy was exhausted, when he was about to be killed by the Night Owl, a huge purple phantom came quickly from a distance. He stood in front of Slim Jun. Block all Night Owl's attacks. The huge figure protecting Slender Jun behind him. Surprisingly, it was the Cloud Bat God controlled by Yi Lingyun. Night Owl asked angrily, Yi Lingyun, as one of Pluton's 4 guardians, you actually went to save an opponent who wanted to kill Pluton. Yi Lingyun did not hesitate and responded seriously. 1 life for 1, he saved me just now, and I want to give it back to him now. Hearing this, Yi Shaozi snorted coldly. 1 life for another. Yi Lingyun, no matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat the entire Cloud Bat army. Why would you betray Pluton to save this man? Yi Lingyun shook his head. This is my principle. A strong person will never change his principles. You won't change your principles under coercion. Rox D. Zebek. Tisk, it seems that Yi Lingyun is determined to betray Pluton and help the protagonist group. Gal D. Roger. No, I don't think Yi Lingyun actually intends to betray Pluton. He is just repaying the favor of saving his life just now. Edward Newgate. Indeed, there is no conflict between helping the protagonist group deal with the Night Owls and preventing the protagonist group from entering the underworld. Shanks. With Yi Lingyun's strength, he can definitely deal with Yi Shaozi and then continue to deal with the protagonist. Ben Beckman. But as he said himself, he has his own principles. If he wants to stop the protagonist group, at least he has to wait until he has repaid the previous life-saving grace. Kaido. And I think Yi Lingyun is also very angry at Yi Shaozi now. He wants to FK Yi Shaozi more than the protagonist group. Charlotte Linlin. I just don't know. Facing Yi Owl with the blessing of the entire Cloud Bat Legion, can Yi Lingyun be able to hold on? While everyone was discussing this, in the video, Night Owl also once again ordered the Cloud Bat Legion to form a giant Cloud Bat formation. The strange energy in the body instantly increased. He was about to attack Yi Lingyun aggressively. Slim Jun saw this. Yi Lingyun couldn't help but persuade him. Yi Lingyun, I appreciate your kindness. But, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise you will be beaten to death by them sooner or later. However, Yi Lingyun was not moved at all. First, I saved you because of my principles, not because of my good intentions. Second, a strong person will never escape. Say it. Yi Lingyun was directly alone. Facing Yi Owl's attack, he pushed forward, even if the opponent is under the amplification of the giant Cloud Bat formation. The supernatural energy at this moment has far exceeded his own. But from beginning to end, Yi Lingyun didn't show any hesitation or timidity. Chapter 19 The Cloud Bat Legion is destroyed and Pluton officially makes his debut. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Pirate World. Look at the indomitable and fearless figure in the video. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Portgas D. Ace. The strong will never run away. That's right. No matter what kind of powerful enemy I face, I will never run away. Monkey D. Luffy. Ace. I think at this point, you are very similar to Yi Lingyun in the video. When you faced the gang of pirates in the uncertain terminal, you were unwilling to escape no matter what. Dayton. Yes, Ace is so stubborn on this point that my mother also suffered a lot of beatings from the pirates following him. Monkey D. Garp. Ha 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 ha. Ace has always had such a stubborn temper since he was a child, but it is indeed somewhat similar to what Yi Lingyun said in the video. Gal D. Roger. Huh. Etc. Portgas D. Ace. Could it be that? This moment, Roger, who was in the underworld, was suddenly shocked. He stared blankly at the name in the movie watching chat group. Portgas D. Ace. Although he only saw this name for the first time today. But he is extremely familiar with it. Portgas. That's his wife Rouge's last name. And the name Ace. This is not only the name of the sword he held when he was still alive. More importantly, think back to the beginning. After I learned that Rouge was pregnant, I just told my wife, if a girl is born, then name her Anne, and if a boy is born, then call him Ace. Think of this. How could Roger not guess the identity of the young man who spoke in the movie watching chat group earlier? The other party is his and Rouge's son. His son is still alive. It seems that although Garp initially did not agree to his last request before leaving, but the body is still quite honest. And judging from the atmosphere of Ace's chat with Garp and his grandson in the chat group just now, they should be quite familiar with each other. In this case, Roger felt much more relieved about his son's condition. I just don't know. How old is Garp's grandson? If we count it based on the relationship between myself and Garp, Ace should be considered half-uncle of that little guy, right? I don't know about Ace as an uncle. Have you taken good care of Garp's grandson? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play, facing the attacks of Night Owl and the entire Cloud Bat Legion. Even though Yi Lingyun is extremely powerful, it is impossible to resist completely. Seeing that Yi Lingyun could no longer hold on any longer, Slender Jun persuaded again with some worry. Yi Lingyun, please leave quickly. You can't last long like this. But, Slender Jun's words had just finished. On the other side, Lisa detected several powerful energies approaching quickly. Next moment, Qian Yu, Long Jian, Tai Lei and Huo Linfei all arrived one after another. Helped Yi Lingyun successfully resolve the crisis. Immediately afterwards, the four of them once again performed the Super Beast God Quadruple. Joined forces to fight against the Night Owls and the Cloudbat Legion. Night Owl was also very angry when he saw this. Immediately ordered the Cloud Bat Legion to display the maximum power of the supergiant Cloud Bat formation. The abnormal energy in the body has reached an unprecedented peak. Prepare to give the Super Beast team the final blow. Huo Linfei and others felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Prepare to bite the bullet and resist this blow. But at this moment, Yi Lingyun suddenly stood up, stopping the next move of Huo Linfei and others. Huo Linfei asked with some confusion, "What do you want to do?" Yi Lingyun stood in front of a few people and explained in a deep voice. "If you go head-to-head like this, you will definitely lose. We must first withstand Night Owl's full blow, and then take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. Because that moment is when the Cloud Bat formation is at its weakest. At that time, if we fight back, the energy will come back from the bottom up and destroy the entire Cloud Bat formation." Hear the words. Slim Jun couldn't help but ask. But, how can we withstand the attack of 5.5 black holes? This is completely beyond the endurance of our Super Beast God combined body. Huo Linfei also answered, even if we can withstand it, we don't have the extra energy to fight back. Yi Lingyun didn't explain much, just said lightly, "You're going to have to hold on to me for a while." Finished. Huo Linfei and others looked at him in confusion. Yi Lingyun suddenly controlled the Cloud Bat God to leap high. Cloud Bat Shield. I saw the Cloud Bat God constantly changing forms in midair. In the end, it turned into a huge purple shield. Next moment, Night Owl's strongest attack also exploded. It poured towards Huo Linfei and others below with great momentum. There was no time to think too much. Huo Linfei and others could only do what Yi Lingyun said before. Hold the huge shield transformed by the Cloud Bat God tightly in your hand. Standing in front of the Super Beast God. Boom. With the fall of the Ghost Shadow, the surging supernatural energy attack ruthlessly bombarded the Cloud Bat shield. However, what is unexpected is, that terrifying attack was enough to easily tear apart the 4-in-1 Super Beast God. But it is impossible to shake the Cloud Bat Shield at all. Under the protection of the Cloud Bat Shield, Huo Linfei and others didn't need to think about how to defend themselves. That's why, only then could he free his hand. While the Cloud Bat Shield blocked all Yi Owl's attacks, he launched a Fire Cloud Strike and struck Yi Owl directly above him. And just as Yi Lingyun said before, the Cloud Bat formation had just finished an attack. It's the most vulnerable time. The Fire Cloud Art bombarded Yi Owl, who had no time to react. Then through the Night Owl. Bottom up, the backlash spread to the entire Cloud Bat formation. For a while, a series of screams sounded. The bodies of the Cloud Bat warriors began to fall from high altitudes one after another, falling to the ground with a crash. It's like a violent rainstorm. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Cloud Bat warriors were completely defeated. Only Yi Owl was left kneeling on the ground. He looked at Yi Lingyun, who came to him. Suddenly he burst out laughing. Yi Lingyun frowned slightly. "Why are you laughing?" Yi Shaozi said with sarcasm in his tone. "I laughed at you for losing." "I lost." "That's right. The real loser is actually you, Yi Lingyun. The Cloud Bat army you built with your own hands was destroyed by your own hands. Aren't you the biggest loser? And I, Night Owl, fighting the Cloud Bat Legion until the last moment." Finish this sentence. Yi Owl's body suddenly exploded. The breath of life completely dissipated. Yi Lingyun was left standing alone, looking at the corpses of the Cloud Bat Legion all around. Fell into a long silence. Sengoku. I didn't expect that it would be such a result in the end. It's really disappointing. Zephyr. It is indeed a very unacceptable thing to destroy the Cloud Bat Legion that you created with your own hands. The reason why Yi Lingyun did this was just to stick to the principles in his heart. Shanks. Seeing this, even I couldn't help but start to waver. Is Yi Lingyun doing this really worth it? Edward Newgate. If this kind of thing were done to me, if the price of sticking to my principles was to kill the children under my command with my own hands, I'm afraid I would never be able to do it. Gal D. Roger. Looking at the corpses of the Cloud Bat Legion in that place, will Yi Lingyun fall into confusion and self-doubt at this moment? Rox D. Zebek. Haha, you guys are so pretentious, Lousy despises you the most. Kaido. To be honest, after reading this, Lousy admired Yi Lingyun even more. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I am the same. No matter what, Yi Lingyun at least truly insisted on his principles and would not waver due to any external factors. Shiki. Jia. Indeed. Compared to those guys who are always hesitant and wavering, Lousy appreciates people like Yi Lingyun more. John. A manly man, the words he has said and the principles he has set must be adhered to no matter what. Silver Axe. You can feel sorry for someone like Yi Lingyun, but you must not question him. Akoku. In my opinion, heartache and so on can be avoided. It is completely unnecessary. Their hearts are much stronger than those of us. Kong. In comparison, what makes me feel even more pity is that a good Cloud Bat army is just gone. What a waste. It would be great if such a powerful legion could be given to me. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. At the same time that Night Owl and the Cloud Bat Legion were completely wiped out. The fifth parallel universe, Hades. In the main hall, the mysterious coffin that sealed Pluton suddenly began to tremble violently. Feel this movement. The Lion King, who had been waiting silently beside him, couldn't help but feel refreshed. There was also a flash of joy in his eyes. Under his earnest gaze, Zhan Ming's coffin actually looked like it was slowly growing out of a coffin, transformed into a wide hockey's dark throne. Immediately afterwards, a figure wearing black light armor slowly appeared on the throne. The other person just sat there. Although even the body is still illusory and translucent, but he still couldn't stop the energy coming from him. That kingly aura that looks down on the world. It's like the other party was born to be the ruler of this universe. Just looking at it from a distance, it makes people unable to help but feel fear and surrender. And the moment that illusory figure appeared on the dark throne, the Lion King, who was the leader of the four guardians of the underworld, he knelt down on one knee without any hesitation. The head that was as proud as a lion was bowing obediently towards that figure at this moment. Then, The Lion King called out the other party's identity in the most respectful tone. Pluton. Chapter 20. The world only belongs to the strong, arriving in the 5th parallel universe. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Gecko Moria. Appeared. Pluton finally appears. Rox D. Zebek. Is this the legendary Pluton? It does look quite majestic hockey. Gal D. Roger. Even through the screen, I seem to be able to feel the kingly aura emanating from him. Edward Newgate. Not only that, it seems to be accompanied by an unprecedented sense of oppression, which makes me unable to help but feel awe. Shanks. This is Luo Ye's previous life, the strongest of the 7 parallel universes in the super beast-armed world, Pluton. Charlotte Linlin. Well, this Pluton is very much in line with my taste in appearance and temperament. If I were decades younger, I would definitely be crazy about him and pursue him. Kaido. Hey, Linlin, what are you crazy about? This is not something you would say. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. Kaido, your reaction is not normal, maybe you are jealous. John. Ha ha ha, I think it's very possible. After all, who doesn't know that Kaido and Linlin were old friends? Silver Axe. I heard that Kaido and Linlin had a daughter. Could it be the little girl who spoke in the chat group before? Yamato. Huh, are you talking about me? It turns out that the mother I have never met is a big mom. Akoku. Ha 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 ha, I remember that you seem to be a follower of Luo Ye. Just now, Linlin also said that he wanted to transfer to Pluton. So, wouldn't it mean that you, mother and daughter, are serving the same husband? Boa Hancock. Humph. Auntie looks like that old fat woman, but she is not qualified to serve Master Luo Ye. Even if she is a slave, it is impossible. Charlotte Linlin. Haha, Hancock, don't think that because you are the most beautiful woman in the world, you are qualified to comment on me like this. I think I still had charm back then. Granny knew. Well, I can testify to this. Linlin was indeed quite pretty when she was older, and I wasn't bad either, it's a pity. Time is like a butcher's knife. Yes, time is like a butcher's knife. Thinking back then, I was not the most beautiful person in the entire naval headquarters. Sengoku. Hey, wait, let me say, is the topic of our discussion a little off track? Zephyr. Shouldn't the focus of the discussion now be Pluton, who finally made his official debut in the video? Monkey D. Garp. Now that Pluton has officially appeared, does it mean that he has been fully resurrected? Porosalino. Then didn't Super Beast Team's mission to prevent Pluton's resurrection fail? Kuzan. Probably not yet. Although Pluton in the video has appeared, his body is still in a translucent illusory state, and he is still a little short of being completely resurrected. Sakazuki. It's just a shadow, but it has such a powerful momentum and sense of oppression. What will it look like if he is completely resurrected? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo, you seem to have overlooked a very interesting thing. The throne under Pluton at the moment in the video was transformed from the previous Xuanming coffin. Dracula Mahawk. He transformed the coffin of Zonming that once suppressed and sealed him into the throne where he will rule the world again. This Pluton is extremely admirable both in terms of his methods and his courage. Sir Crocodile. This also makes me more curious. How on earth was such a powerful Pluton sealed 10,000 years ago? Can anyone really have such ability? Jinbei. I think, maybe Pluton was sealed voluntarily. With his strength, if it wasn't voluntary, no one would be able to do anything to him. Marshall D. Teach. Ha, I really want to see Pluton officially resurrected soon, sweeping everything and killing everyone. Monkey D. Dragon. Super Beast Sentai, can they really prevent Pluton from being resurrected? Emporio Ivankov. Not to mention preventing Pluton from being resurrected, there is still a question as to whether Superjutsu Sentai can go to the underworld. Sabo. Although the Cloud Bat Legion has been eliminated, Yi Lingyun is still there, so the Super Beast team may not be able to deal with it. Lindbergh. Not only that, Super Beast Team's Xuanwu spaceship is now basically scrapped. It cannot even travel normally, let alone travel through parallel universes. Bello Betty. Judging from this, Pluton's resurrection should be a certainty. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. In the screen, Pluton sat on the dark throne. He glanced at the Lion King who was kneeling on the ground below, and said in a deep voice, "Bring the Super Beast Warriors here." The tone was majestic yet indifferent, with a touch of meaning that cannot be refused at all. The Lion King nodded heavily, immediately sent a message to Yi Lingyun in the fourth parallel universe through the power lock. The scene changes. In the fourth parallel universe, Huo Linfei and others are worrying about how to get to the underworld. After the Xuanwu spacecraft experienced its previous self-destruction, has completely lost the ability to move, and the last bit of back energy has been exhausted. The artificial intelligence Lisa then went offline, and just when everyone was at a loss, Yi Lingyun appeared in front of the Super Beast team and said with his hands behind his back, "I can take you there." Everyone was very puzzled by this. I don't know what the other party's purpose is. However, looking at the current situation, this seems to be their only way to the underworld. Then, with doubts in my heart, everyone in the Super Beast team finally followed Yi Lingyun, with each other's help, embark on a journey to the fifth parallel universe. However, because the underworld is a world only for the strong, I want to go to the underworld through time and space transfer. You have to endure huge pressure in the middle. Once you can't bear it, it will be torn into pieces instantly by the huge pressure. During this process, Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tai Lei all cheated one after another. Once again, I recalled the teachings of my respective teachers. Strength has been improved again. Therefore, we successfully withstood the huge pressure generated during the shuttle journey. And in front of Tianyu, the shadow of Pluton sitting on the dark throne suddenly appeared. Tianyu looked a little unable to hold on. Pluton said in a low voice, "When I reach the heights, I found myself always alone. No one talks to me. The loneliness of winter makes me tremble. What do I want from up there?" Tianyu looked at the strange yet familiar figure and asked, "Who are you?" Pluton spoke again, "Relax, you'll be home soon." Tianyu, who was under tremendous pressure at the moment, couldn't help but frown and said, "This must be an illusion. Once I relax, I will be crushed to pieces." Pluton continued to explain patiently, "Kid, relax. The pressure is like a swamp. The more you resist, the deeper you fall. If you let it go, it will let you go." Under Pluton's guidance, Tianyu finally started to try to relax. And it's exactly what Pluton said. The moment she relaxed, the huge pressure that originally made her breathless, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Rox D. Zebek. Good guy. It's true, this Tianyu must be Pluton's daughter. Gal D. Roger. Indeed, otherwise, how could Pluton specifically appear in front of Tianyu and teach her how to resist that huge pressure? Edward Newgate. Seeing his daughter become a super beast warrior who wants to prevent his resurrection, I wonder what Pluton will feel in his heart. Kaido. Just get used to it. I have experience in this matter. That brat Yamato always wanted to defeat Laozi before. Yamato. Haha, Kaido, you are not worthy to be compared with Master Luo Ye's previous life. Kaido. Shanks. Ha. Kaido, how are you? Does it hurt? It must be uncomfortable to see your daughter help other men fight against you. Yuta. Shanks, don't laugh, you are no better than Kaido, and you can't compare with Master Luo Ye at all. Shanks. Damn it, isn't it? Yuta, could it be said that even you? Monkey D. Luffy. Hey, Yuta, do you know that Luo Ye? How are others? Yuta. Luffy, I want to call you Lord Luo Ye. Master Luo Ye is the most powerful, handsome, and unique man in the world. Kaido. Shanks, you had the nerve to tease Laozi just now are you feeling angry? Shanks. Sengoku. Having said that, the protagonist group had no way to go to the underworld, and it was impossible to prevent Pluton from being resurrected, but why did Pluton suddenly let Yi Lingyun take the Super Beast team to the underworld? Doesn't this mean inviting a wolf into the house and shooting oneself in the foot? Zephyr. Maybe Pluton has absolute confidence in himself, so he doesn't care about this at all. Monkey D. Garp. Ha. Let me tell you, maybe Pluton simply wants to meet his daughter, it's not that complicated. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The four of them, Huo Linfei, successfully withstood the tremendous pressure in the process of traveling through the parallel universe. However, Slim Jun, who has no fighting ability, is a bit difficult to resist. In addition, his own ability is that he is good at escaping. So in the process of shuttle, he accidentally wore a little more, directly skipping the underworld in the 5th parallel universe. We have arrived at the 6th parallel universe. And the other side, Yi Lingyun, Huo Linfei and others did not encounter any accidents. Soon he appeared on the land of the underworld, just short of meeting the legendary Pluton. Only one step away. Chapter 21 Pluton Philosophy is online, everyone is impressed. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. The moment everyone sets foot on the land of the underworld, a far more powerful pressure suddenly hit than during the shuttle just now. Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tai Lei could not withstand such pressure. They were all pushed to the ground and unable to get up. Only Tian Yu acted like a normal person. It doesn't seem to be affected by the special gravity of the underworld at all. To this, Huo Linfei and others were also very confused. With Tianyu's help, Huo Linfei and others finally got used to the gravity here, climbed up from the ground, and immediately after, a figure walked out of the castle not far ahead. It was the Lion King who had fought against Huo Linfei and others in the 1st parallel universe. After the Lion King had a brief chat with Huo Linfei, because the two sides have different ideas, fight directly. However, Huo Linfei has not yet fully adapted to the gravity of the underworld. It is simply unable to exert its true strength. Naturally, he is no match for the Lion King. At this time, Tianyu stood up. He entered the Super Beast arms and started a battle with the Lion King. Tianyu came to the underworld. Not only is his strength not weakened like Huo Linfei and others. On the contrary, the supernatural energy has been greatly improved. But even so, she is still no match for the Lion King, who is the leader of the 4 guardians of the underworld. He was quickly defeated, and just when the Lion King was about to kill Tianyu, a majestic voice suddenly came from the castle in front. Stop. It's Pluton's voice. Lion King, bring them in. Hear Pluton's command. The Lion King also stopped immediately. No questions or hesitation. Take Huo Linfei and others and slowly walk towards the castle where Pluton is. Buggy. Hiss. This Lion King is a bit brave. He actually dares to beat someone's daughter in front of Pluton in the underworld. Aren't you afraid that Pluton will scatter his ashes? Shanks. Pluton should not be so arrogant, but the Lion King is indeed a bit brave. Closing square bracket. Gall D. Roger. He probably doesn't know that Tianyu is Pluton's daughter, otherwise he wouldn't dare to do this, ha 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 ha. Silver Rayleigh. What I'm more curious about now is, when you wait for the Super Beast team to meet Pluton, will Pluton and Tianyu have a father-daughter recognition scene? Copper Jabba. If Tianyu knew that Pluton was her father, how would she react? Edward Newgate. Will you continue to stand firm and stand on the side of the Super Beast team to annihilate your relatives, or will you turn around and join the underworld without hesitation, pointing the gun at the partners who have fought side by side before? Marco. If it were me, I would probably choose to continue to side with the Super Beast team. After all, we have fought side by side and gone through life and death together so many times. Josie. But the family relationship between her and Pluton, which is thicker than water, cannot be separated no matter what. Beasta. I can only say that fortunately I am not the one who has to make this choice, otherwise I would have to struggle to death. Boa Hancock. What is there to worry about? If it were me, I would stand by Lord Luo Ye without hesitation. Nami. That's right. No matter what Mr. Luo Ye's identity is or what Mr. Luo Ye wants to do, I will follow Mr. Luo Ye without hesitation and never change. Nico Robin. This kind of thing has never been a difficult multiple choice question in my eyes. From beginning to end, there is only one option. Follow Mr. Luo Ye. Yamato. +1. Yuta. +1. Shirahoshi. +1. ... Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Under the leadership of Lion King and Yi Lingyun, Huo Linfei and others quickly entered the castle, and immediately after, appeared before them. It is an illusory figure sitting on a dark throne. Pluton. The Lion King and Yi Lingyun bowed respectfully towards each other. Pluton's eyes swept over Huo Linfei and the others one by one, and said in a deep voice. You are here. Finished. I saw Pluton wave his hand. Inside the castle hall, which was originally dark, lines of blue fire light lit up one after another. Welcome to my world. Pluton's deep and majestic voice continued to echo in the castle hall. 10,000 years. I didn't expect that 10,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Pluton sighed to himself. Huo Linfei suddenly took a step forward and interrupted. No, 1 day to go until 10,000 years. The implication. Obviously it is saying that Pluton is still 1 day away from being truly resurrected. And their super beast team still has a chance to stop the opponent. Hearing this, Pluton coughed twice. Huo Linfei, are you here to prevent my resurrection? That's right, Huo Linfei answered quite firmly. Definitely. Pluton shook his hand gently. He seemed to want to get angry. But it quickly returned to calm. He asked in a deep voice. Why are you here to prevent my resurrection? Huo Linfei replied without hesitation. If you are resurrected, you will rule the entire universe. So, our super beast team must stop you. Pluton continued to ask questions calmly. Good. If you succeed and I am not resurrected, then who do you plan to take over these parallel universes? Taylor took a step forward, clenched his fist and said, we're not going to take over any universe. We will let every race in the universe take charge of itself. Pluton asked again, then what if there is a conflict between these parallel universes? Who will take charge? Said. Pluton held up a finger, pointing at everyone one by one. Is it you? Still you? That calm questioning tone. But Huo Linfei and others couldn't help but be stunned. Long Jian hesitated for a moment. Then he spoke. There is no need for anyone to take charge of the overall situation. Their conflicts can be resolved by themselves. It seemed that he had already expected such an answer from the Super Beast warriors. Pluton continued without any pause. If it's up to them, then the final result must be that the strong defeats the weak. And you actually, it's just condoning the emergence of another strong man. Since you can tolerate the appearance of another strong man, then why can't this strong man be me? These words, the Super Beast warriors fell into silence again. Some don't know how to respond. After a long while, Huo Linfei responded in a deep voice. If such a violent conflict really occurs, then we will definitely help the righteous party. Pluton nodded. Very good. This means you want to seek justice. But do you know, this is actually what rulers do. Because only you can judge right from wrong according to your own will. Come and do the so-called justice. There was another long silence. Huo Linfei and others couldn't help but lowered their heads. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Taylor thought for a moment and retorted. Let us take over these universes. We will never restrict other people's freedom. We won't let them invade each other. We'll make these universes better. Hear the words. Pluton didn't dispute what Taylor said. Instead, he nodded and said, very good. Since you are so confident, then it's up to you to take over these 7 parallel universes. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Even Lion King and Yi Lingyun are the same. Obviously, they didn't expect Pluton to say such a thing suddenly. Rox D. Zebek. Ha 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 ha. The protagonist group seems to be out of control by Pluton. Ha 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 ha. John. Ha ha. Huo Linfei and the others were all silenced by Pluton. Silver Axe. Who would have thought that not only did Pluton not argue with them, but he also said that the Super Beast team would be the ruler of the 7 parallel universes. Akoku. It seems that in terms of talking skills, there is still a huge gap between the protagonist group and Pluton. Gal D. Roger. I originally thought that the previous Whale Shark King and Yi Lingyun were already good at talking, but I didn't expect Pluton to be even more talkative than them. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. It's no wonder that the Whale Shark King and Yi Lingyun willingly surrendered to Pluton. Co-author Pluton is the real great philosopher. Kaido. Aha, maybe Whale Shark King and Yi Lingyun's philosophies were taught to them by Pluton. Charlotte Linlin. Well, more importantly, I think there is nothing wrong with what Pluton said in the video. Shanks. Indeed, I have to admit that what Pluton said is very reasonable. On the contrary, the rhetoric of Huo Linfei and the others seems a bit hollow and childish at this time. Sengoku. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will find that the fact is exactly what Pluton said. This world needs a ruler to control the overall situation no matter what. He If there is no ruler to control the overall situation, people in the world will not become free, but will fall into chaos. Zephyr. And then, once there is a conflict between people, and no one comes out to uphold justice, the final way to resolve the conflict will only be to compare who has the bigger fist and who is stronger. Monkey D. Garp. In this case, the world will eventually go down the path of the strong dominating the weak, and there will be no real freedom at all. Porsalino. That seems to be the case. Kuzan. As Pluton said, since the world needs a strong person to control the situation no matter what, why can't this person be him? Sakazuki. Even if the Super Beast Warriors finally overthrow Pluton's rule, a new ruler will still need to take over, so what's the point of all they have done? Kong. What's more, even if a new ruler appears, will he definitely be able to do better than Pluton? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fu. Those Super Beast Warriors actually try to use love and justice to maintain the balance of the 7 parallel universes, but what is justice? What is love? Aren't these all defined by the strongest ruler? Sir Crocodile. So, compared with Pluton's ideas, what the protagonist group said is simply ridiculous. Gecko Moria. No wonder they were stunned speechless by Pluton. Buggy. I finally saw that I can't even talk about it, and I can't even beat it. Jinbei. Facing such an enemy with no weaknesses is indeed a very despairing thing. Bartholomew Kuma. I don't see any chance of winning in Super Beast team. Everyone in One Piece world was talking about it in the movie watching chat group. The discussion was in full swing. And without exception, whether it's Marine or Pirate, or the Revolutionary Army, world government, this time everyone was surprisingly unanimous on Pluton's side. Chapter 22 Pluton. Compete with me. You are still a little young. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Inside the palace on 9 Snake Island, Luo Ye watched with interest as everyone was discussing passionately in the movie watching chat group. Actually before that, he was also curious if Pluton's theory appeared in the world of pirates. How will people in this world react? After all, the world of pirates is actually filled with a lot of oppression, slavery, domination, and violence. And now this is the result shown in the movie watching chat group. This also made Luo Ye have to sigh. Sure enough, no matter which world we go to, Pluton's theory is still applicable as always. The strong are respected. It is indeed an eternal truth. And I, Luo Ye, it is the only and strongest existence in the world that holds this truth. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Huo Linfei asked with confusion. What did you say? What do you mean? Pluton's tone remained calm. Aren't you going to overthrow me? Your mission has been accomplished. Huo Linfei was confused, completely unable to understand the meaning of Pluton's words. When I reach the high ground, I found myself always alone. No one talks to me. The loneliness of winter makes me tremble. What do I want from up there? Pluton sat on the throne. Once again, Yu said something like this. Tianyu's pupils trembled violently, because it wasn't that long ago. She just heard these words on her way to the underworld. Aside, Long Jian seemed to suddenly discover something. The tone was extremely serious. Everyone, look, this last candle is about to go out. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Long Jian. I saw the back of the dark throne. That last candle symbolizes the sealing power of Zhan Ming's coffin. It is constantly swaying in the wind. It's about to be completely extinguished. Pluton must be stalling for time. When this flame goes out, that's when he fully wakes up. Huo Linfei also realized this and hurriedly said, That's right, Pluton hasn't recovered yet, let's go up and eliminate him now. As Huo Linfei's words fell, Long Jian rushed forward immediately. But it was blocked by the Lion King. Tyree followed and rushed towards Pluton. Yi Lingyun was in front of him in a flash. No one can stop Pluton's resurgence. Seeing Lion King and Yi Lingyun being entangled by Long Jian and Tai Lei, Huo Linfei turned his head and said to Tianyu beside him. Tianyu, this is an excellent opportunity. Let's go up there and kill Pluton. Finished. Huo Linfei also took one step forward. He aggressively attacked Pluton on the Black Throne. However, next moment, a pink figure suddenly came from behind. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Huo Linfei. Then a heavy blow hit the defenseless Huo Linfei in the chest. It was knocked away directly. I noticed this movement. For a while, the few people who were fighting couldn't help but cast their gazes in this direction. Then they finally saw clearly. The pair of people who suddenly attacked Huo Linfei. It turned out to be Tianyu. Marshal D. Teach. Thief, ha ha ha. It's begun. My favorite part of backstabbing my partner has finally begun. Monkey D. Luffy. Nani, isn't that Tianyu a partner of Huo Linfei and the others? Why did he suddenly attack Huo Linfei? Rorano Azoro. Why else? It must be because she has recognized Pluton as her father, and decided to betray the Super Beast team and side with her father. Vinsmoke Sanji. After making such a decision, Miss Tianyu must be suffering in her heart right now, right? I really want to use my gentlemanly demeanor to soothe her hurt heart. Zapu. Hey, Sanji, are you going to die? Don't forget, Tianyu is Pluton's daughter, and Pluton is Luo Ye's previous life. If you dare to say such things, aren't you afraid that Luo Ye will settle the score with you? Vinsmoke Sanji. It's over, forget about this, I'm sorry, please allow me to withdraw what I just said. Gecko Moria. He. Speaking of which, this is really the first time I have seen someone in the protagonist group betray and join the villain camp. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fu. I don't know how the other Super Beast warriors felt after being betrayed by their own people. Rox D. John. Old Captain, are you talking about us? Silver Axe. Ha, old Captain, I can only blame you for being too arrogant and making too many enemies. Akoku. We just flew away when the disaster came. How can we call it betrayal? Shiki. Gia ha. What's more, the purpose of our group joining Rock's pirate was not pure in the first place, so why should we betray it? Rox D. Zebek. ... Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Huo Linfei, who was repulsed by Tianyu, looked at him in disbelief. His face was full of shock and confusion. And anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Tianyu, are you crazy? Why are you stopping me from destroying Pluton? Tianyu stood there, in silence. No answer was given. On the contrary, Pluton, who was sitting on the dark throne, suddenly said, Kid, you are finally home. Tianyu turned around suddenly when he heard this. For Pluton, kneel down on one knee with a plop. Dad. Tianyu's call echoed in the hall for a long time. When Huo Linfei and others heard this, they were suddenly shocked. What? Even Lion King and Yi Lingyun looked shocked. I didn't expect that there was such a relationship. The atmosphere became a little solid for a while. And after a long silence, Huo Linfei finally spoke again. Tianyu, if it weren't for you, Pang Dun and I will never embark on a journey to eliminate Pluton. If there was not you, we Super Beast warriors have long since died in the Black Sea abyss of the Whale Shark King. We fought side by side all the way and went through many difficulties to get here. And now, our master is dead, Fatty is dead, the Xuanwu was also destroyed. When we need you most, you actually betrayed us. Faced with Huo Linfei's question, Tianyu's body trembled slightly. She kept her head down. They didn't dare to look at the expressions of Huo Linfei and the others. What Huo Linfei wanted to say was not over yet. You obviously know, once Pluton is resurrected, all 7 parallel universes will fall under his dark rule. Just to call you daddy. And give up the belief that you have always insisted on. Please speak. Huo Linfei's voice became louder and louder. His tone became increasingly angry. And Tianyu seemed to be persuaded by the other party. Kneeling not far in front of Pluton, she clenched her fists tightly. Then suddenly it exploded. He reached out and grabbed Pluton's neck. See it. Lion King and Yi Lingyun were shocked. He immediately wanted to step forward and capture Tianyu. However, Pluton didn't panic at all when Tianyu grabbed his neck. He raised his hand slightly to stop Lion King and Yi Lingyun. Tianyu looked up at Pluton. He said with a trembling tone, Why are you my father? Why are you the darkest ruler in the world? Talking and talking. There was even a hint of crying in Tianyu's voice. And Pluton just responded quietly in a low voice. Son, my heart is like a tree. The more a tree yearns for the light on high, the more its roots will go downward, toward the soil, toward the depths of darkness. Tian Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he slowly lowered his grip on Pluton's neck. She asked with some uncertainty. What did you say? Pluton coughed slightly. Then he said again, Child, do you understand? When I reach the high ground, I found myself always alone. No one talks to me. The loneliness of winter makes me tremble. What do I want from up there? I'm so tired. Speaking of which, Pluton couldn't help coughing twice more. It seemed that the 10,000 years of sealing had made his body a little weak. Child, our family has been living in a black hole for generations. Between heaven and hell, we don't have the right to choose, there is only our chosen destiny. This sentence was said by both Scorpion King and Yi Lingyun. At this moment, Pluton said it again. But it has a different flavor. Child, if you kill me, you will feel better. Then do it, but this still can't change your fate of being our only descendant in the underworld. You are still my daughter. Pluton's tone was sincere and sincere. There is a deep sense of kindness in it. After Tianyu heard what the other party said, suddenly it was as if he had lost all his strength. He suddenly jumped into Pluton's arms. I couldn't help but burst into tears. Dad, Marshal D teach. Ha ha ha, it really made me laugh. That Huo Linfei actually wanted to make Tianyu return to the protagonist group by talking, but Pluton made Tianyu completely come back with just a few words. Kaido. I admit, Huo Linfei's mouth-talking cannon just now does have something to it. If he faced an ordinary villain, maybe he would have succeeded, but it's a pity, what he faced it's Pluton. Charlotte Linlin. Well, Tianyu has already thrown herself into Pluton's arms, crying and calling her daddy. It seems that she is now determined to betray the protagonist group and completely loyal to Pluton. Baroric Redfield. Pluton said, you want to compete with me. Young man, you are still a little green. Chapter 23 The Seven Universes tremble and Pluton is completely resurrected. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Sengoku. Speaking of which, there is something Pluton said just now that I want to agree with. Crane. Let me guess, is it the sentence, the more a tree yearns for the light at high places, the more its roots will go downward, toward the soil, and toward the depths of darkness. Sengoku. Yes, that's it. In fact, many things are like this. The more you want to create a beautiful and peaceful environment, the more you need to use some shady and dark methods. This is essential. Kong. Where there is light, there will be shadows. The brighter the light, the darker the shadows it casts. Sakazuki. In my opinion, as long as the final result is bright and just, then the process and means are not important. Rocks D of Shiki. Jia ha ha ha. Yes, what I just said is that there is nothing wrong with Pluton putting it on himself, but if you Marines use it, it seems a bit disgusting. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. Sengoku, you don't care what level you are, and you dare to use the same famous saying as Pluton. Sengoku. ... Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. In Tianyu's crying, Pluton began to tell the other party some things about that year. Then, the scene changes. Time came 10,000 years ago. Just the night before the Holy War is about to break out in the underworld. Pluton, who was dressed in black light armor, was holding the infant Tianyu. Standing alone on the edge of a towering cliff. The howling cold wind blew the dark cloak behind his back. Pluton lowered his head and looked at Tianyu in his arms. There was an unprecedented kind smile on his face. It seems like this moment, he is no longer the condescending king who rules the entire underworld. And just a loving father. This is. Zhan Mingzi walked over slowly from behind. Stopped not far behind Pluton. He spoke in a somewhat apologetic tone. I'm sorry, Pluton. I really didn't expect that things would develop like this. It seems. You were right at first. Pluton looked away from Tianyu. His eyes were cast towards the endless night sky in the distance. He sighed softly. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, ever since I got tired of searching, I've learned to find it once I find it. Since a headwind hit, I can resist the wind from all directions and sail on the boat. Buggy. Hiss. Pluton's words are so compelling. Write it down, I will learn to show off like this in the future. Shanks. Ha 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 ha. Buggy, give up, you don't have the talent to show off like Pluton. Edward Newgate. Pluton's words are indeed full of haughtiness and forcefulness. Through this sentence, I seem to be able to see a king who rose from humble beginnings, went against the current, and finally succeeded in ruling the world. Kaido. Whitebeard, I didn't expect you to have such reading comprehension skills. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I just felt that when Pluton said these words, his whole body was exuding an unstoppable charm, and even I couldn't help but fall in love with him. Shiki. Linlin, before you say this, can you look in the mirror and see how you look now? If it were decades ago, there would be nothing wrong with you saying this, but now. Gia ha. Charlotte Linlin. Shiki, believe it or not, I have skinned your golden retriever. Sengoku. Has the video finally begun to show some past events from 10,000 years ago? I'm really curious about what happened in the first place to make such a powerful Pluton sealed for 10,000 years. And judging from the video, Zanmingzi seems to feel very guilty about Pluton. What did he do? Monkey D. Garp. I remember the Lion King once said to Zanmingzi before that they were friends 10,000 years ago. Zephyr. Maybe as the video continues to play, the past events 10,000 years ago will be revealed bit by bit. Porsalino. I always feel that maybe the past 10,000 years ago would be more exciting than these things now. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Pluton, is there anything else I can do to help you right now? Zan Yizi looked at Pluton's back and asked again. Hear the words. Pluton looked down at Tianyu in his arms again. Then slowly turned around, walked towards Zanmingzi. If we fight tomorrow, I will die together with the Snow Emperor. My daughter, I leave it to you. Zanmingzi was a little stunned. Pluton, what happened now? Are you still willing to believe me? If it weren't for me, your underworld might not be in the desperate situation it is today. Pluton shook his head. No, this has nothing to do with you. What has been, will be again. What has been done will be done again. You should hurry up and take Tianyu away. If you are late, it will be too late. That's all. Under the entrustment of Pluton, Zanmingzi took the infant Tianyu and left on the Xuanwu spaceship. Rox D. Zebek. Snow Emperor. This name has never appeared before. He should be Pluton's biggest enemy, right? Gal D. Roger. According to what Pluton said, he would die together with the Snow Emperor, but Pluton did not die in the end, but was sealed for 10,000 years. So, the Snow Emperor is dead. Or is it also sealed? Silver Rayleigh. I feel that the Snow Emperor is dead. If it was sealed, I feel that the mission of the Super Beast team is not to prevent Pluton from resurrecting, but to help the Snow Emperor unseal it. Shanks. It seems that in the war 10,000 years ago, Pluton was the winner in the end. He is worthy of being the strongest among the 7 parallel universes. Ben Beckman. What has been done will be done again. What has been done will be done again. This sentence seems to have been said by many people in the world of Super Beast arms. Does it have any special meaning? Edward Newgate. I have to say that Pluton is quite broad-minded. Zanmingzi seems to be ashamed of Pluton, but even so, Pluton is still willing to believe in him. Kaido. But Pluton trusted Zanmingzi so much that Zanmingzi formed a Super Beast team 10,000 years later to prevent Pluton's resurrection. Charlotte Linlin. The more I watch this video, the more people are confused about who is the real decent person and who is the real villain. The video continues to play. The scene changes. Time has returned to the present 10,000 years later. In the hall of the underworld, Huo Linfei looked at Tianyu who was standing beside Pluton. I couldn't help but ask again. Tianyu, do you have to stand on the side of our enemies? This time, Tianyu seemed to have no more hesitation. He replied without hesitation. I am the descendant of the underworld. I can only stand on the dark side. Huo Linfei and others heard this. My mood suddenly sank to the bottom. Long Jian glanced at the fire behind Pluton. He said somewhat anxiously, Pluton will be resurrected soon. Let's begin the final battle. Say it. The 3 of them did not dare to delay any longer. Enter the Super Beast arms immediately. Want to launch an attack on Pluton. And what stood in front of them? It is Lion King, Yi Lingyun and Tianyu who have also completed the Super Beast armament. An unprecedented fierce battle began. Under the special dark gravity of the underworld, The strength of Huo Linfei and the others was greatly restricted. There is no match for Lion King and others. He was soon beaten until he was forced to withdraw from the super beast arms. The three of them looked at Huo Linfei, whose supernatural energy had been exhausted, and fell to the ground. The Lion King said in a deep voice, "This is your last chance. Would you like to join us in the underworld?" To this, Huo Linfei and the other two categorically refused without hesitation. See it. The Lion King could only shake his head helplessly. Sighed. "In that case, farewell then, my friend," said. The Lion King once again accumulated the supernatural energy in his body. Prepare to give Huo Linfei and others the final blow. And just then, a huge green beam of light suddenly fell from high in the sky. It landed directly between the Lion King, Huo Linfei and the others. The beam of light slowly dissipated. A green pangolin super beast appeared in front of everyone. Surprisingly, it was the chubby Slim Jun who fell into the sixth parallel universe before. Turn out to be, the sixth parallel universe is the territory of the Beibu family of healing elves. According to the leader of the Beibu clan, Slim Jun had saved their lives 10,000 years ago. He is the hero of the entire Beibu clan. In order to repay Miao Shojun for saving his life, the Beibu family helped Miao Shangjun open up the Rendu lineage. The supernatural energy in his body is greatly enhanced, and successfully came from the sixth parallel universe to the underworld in the fifth parallel universe. Saw Slim Jun appear. Huo Linfei, who thought the other party was dead, was overjoyed. And at this moment, Slim Jun, because the strange energy in the body is still soaring, it was about to exceed the limit that my body could bear. About to explode and die. In this situation, he immediately transferred the excess supernatural energy to Huo Linfei and others. Huo Linfei and others were resurrected with full health, and began the triad of the super beast god. Fight again with Lion King and others. But, even the 3-in-1 super beast god, in front of the Cloud Bat shield, which has the strongest defense in the 7 parallel universes, still unable to break through the last line of defense. At this time, Pluton was completely resurrected. There is only the last little time left. Huo Linfei and others couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. But there is no way. But what people didn't expect is, Slim Jun has never participated in a battle. It turned out to be while the two sides were fighting. Holding a kitchen knife, he sneaked into the hull of the underworld. Dang 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 dang. At this critical moment, don't forget. And I am equal in weight and intelligence, equal in waist and heart, the second captain of the Xuanwu spaceship, and the commander-in-chief of the Super Beast team, Slim Jun. After finishing this long series of opening remarks, Slender Jun held a kitchen knife and rushed straight towards the illusory figure sitting on the dark throne. However, just when Slim Jun finally rushed to Pluton, when he raised the kitchen knife in his hand and slashed it at the opponent, Pluton's originally illusory body suddenly became solid. An invisible barrier also appeared. Hold the slender and handsome kitchen knife at ease. Then there was a sudden shock. The violent air wave directly flew Slim Jun away. And on top of the dark throne, Pluton, whose body had completely solidified, slowly stood up. The low and majestic words echoed faintly in the hall. Ever since I got tired of searching, I've learned to find it once I find it. Since a headwind hit, I can resist the wind from all directions and sail on the boat. The words fell. An incomparably powerful energy suddenly burst out. The entire underworld trembled instantly. No, not just the underworld, the other 6 parallel universes. At this moment, it also started to tremble crazily. Huge black holes appeared in the sky one after another. It seems to be swallowing up these universes. This moment, it's like the end is coming. Pluton, who had been sealed away for 10,000 years. Complete recovery. Chapter 24. The Xuanming black hole erupts, the Super Beast team is destroyed, and the terrifying Pluton. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Buggy. Damn it. Live. Pluton is completely resurrected. Monkey D. Luffy. Did Super Beast Sentai and the others ultimately fail to prevent Pluton's resurrection? But actually I don't really hate Uncle Pluton. Usopp. That little chubby guy named Slim Jun actually tried to prevent Pluton's resurrection with just a kitchen knife. I have to say that it is indeed a bit brave. Rorano Azoro. Not to mention it is just an ordinary kitchen knife, even if it is the supreme sharp knife in our world, I feel that it does not pose any threat to Pluton. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha, I knew that it was absolutely impossible for the protagonist group to prevent Pluton from being resurrected. Kaido. After waiting for so long, it's finally time for Pluton to be truly resurrected. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I can't wait to see Pluton show off and Kamui blast the protagonist group. Edward Newgate. You can see from the video that after Pluton was resurrected, he just stood up from the Dark Throne, and all 7 parallel universes began to tremble violently. This power is really fear. Watch the scene in the video. Whitebeard only felt horrified at this moment. Obviously Pluton hasn't done anything yet. It's just a matter of getting up from the throne. But it's such a simple action. It actually caused the 7 parallel universes to tremble violently at the same time. It's as if everything in the world will be shattered by the other party's terrifying power. Such a horrific scene. It made Whitebeard's scalp tingle. To know, shock fruit that he has. But the Paramesha Devil fruit is known as the most destructive in the sea. And Whitebeard himself is also known as the strongest man in the world. But even so, Whitebeard felt the power of his full blow. In front of Pluton in the video. Not even a hair. Others can easily make the 7 parallel universes tremble. And what about yourself? At most, it can only shake an island. Between the two, what a difference. Whitebeard couldn't even imagine it. What level of strength has Pluton achieved in the video? Besides, this Pluton is just one of Luo Ye's previous lives. So, how terrifying will Luo Ye's strength be in this life? I have never heard of such a person existing in the sea before. Perhaps it's because the other party doesn't even bother to show us his strength. In Luo Ye's eyes, we guys may just be ants who can be easily crushed to death by just blowing a breath. Looking at the doomsday-like scene on the viewing screen in front of me, Whitebeard's thoughts kept racing. At the same time, his expression became more and more solemn. Anyway, we, the Whitebeard pirates, must never turn against Luo Ye. Soon, Whitebeard made such a decision in his heart. And actually, he is not the only one making this decision at this moment. The remaining 4 emperors, all 7 warlords of the sea, Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku, World Government 5 elders, even King of the World I Am. After they saw the horrific scene when Pluton was resurrected, they all unanimously included Luo Ye in the list of people who must not be provoked. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. In the screen, Pluton, who had been fully resurrected, sat back on the Dark Throne again. Lion King, Yi Lingyun and Tianyu, standing respectfully in front of Pluton. And further ahead, Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tai Lei also came over. They looked at Pluton, who had fully recovered. His face was full of solemnity. Pluton glanced at the 3 of them and said in a deep voice, "You failed." Taylor took a step forward and said in a serious tone, "Failure is not terrible. It would be shameful to give up." Pluton asked with interest, "Are you still going to destroy me?" Long Jian said resolutely, "Of course." Hear the words. Pluton made a small fist. Then he unclenched his fist. He stood up and said, "Why do you want to destroy me?" Huo Linfei replied matter-of-factly, "Because you represent evil and darkness. This world would be a more beautiful place without you." Pluton spread his hands and said calmly, "Beauty is just a momentary feeling. Only truth is eternal. And the truth, it will never be beautiful." John. Damn it. What Pluton said makes sense. Silver Axe. Beauty is just a momentary feeling, only truth is eternal, and truth can never be beautiful. Akoku. This is indeed the fact, beauty will always only exist temporarily, and more, will always be cruel and bloody reality. Shiki. It is precisely because reality is not good enough that people always fall into some false and unrealistic fantasies. Gall D. Roger. He is worthy of being the strongest man in the 7 parallel universes. Pluton, he always speaks golden words. Rox D. Zebek. This is the philosophy and consciousness of the strong. Monkey D. Garp. I have to say that Pluton is definitely the most powerful and eloquent being I have ever seen. Boa Hancock. That's natural. I said it as early as the beginning. If there is a god in this world, it must be and can only be Master Luo Ye. Nico Robin. the group of celestial dragons on the red line actually dare to claim to be descendants of God. In my opinion, this is a complete insult to God. Nami. In this world, there is no one like Master Luo Ye who is worthy of the title of God. Gecko Moria. Good guy, these women actually dare to scold celestial dragons in front of so many people. They are so courageous, Sir Crocodile. Isn't this normal? They are Luo Ye's women. Even if they are scolded in front of the whole world, do you think those guys from Celestial Dragons still dare to talk back? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. Let alone those Celestial Dragons, even those old guys from the Five Elders would definitely not even dare to fart if they were scolded by Luo Ye's woman. Jagoluja Satan Saint. At this time, Holy Land Mariajoy. Inside Pangu City, the Five Elders and others were so angry that their faces were livid. To know. The content in the movie watching chat group can be seen by people in the entire pirate world. I was humiliated by people doing this in the movie watching chat group. How can the Five Elders, who are apparently the most powerful people in the world government, not be angry? But what's the use of being angry? All those women are related to Luo Ye. A casual move by the Five Elders. They might accidentally anger Luo Ye. Luo Ye was so angry that he might have the power to directly destroy the entire world. In this situation, the Five Elders are really what Doflamingo said. He didn't even dare to fart. What's more, just now, they also received a reminder from Lord I Am. Instruct the Five Elders and others not to provoke Luo Ye in the slightest. Therefore, even Robin and others openly humiliated Celestial Dragons in the movie watching chat group. The Five Elders could only bear it silently. Someone was even sent to remind the other Celestial Dragons. Just in case some idiot with a bad mind commits suicide. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. While talking, Pluton suddenly put his palms across his chest. In the shape of a ball. An extremely powerful strange energy swept over quickly. A huge purple ball of light condensed between his palms. In this mysterious black hole, there is no time, there's no room, nor any latitude. Even the Snow Emperor was annihilated in it and could not escape. While talking, Pluton had already thrown the huge purple ball of light into the air. Immediately afterwards, a powerful suction force suddenly burst out from the purple ball of light. The ground beneath everyone's feet instantly collapsed under the action of this terrifying suction force. Walls, pillars, floors. Everything in front of everyone's eyes began to fly towards the purple ball of light uncontrollably. And the purple ball of light was flying higher and higher. Finally it hung high in the sky. It turned into a huge black hole that could swallow everything. Perhaps, this is the best destination for you Super Beast Warriors. Pluton's voice came again. At this moment, Huo Linfei and others had already squatted down as much as possible. Hold on to the ground with both hands. Want to resist the terrifying suction force erupting from the black hole of Xuanming. But that force is too powerful. It was so powerful that the supernatural energy in Huo Linfei and others began to rapidly decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Keep it up like this. The Super Beast Warriors couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds. Pluton looked at Huo Linfei and others who were almost unable to hold on anymore, and spoke again. Submit yourself to me. Only by becoming our noble underworld warriors, you will not be sucked into the black hole of eternal destruction. However, the Super Beast Warriors obviously still had no intention of obeying. Long Jian forced himself to stand up and said in a deep voice. Master once told me, life is more important than anything else. But today I want to tell him. There is one thing more important than life. That is, belief. Pluton, I will definitely destroy you today, said. Long Jian used up the last bit of supernatural energy in his body. Launched the cold shadow art and attacked Pluton. However, his attack didn't even reach Pluton. It had been dissolved without a trace by the terrifying suction force erupted from the Zonming black hole. And Long Jian was the first to be unable to hold on. Was sucked into the black hole of Xuanming. The right to freedom belongs to all living beings. Thunderbolt Ju. Tyree followed and attacked Pluton. But the result is the same as Long Jian. Even Pluton's edge was swallowed up by the Xuanming black hole before it even touched it. See it, Huo Linfei roared angrily. The benevolent are invincible. But the next moment his body flew into the air uncontrollably. He was about to fall into the black hole of Xuanming. However, at this time, a hand suddenly stretched out. He grabbed Huo Linfei tightly. Tianyu. Huo Linfei looked at the person who made the move with some surprise. He wanted to persuade Tianyu to let go of him. Otherwise, you will only be sucked into the black hole of Xuanming with yourself. And to this, Tianyu just responded, between heaven and hell, I don't have the right to choose. But at least, I still have the right to choose to die. Finish this sentence. Tianyu and Huo Linfei were swallowed up by the Xuanming black hole one after another. Pluton watched all this in silence. Didn't stop it. Slim Jun's last moments before being sucked into the black hole of Xuanming. He looked at Pluton and said, Pluton, you are actually very pitiful. Because your daughter will also die in your hands. Hear the words. Pluton closed his eyes slightly. Nothing more was said. The suction force of the Xuanming black hole became even more fierce at this moment. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the Super Beast team, including Tianyu, just be swallowed up by them all. Disappeared without a trace. Wait until the Super Beast team is destroyed. Xuanming black hole then returned to calm. Pluton slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the darkness in front of him, he said in a deep voice. Only when you have passed through 7 levels of loneliness can you become a truly strong person. Our world was born from this. As Pluton's voice echoed in the darkness, the land that had been destroyed by the Xuanming black hole was reduced to ruins. Tall buildings suddenly rose from the ground. A new underworld. This is how it was born. Chapter 25. The world inside the black hole of Xuanming. The Snow Emperor appears, kneel down and beg for flower evaluation votes. Buggy. Hiss. At this moment, I just want to say, Pluton is so awesome. Vegapunk. Rubbing black holes with your hands, swallowing everything. Is this really the power that humans can have? Dracul Mahawk. Those Super Beast warriors didn't even have the slightest ability to resist in front of Pluton. Sir Crocodile. If I read it correctly, it seems that the people in the protagonist group have not even touched Pluton's clothes. Kakuzu. Gecko Moria. In the past, even against strong players like Lion King and Yi Lingyun, the Super Beast team was able to get through a few moves with each other, but now facing Pluton, they are simply crushing them mercilessly. Rox D. Gall D. Roger. There is no doubt that if that mysterious black hole appears in our world will definitely be destroyed in an instant. Edward Newgate. Is this the strength of Pluton, the strongest person in the 7 parallel universes? It is indeed admirable. Kaido. Too strong. Pluton is so powerful. This kind of power is what Laozi longs for. Charlotte Linlin. And the method that Pluton showed in the end was to build a new underworld in a single thought. It is incredible that so many new buildings appeared out of thin air and rose from the ground. Shanks. It seems that Hancock and the others are right. If there really is a god in this world, then that god must be and can only be Pluton, or in other words, Pluton's current life, Luo Ye. Sengoku. To be honest, I really didn't expect that the protagonist group would be defeated so simply. They were wiped out directly. Yes, the Super Beast team didn't even have a chance to struggle. They were all sucked into the Xuanming black hole. Zephyr. I remember what Pluton said in the video just now. There is no time, no space, and no latitude in the black hole. Once you go in, you can never get out. Monkey D. Garp. In fact, when I saw Long Jian and the others firming up their beliefs and refusing to join the underworld even if they died, I thought they could have another wave of protagonist halo, and things might turn around, but it turned out. There is no doubt about defeat. Sakazuki. This proves that, in the face of absolute strength, even the halo of the protagonist is useless. Kuzan. The power of Pluton is so terrifying. Porosalino. The mysterious black hole is really scary. Vinsmoke Sanji. It's a pity that Miss Tianyu was also sucked into the black hole of Xuanming. Rorano Azoro. It seems that although Tianyu did surrender to Pluton, he still couldn't watch his former partners die like this. Frankie. Going to death with your friends is actually a super romantic thing. Brooke. Yes, it would be great if I could also meet a group of friends with whom I can be willing to die together, even though I am a skeleton and have already died. Yovuhuhu. Usopp. I just don't know. How did Pluton feel in his heart when he personally killed his daughter, whom he had finally reunited with after a long separation? Trafalgar Law. I think Pluton's last sentence well explained what he was thinking. Eustace kid. Only after experiencing 7 levels of loneliness can one become a truly strong person. I have written this sentence down. Monkey D. Luffy. See Gooey. Uncle Pluton is really strong, but I don't want Huo Linfei and the others to die like this. In fact, I feel that none of them are bad people. Basil Hawkins. The tarot card divination told me that the life of the Super Beast team has not disappeared. X Drake. Maybe Pluton didn't really kill them, but just trapped them in the black hole forever. Scourgeman Apu. After hearing what you said, I suddenly became a little curious about what the inside of the Schwanming black hole looked like. Capone Beige. I don't know if the video will continue to show the Super Beast team, or will it just start Pluton's killing spree. Erouge. No matter what kind of progress it is, I'm looking forward to it. Everyone in the pirate world was obviously shocked by Pluton's Schwanming black hole. At this moment, everyone is discussing excitedly in the movie-watching chat group. Everyone seemed extremely excited. At the same time, I am very curious and looking forward to the next progress of the video. And at the same time, inside the palace on 9 Snake Island, Luo Ye looked at the lively scene in the movie-watching chat group. He couldn't help but smile softly. I wonder where this is going. This is just Pluton's first slight move. What did you do to this group of people in the pirate world? What if they saw the Schwanming black hole with up to 10 black holes later? What kind of reaction should it be? And tell the truth, just based on the content currently being played. In fact, it is not enough to confirm Pluton's identity as a great philosopher. Pluton's theories. We need subsequent stories to continue to verify it. Only then can it have a truly shocking effect. It can be said, as the Super Beast team was sucked into Pluton's Schwanming black hole. The highlight of this round of past life exposure videos. It's just the beginning. What is played next? Perhaps it will subvert everyone's perception of the pirate world again and again. When the time comes, these people's reactions should be more interesting, right? Luo Ye thought jokingly in his heart. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Camera switch. The scene came to the Schwanming black hole. It's a little different from the imagined black hole. There is neither nothingness nor chaos in the Schwanming black hole. The mountains and rivers here are beautiful and the environment is beautiful. It doesn't look any different from the normal world. And in such an environment, in a dense forest, Dragon Jian fell from the sky. He fell heavily to the ground. He was the first to be sucked into the black hole of Schwanming. Naturally, he was also the first to fall. After a while, Long Jian woke up from his coma. After standing up and observing the surrounding environment, waiting for him to take action, a golden mecha tiger suddenly jumped out of the woods. As soon as he disagreed, he rushed towards Long Jian. Long Jian also immediately entered the fighting state. Fight with this golden tiger. But it didn't take long. Several more mecha tigers of different colors rushed out of the woods. Surrounded Long Jian. Fortunately, Taylor also appeared in time. The two fought side by side against several tigers. But due to the previous confrontation with Pluton, their supernatural energy has been basically exhausted. Therefore, there is nothing that can be done about these tigers at the moment. Not only that, if it continues like this, it is very likely that both of them will die under the claws of these tigers. And just when the two of them were at their wits' end, on top of a mountain in the distance, a huge golden light pillar suddenly rose into the sky. The sacred aura seemed to envelope the entire world. Feel the breath coming from the golden light pillar. Several tigers were suddenly frightened and turned around and ran away. After Long Jian and Tai Lei looked at each other, just full of doubts, he started to rush towards the direction where the golden light beam was lit previously. The other side, at the same time, just on top of the mountain peak where the golden beam of light bursts out. A very luxurious-looking castle is located here. The square in front of the city. A woman with blonde hair and white robes and a proud figure was standing on a high circular platform. The previous golden beam of light was made by this woman. And not far behind the woman, there was also an old man with gray hair standing. And a small group of soldiers. Wait until the golden light pillar slowly dissipates. Then the gray-haired old man asked, "What happened?" The blonde woman turned her back to the old man and responded softly, I feel a huge strange energy from the underworld. Come into our world. Hear the words. The white-haired old man was a little surprised and said, "What? Has Pluton been resurrected?" The small group of soldiers behind him were also shocked. The blonde woman seemed very calm and continued softly. This supernatural energy is very similar to Pluton's. At the same time, it is also accompanied by the arrival of several other strange energies. Hear this. The white-haired old man looked a little more serious. He murmured to himself, "It seems a fierce battle is about to begin again." Immediately, he turned around and ordered to a soldier, "Go and notify Feng Yao quickly. Once a stranger breaks into the castle, kill without mercy." And on that circular high platform, the blonde woman looked into the distance and whispered to herself, 10,000 years. It's finally here. Monkey D. Luffy. Great. It seems that Huo Linfei and the others are not dead yet. Eustace Kid. As expected, the vitality of the protagonist group is tenacity, and they are still not dead even after this. Trafalgar Law. I think, rather than saying that the protagonist group is tenacious, it is better to say that Pluton has never thought about killing them. Rorano Azoro. After all, Tianyu is also inside. It seems that Pluton is not ruthless enough to actually kill his daughter. Rox D. Zebek. Having said that, it is incredible that such a large world still exists in this black hole. Gal D. Roger. Doesn't this mean that Pluton carries a world with him? This method is really magical. It is not an exaggeration to say that Pluton is the creator. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. What I'm more curious about is, which force does the group of people who appeared in that castle in the video just now belong to? Shanks. Judging from their conversation, it is obvious that they are not with Pluton, but Pluton's enemies. Perhaps they were also imprisoned in this black hole by Pluton. Ben Beckman. I remember Pluton said before when he used the Schwanming black hole that even the Snow Emperor could not escape from this Schwanming black hole, so is it possible that the Snow Emperor is also locked in it? Kaido. I think it's very possible, but I don't know which one is the Snow Queen, the blonde woman or the white-haired old man. Charlotte Linlin. I saw the old man giving orders to the soldiers in the video. Could it be that he was the Snow Emperor mentioned before? Vinsmoke Sanji. No, my keen intuition told me that a name as beautiful as Snow Emperor must be owned by a beautiful lady. Brooke. So the blonde lady with long legs in the video is the real Snow Queen. If I have the chance, I really want to ask her a question in person. Yo ho ho ho. Video continues. Soon, Long Jian and Tai Lei arrived at the gate of the castle. It's here. They encountered an even larger white mecha tiger. The two wanted to use super beast weapons to fight, but it is because there is insufficient supernatural energy that it cannot be used at all. Then Huo Linfei suddenly appeared. The three of them fought together against the huge white mecha tiger. But he was also powerless to fight back. He was easily beaten to the ground by the opponent. And at the same time, the other side, the chubby and slim figure fell from the sky and landed directly on the castle square. He just landed. It was discovered by a group of soldiers. Facing the pursuit of soldiers, Slim Jun gave full play to his ability to escape. He actually ran all the way into the castle. And on the way, he also met the blonde woman and the white-haired old man from before. Crucial moment. Slim Jun had an idea. He took out a kitchen knife and put it on the blonde woman's neck. Then he threatened the group of soldiers who were chasing him. Don't even move. If you come here again, I won't be polite to her. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions couldn't help but become a little weird. Looking at Slim Jun's eyes, it's like looking at a fool. Chapter 26 The Way to Break the Seal. The hatred of God of War. Feng Yao kneel down and beg for flower evaluation votes. Vinsmoke Sanji. Brooke. Rox D. Zebek. Good guy. This little fat guy is a bit brave. If that blonde woman is really the Snow Queen, it would be a bit fun. Gal D. Roger. Regardless of whether this woman is the Snow Queen or not, judging from the golden beam of light she created before, the opponent's strength should not be weak, at least it must be much stronger than those soldiers. Edward Newgate. Blah blah blah. He was chased by a group of soldiers and fled everywhere, but now he actually used a kitchen knife to kidnap someone who was much stronger than those soldiers. This little chubby guy is really a talent. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. this little chubby guy actually planned to chop Pluton with a kitchen knife before. He does have some sense of humor in him. Shanks. If that woman is really the Snow Queen, maybe this little chubby guy will become the only supreme being in history who can kill the two strongest people in the universe with a kitchen knife. Kaido. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of kitchen knives. Even Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, wouldn't dare to say this. Dracula Mahawk. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Slender Jun used the blonde woman as a threat, successfully made the white-haired old man and the rest of the soldiers retreat. Soon, only Slim Jun and the blonde woman were left in the field. The blonde woman looked at Slim Jun and asked, "How did you get here?" Slender Jun responded angrily, "Do you think I want to be here? If it weren't for that damn Pluton." Hear the name Pluton. The blonde woman's pupils shrank slightly. Pluton. Yes, we were going to prevent Pluton from being resurrected, but he ended up being sealed into this mysterious black hole. Hear this. The blonde woman also roughly guessed Slender Jun's identity. Are you Super Beast Warriors? Slender Jun nodded. The blonde woman asked again, "Who is your son Zon Yizi?" Slender Jun replied proudly, "He is our master. I didn't expect that a little girl like you would have heard of my master's name. By the way, little girl, what is your mysterious name? Let's talk until now." Only then did Slim Jun remember to ask the name of the blonde woman in front of him. The other party just responded calmly, "I am Snow Emperor." The words fell. Slim Jun was suddenly startled. It was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. "I almost fainted from fright. Porosalino." The blonde woman in the video is actually the Snow Queen. Kuzan. Allah, I didn't expect Snow Queen to be such a young and beautiful woman. The contrast with what I imagined is quite big. Sakazuki. Kidnapping and threatening the Snow Emperor with a kitchen knife. This little fat guy named Slim Jun is really hopelessly stupid. Vinsmoke Sanji. My intuition is indeed right. The Snow Queen is indeed this beautiful lady with long legs. Brook. Kidnapping the Snow Emperor with a kitchen knife is such a cunning operation that it makes people laugh until their stomachs hurt. Even though I am only a skeleton and have no stomach, yo hoo hoo hoo. Video continues. The camera turned. The scene came to the castle gate. At this time, Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tai Lei were still fighting with the huge white tiger. When the three of them worked together to use their own unique skills, they attacked the huge white tiger together. The other party was actually in the surprised sight of Huo Linfei and others. Transformed from the original white tiger form into an upright human form. And he easily defeated all the stunts of Huo Linfei and others with one punch. It was only then that Huo Linfei and others discovered it. It turns out that the other party is not a ferocious beast, but humans like them, and he is still a human who can be armed with super beasts. Huo Linfei wanted to step forward to negotiate peace with the other party. But Feng Yao mistakenly thought that the three of them were warriors from the underworld. There was no intention of talking nonsense to the three of them. Another big fight, and that's when Tianyu arrived and joined the battle. As Pluton's daughter, not only did her supernatural energy in the black hole of Xuanming not weaken. On the contrary, it became stronger. But even so, she is still no match for Feng Yao. Huo Linfei and the other three saw this. They also entered the Super Beast armed form one after another. Completed the 4 combination of Super Beast God with Tianyu. Start to join forces to fight Feng Yao. And at the same time, the other side, castle interior. After the Snow Emperor revealed his identity, then he began to introduce the situation of Xuanming Black Hole to Miao Shojin. In that holy war 10,000 years ago, the Snow Emperor and everyone under his command were all sealed into the Xuanming Black Hole by Pluton. And inside the original Xuanming Black Hole, in fact, there is nothing. There is no time, there is no space, nor any latitude, there is just endless nothingness and darkness. But, in the past 10,000 years, Snow Emperor discovered a singularity in this mysterious black hole. This is the only light that exists in the black hole. Take advantage of this singularity. The Snow Emperor was able to create this paradise-like world. But even so, the Snow Emperor was still unable to break through the seal of the Xuanming black hole. The trouble should end it. If you want to break through the seal of Zonming black hole, it can only be done by relying on Pluton's supernatural energy. Slender Jun suddenly became excited when he heard this. Because although they have no way to obtain Pluton's supernatural energy, but Tianyu fell into this mysterious black hole with them. It's Pluton's daughter. The strange energy flowing in Tianyu's body. It is 99.7% similar to Pluton's supernatural energy. Perhaps we can use this to break through the singularity. Leave the Xuanming black hole. Hear the words. Snow Emperor and Gui Jiyu were both very excited. Dang, even with Slim Jun together. Go find Tianyu and the others who are fighting Feng Yao at the castle gate. Sengoku. It seems that the Snow Emperor and Super Beast team have found a way to leave the Zonming black hole. This is all thanks to Tianyu, who also entered the Xuanming black hole with the Super Beast team at that time, which gave them a way to leave. Monkey D. Garp. Yes, if it weren't for Tianyu, then Snow Emperor and Super Beast team might never be able to leave the Zonming black hole. Rox D. Question. Gal D. Roger. Sure enough, the power of Pluton has really exceeded our imagination time and time again. Edward Newgate. That Snow Queen is also not weak. I didn't expect that the world in the Xuanming black hole was actually created by her. Such a method is really amazing. Shanks. Did you notice? The strength of Feng Yao, who was fighting against Huo Linfei and the others, should not be underestimated. Kaido. Even the 4-in-1 Super Beast God can't do anything to the opponent, and is even vaguely suppressed by the opponent. The strength of this Feng Yao is probably comparable to the 4 major protectors of the underworld, right? Charlotte Linlin. Well, after all, the Snow Queen is still on the same level as Pluton. It seems reasonable that she has warriors under her command who are as powerful as the underworld guardians. Shiki. Jia ha. Superjutsu Sentai and the others, why do they feel like they are being beaten no matter where they go? They can't beat anyone they meet. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Soon, the Snow Emperor brought Slim Jun to the castle gate. In time, the intensifying battle between the Super Beast team and Feng Yao was stopped. And when everyone withdrew from the Super Beast arms, Huo Linfei and Shou Shangjun were somewhat surprised to find. It turns out that Feng Yao was also one of the 5 people who played basketball with him on Earth in the first parallel universe. But even if Snow Emperor explained the identity of Super Beast team, Feng Yao seemed to still have a deep hostility towards Huo Linfei and others. It can be said that they don't deal with each other at all. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Snow Emperor, everyone came to the castle hall to discuss matters. After learning that his supernatural energy might be able to help everyone leave the Xuanming black hole, Tianyu expressed his clear rejection to this. She would rather be sealed in this black hole forever. He also didn't want to face the scene of Super Beast team and his father fighting each other. Hear the words. Feng Yao was furious. Deng even stood up and rebuked Tianyu. Then he had a big fight with Huo Linfei and others. He turned around and left with boundless anger. And after Feng Yao left, Gui Jiyu, the elder under the Snow Emperor, explained to everyone. Actually, he wasn't like this before. Ever since his sister was killed by Pluton, his whole person has changed. Under Gui Gu's constant narration, a past incident about Feng Yao also surfaced. 10,000 years ago, the year Feng Yao's sister Feng Ying was born. Natural disasters continue and wars continue. Feng Yao's father died in this war. And Feng Yao's mother, he also died after giving birth to Kasekage. Kasekage was just born. The whole body is covered with black Madara. These black Madara are regarded as an ominous sign by the White Tiger tribe who advocate whiteness. Because of this, Feng Ying was regarded as an ominous person by his tribe. Eventually abandoned in the wilderness, the Kasekage, who was also young at the time, wanted to protect his sister. Fight to the death against the beasts of the wilderness. Just when the brother and sister almost died in the mouth of the beast, Pluton suddenly appears and saves their lives. After growing up, Feng Ying and Feng Yao joined the Snow Emperor's army. However, when he entered the city, he encountered difficulties and ridicule from the soldiers under the Snow Emperor. See it. Feng Yao could only take his sister and plan to leave. However, just as the two of them turned around to leave, the group of soldiers actually spoke again. It is said that Feng Ying is an ominous person of the White Tiger clan. He killed his biological parents as soon as he was born. When Feng Ying heard this, he became extremely angry. Fight against that group of soldiers. And just when Kakarot was about to kill one of the soldiers, Elder Yuan Zheng under the Snow Emperor appeared in time to stop all this. He also took the initiative to invite Feng Yao and Feng Ying, two brothers and sisters, to join the Snow Emperor's army. After joining the Snow King's army, Feng Yao quickly made great achievements with his strong strength. He received the superpower lock, which was personally rewarded by the Snow Emperor and symbolized the highest honor of the White Tiger clan. Wait until Elder Yuan Zheng leaves the White Tiger clan. After heading to the third parallel universe to quell the war, Feng Yao naturally became the #1 admiral under the Snow Emperor. However, Feng Ying was still not welcomed by everyone under the Snow Emperor. Even every time we meet, the soldiers all taunted each other, said that the Kakarot was the scourge that killed his biological parents. Finally one day, unable to bear it, Feng Ying once again attacked the White Tiger soldiers. He even launched the Blood Seal Tribulation to kill him. Crucial moment, Feng Yao appeared and blocked Feng Ying's attack, and asked sternly, "Feng Ying, how can you kill one of your own?" Feng Ying replied coldly, "That is because they never considered me one of their own." Finished. Feng Ying turned around and left. Monkey D. Luffy. These soldiers under the Snow Emperor are so annoying. Even if they isolate them, why do they keep holding on to Kakarot's sore spots? Roronoa Zoro. Given the quality of these soldiers, those who don't know would think that they are the villains and the evil party. Usopp. Yes, the soldiers under Pluton's command give me a much better feeling than the soldiers under the Snow Emperor's command. Vinsmoke Sanji. Needless to say, the four guardians of the underworld are all kind and righteous people. I still remember the Silver Lion who died in the first parallel universe. Frankie. Yes, what he said, no one is sure of winning in a battle, but I am willing to use my life in exchange for a chance to win. I was really impressed at that time. Tony Chopper. Obviously the Snow Emperor is the upright one and Pluton is the villain, but why does it feel like the soldiers under these two men are a bit the other way around? Chapter 27 Gui Gu's Conspiracy, Brother and Sister's Rebellion, The Death of Feng Ying. Kneel down and beg for flower evaluation votes. Sengoku. These soldiers under the Snow Emperor are indeed a bit excessive. It seems that the Snow Emperor still lacks discipline on his subordinates. Rox D. John. Just like you naval headquarters, you always shout justice, but the Marines under your command may have done less dirty things behind the scenes than us pirates. Silver Axe. After all, there is no distinction between decent and villain in this world. Whoever wins in the end is the decent. Akoku. Ha 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 ha. Really, Charlotte Katakuri. To be honest, I think that Feng Yao, as an elder brother, is a little less than responsible. His sister was ridiculed over and over again and said that she was unknown. In the end, not only did he not stop him, but he also blamed Feng Ying. Kill your own people, Charlotte Bray. If I were Feng Ying, I would indeed feel chilled and disappointed with Feng Yao, my brother. Charlotte Pudding. As her only relative in this world, even Feng Yao, her brother, doesn't protect her. How painful must Feng Ying be in her heart? Charlotte Owen. In the past, Feng Yao, even though he was young, dared to face fierce beasts to protect his sister, but now he really lacks care for his sister. Charlotte Cracker. Haha, as expected, once people gain strength and power, they will still change to a greater or lesser extent. Gal D. Roger. Speaking of which, have you noticed the elder who asked Feng Yao and Feng Ying to join the Snow Emperor's army? Isn't he the old man from the third parallel universe, Tyree's master? Edward Newgate. Indeed, I didn't expect that he turned out to be an elder under the Snow Emperor. This man was quite kind, and he took the initiative to accept the two brothers Feng Yao and Feng Ying. Shanks. On the contrary, it's Elder Guigu. I don't know why, but I always feel like he doesn't seem like a good person. Kaido. Ahaha, what a coincidence, Lousy feels the same way, that Elder Guigu is a very scheming guy at first glance. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The scene changes. In the main hall of Snow Palace, Elder Guigu is reporting the current war situation to the Snow Emperor. The 7 parallel universes are now riddled with holes and smoke rising everywhere. Pluton has ruled the 5th parallel universe. Night Owl founded the Cloud Bat Legion in the 4th parallel universe. The Whale Shark King of the 3rd parallel universe also started to rebel. The Dragon Clan in the 2nd parallel universe is in civil strife. Zhang Mingzi's position in the 1st parallel universe is unclear again. But what I'm most worried about, it's still the 6th parallel universe. Hear this. Snow Emperor let out a light sigh. Oh, Gui Yu continued to explain. The 6th parallel universe is the gathering place of the Beibu family. Because the Beibu family possesses huge supernatural energy, it has always been a battleground for military strategists. I'm worried that in order to compete with our army, Pluton will do everything possible to plunder the Beibu family's supernatural energy. Snow Emperor stood up slowly and said softly, "The Beibu family is the most peace-loving nation among the 7 parallel universes. We must do our best to protect them." Gui Yu nodded and continued. "Actually, the Beibu family has a powerful weapon against Pluton." Feng Ying on the side couldn't help but ask, "What kind of weapon is it?" Gui Yu replied, "Zhan Ming's coffin." The Zhan Ming coffin is an heirloom treasure of the Beibu family. It contains the extraordinary energy passed down by generations of leaders of the Beibu family. The magnitude is unimaginable, enough to seal Pluton inside. Hear the words, Snow Emperor said with some confusion. "Yeah, but why have I never heard of it before?" Gui Yu explained very seriously. Zhan Ming's coffin is of great importance. The Beibu family has maintained a high level of secrecy. I just found out about it today. Hearing this, Feng Yao couldn't help but said excitedly, "In that case, wouldn't it be much easier to deal with Pluton?" Gui Yu nodded. "Yes, I want to leave for the 6th parallel universe immediately. Borrow the Xuanming coffin from the Beibu family to deal with Pluton." The Snow Emperor pondered for a moment and asked, "There are troops from the underworld everywhere now. Are you sure?" Gui Yu responded solemnly, "I'll do my best, even if it means sacrificing my life." When Feng Yao saw this, he was also eager to try. "Snow Emperor, please allow me to accompany Elder Guigu to the 6th parallel universe." However, the Snow Emperor was still waiting for Feng Yao's response. Elder Guigu on the side suddenly interrupted. "No, absolutely not. Pluton's troops are ready to attack us now. And General Feng Yao is the admiral who leads the entire army. If you leave the palace rashly, it will be very dangerous here. This matter, just ask the cage to come with me." While he was talking, Gui Yu had already arrived in front of Feng Ying and looked at him. Feng Yao hesitated for a moment after hearing this. However, Gui Yu continued. "How? You don't believe in your sister Cage's ability? Still don't believe me?" Feng Yao quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not." After some discussion, Snow Emperor also agreed to Gui Gu's request. Let him lead people to the 6th parallel universe with Feng Ying. Borrow the Xuanming coffin from the Beibu family. Buggy. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10 something is wrong. Gecko Moria. Judging from my many years of experience as a bad guy, this Elder Guigu definitely doesn't have any good intentions. Dracul Mahawk. The coffin of Xuanming is the mysterious coffin that sealed Pluton, the treasure of the Beibu family. Jinbei. That's not right. The Snow Emperor just said before that the Beibu family is the most peace-loving nation among the 7 parallel universes. If this is the case, how could they possess such weapons? Bartholomew Kuma. Not only that, even the Snow Emperor had never heard of the Xuanming coffin before. How did the Elder of Guigu know about it? Maybe the Xuanming coffin is not owned by the Beibu family at all. Sir Crocodile. And Feng Yao wanted to take the initiative to invite Ying to go to the 6th parallel universe, but the Guigu Elder actually refused, and instead took Feng Yao's sister Feng Ying. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu. What is said is that if Feng Yao leaves the palace, the Snow Emperor will be in danger, but the Snow Emperor is as strong as Pluton. Is there any danger that can threaten the Snow Emperor? This sounds like it's just a random excuse he made. Marshal D. Teach. Ha. This Elder Gui Yu took the initiative to ask Feng Ying to accompany him to the 6th parallel universe. Maybe he had some evil intentions. Shiki. Combined with what was said in the previous video, Feng Yao's sister Feng Ying died in an accident. Perhaps the real culprit behind this is Luo Ye. Shanks. Sure enough, this video is more and more proof of my previous feelings. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. According to Luo Ye's description of everyone, after he and Feng Ying went to the 6th parallel universe, I borrowed the Xuanming coffin from the Beibu family very smoothly. But that's about it. Accidents happen suddenly. The army of the underworld suddenly arrives. Surround Luo Ye, Feng Ying and the Beibu family. Leave Zhan Ming's coffin behind. And your lives. The leader of the underworld warrior shouted angrily at Luo Ye and others. Luo Ye didn't panic at all and said in a deep voice, "You alone want to steal Zhan Ming's coffin. Cage, come on." The words fell. The wind shadow beside him nodded. Slowly walked towards the underworld army in front. And when she passed by the White Tiger soldiers. But it suddenly exploded. He attacked the White Tiger soldiers without any warning. Kill them all instantly. Luo Ye was shocked and immediately asked, Cage, what are you doing?" Feng Ying slowly came to the underworld army. Turn around and face Luo Ye and others. He said coldly, "I am here. Betray." Luo Ye's pupils shrank and he asked in confusion, Why are you doing this?" Feng Ying responded coldly, "You have always regarded me as an ominous person. It's a freak, it's a scoundrel. Even in the end, even I thought my existence was a mistake. Until I met him. Only then did I realize that I was not wrong." Luo Ye asked, "Who is he?" Pluton. Turn out to be. Back then, Pluton rescued 2 brothers and sisters, Feng Yao and Feng Ying, from the beast. And handed a power lock to Feng Ying. After that, Pluton will still appear from time to time. Teach the Cage. He taught the other party the trick, blood seal tribulation. In this process, Cage has already regarded Pluton as his master and benefactor. It's just because I can't bear to leave my brother Feng Yao. So Cage never chose to join the underworld. Instead, he followed Feng Yao and joined the Snow Emperor's command. Even though he was ostracized and ridiculed under the Snow Emperor, Feng Ying never thought about leaving. After hearing what Feng Ying said, Luo Ye angrily fought with the opponent. But it seems to be because he is not as strong as Cage. Elder Guigu was quickly knocked out. The body hit Zhan Ming's coffin heavily. And this scene, it happened that Feng Yao had just arrived and saw it. Feng Yao took action to save Luo Ye. He asked his sister with great anger, Cage, why did you betray the Snow Emperor? Why join Pluton's bandwagon? Cage quickly explained that Pluton isn't as bad as they thought. The war between Snow Emperor and Pluton was actually instigated by Luo Ye. Even their parents actually died in Luo Ye's hands. The current Zhan Ming coffin was made by Luo Ye at the expense of the lives of the Beibu family. The culprit of it all. In fact, they are all ghost valleys. Feng Yao didn't believe his sister's rhetoric at all. I just feel that the other party was deceived by Pluton. At this time, Luo Ye also stood up again. Let Feng Yao take Zhan Ming's coffin and leave first. It doesn't matter even if I explain it here. I saw Luo Ye's hypocritical demeanor. Feng Ying immediately became furious and attacked the opponent again. Immediately afterwards, he was kicked away by Feng Yao. Feng Ying looked at Feng Yao in disbelief. Brother, do you really not believe what I say? This man is the murderer of our parents. He is the murderer who killed the entire Beibu family. In the future, it will definitely be him. Kill you all. I must kill him today. If you still believe in me, my sister. Just don't interfere. Say it. Feng Ying attacked Guigu again. Feng Yao, on the other hand, stood in front of Luo Ye and knocked Feng Ying away with one palm. As long as I'm here today, I will never let you hurt him. Feng Yao's tone was extremely firm. Hear the words. Feng Ying seemed a little disheartened. Slowly raise your palm to activate the blood seal tribulation. Feng Yao on the opposite side saw this. He also used the shining technique without hesitation. He used his own special technique to hit his sister hard. And the next moment, Feng Ying suddenly withdrew his attack. He let himself be knocked to the ground by the shining art. His breath suddenly became weak. Until now, Feng Yaosai was extremely anxious and stepped forward to hold Feng Ying in his arms. Ask the person why they are doing this. Feng Ying fell into Feng Yao's arms. He said slowly in a weak and trembling voice, Brother, Everyone in the world doesn't have to believe me. But, you can't disbelieve me. Finish this sentence. Feng Ying's body completely collapsed. No breath at all. The distraught Feng Yao completely lost his mind. Roaring, he charged towards the underworld army in front of him, killing everyone in all directions. That is, ever since. Feng Yao seemed to have completely changed. He thought if it wasn't Pluton, it is absolutely impossible for his sister to betray him. Pluton was the culprit who killed his sister. Feng Yao transferred all his hatred to Pluton. From then on, he only wanted to avenge his sister. Chapter 28 Possibility of Resurrection. Break out of the black hole of Xuanming. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Vinsmoke Sanji. No, damn it, that Feng Yao actually killed his sister with his own hands. The beautiful Miss Feng Ying is so pitiful. Rox D. Zebek. Good guy. All I can say is great guys. It was obviously his sister who he killed with his own hands, but this Feng Yao threw all the blame on Pluton's head and killed him completely. How awesome. John. Compared to the flesh and blood relatives he grew up with, he would rather trust that old man in Guigu. It's really hard to understand. Silver Axe. If it were me, even if what Gui Jiyu said was true, I would stand by my flesh and blood relatives without hesitation. Akoku. Not to mention that Elder Gui Jiyu is actually quite suspicious. I suspect that this may really be the other party behind this. Shiki. Plus what the little girl said before she died, it really doesn't look like she was lying. Galdi Roger. Yes, as the saying goes, people are good at telling lies when they are about to die. At the last moment of her life, there is no need for her to tell lies. Edward Newgate. What a pity. This Feng Yao didn't even want to believe his own sister's words before she died. He also felt that if there were no Pluton, his sister would not betray. Kaido. Haha, then why doesn't he think that without Pluton, the two siblings would have died in the mouth of the beast as early as the night his sister was born? Charlotte Linlin. Well, he doesn't remember Pluton's kindness to the two brothers and sisters at all, but now he hates Pluton to the core because of Gui Gu's one-sided words. It's really interesting. Marshall D. Teach. Ha, I think that maybe Feng Yao had noticed the moment Feng Ying died, but he was unwilling to accept the fact. After all, in that case, his sister's death, but it's all because of his own stupidity. Shanks. So he chose to deceive himself and others, and was still unwilling to admit the fact that his sister had not betrayed him, and put all the blame on Pluton. Porisalino. I didn't expect that Pluton would one day become the scapegoat. Kuzan. Allah, if you look at it this way, the little girl named Kazekage is indeed a bit pitiful. Sakazuki. If this is the case, then Feng Yao is really a stupid coward. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. Zephyr. Actually, all this cannot be entirely blamed on Feng Yao. If your guess is correct, then the real culprit should be the Elder Guigu. Sengoku. Provoking a war between Pluton and the Snow Emperor, sacrificing the entire Beibu family to create the Xuanming coffin. If these are true, then Gui Jiyu is the real villain. Of course, these are just our guesses at the moment. What is the truth? I am afraid we have to continue reading to know the answer. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Time goes back to the present 10,000 years later. After listening to Gui Gu's story about Feng Yao's past, everyone couldn't help but feel a little sad. Gui Jiyu took the opportunity to ask Tianyu again to help them leave the Xuanming black hole. However, Tianyu's attitude remained firm, shaking his head and saying, Feng Yao killed his sister by mistake. I feel very sad for him. But this doesn't mean that I will take you to kill my father. At this time, Snow Emperor, who had never spoken before, suddenly said, No one said anything about killing your father. It won't take force to defeat Pluton. But it needs, love creates everything. Love can also fill endless black holes. Tianyu asked with some confusion. Aren't you going out for revenge? Snow Emperor replied softly, Revenge doesn't solve any problems. All we need is to understand each other so that we can resolve the hatred. Hear this. Huo Linfei and others couldn't help but ask. Snow Emperor, do you want to negotiate peace with Pluton? The Snow Emperor nodded slightly. But that's unlikely, isn't it? That Pluton is quite stubborn. Facing the worries of Super Beast Team, Snow Emperor spoke softly again. In the world of love, nothing is impossible. Under the Snow Emperor's love speech, Tianyu was finally persuaded. He promised to help everyone break through the seal of the Zhanming black hole. Gecko Moria. Hiss. It seems that this Snow Emperor is also a strong talker. He can coax Tianyu into a daze with just a few words. Jinbei. It's just that the beliefs held by Snow Emperor and Pluton seem to be exactly opposite. It's no wonder that the two became enemies. Dracul Mahawk. Compared to Snow Emperor's love, I agree more with Pluton's strength first. Sir Crocodile. Love is full of too many uncertain factors. Only strength is the eternal truth. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fufufufu, love. How much money is that thing worth? It's useless. If you fall in love in this world where the jungle is strong and the strong eat the strong, you may end up dying without even knowing how you died. Gilder Tezzolo. That Snow Queen said she would not use force to solve problems after going out, but would use love to influence Pluton, but I don't believe she would not fight with Pluton after she went out. Douglas Bullet. If the Snow Queen really believed that love could solve all problems, then why did she start a war with the underworld 10,000 years ago? This in itself is a very contradictory thing. Video continues. After Tianyu agreed to help break through the seal of Zhanming black hole, everyone soon arrived at the previous square. Feng Yao was also here at this time. He was looking up at the singularity in the sky. Huo Linfei sent an invitation to Feng Yao to join the Super Beast team. Feng Yao refused without even thinking. Impossible. Hear the words. Huo Linfei spread his hands. Impossible. Why isn't it possible? In the world of love, nothing is impossible. What the Snow Emperor said earlier. Now it was directly moved here by Huo Linfei. However, Feng Yao just snorted coldly and said, "Yeah, then is it possible that my sister will be resurrected? Is it possible to stand in front of me and call me brother again? Is it possible to fight alongside me again? Is it possible?" The more Feng Yao talked, the more excited he became. The tone was extremely cold and angry. Huo Linfei was stunned and speechless. But I couldn't help but ask. If I can resurrect your sister, will you join our Super Beast team? Feng Yao sneered twice and said, "Hee, if you can bring my sister back to life, I can do whatever you want. Even if it means death, I won't hesitate." Hearing this, Huo Linfei immediately said, "Then let's make it a deal." It's a deal. The two reached out and bumped their fists, making an agreement. Buggy. Tisk, take notes, take notes. I always feel that this conversation is not that simple. Maybe it will come true later. Bentham. I feel the same way. After all, Feng Yao and Feng Ying are one of the 5 people who played basketball with Huo Linfei in the first parallel universe. If nothing happens, they will definitely join the Super Beast team. Mr. 3. I don't think so. Wasn't Yi Lingyun one of those 5 people before? But in the end, he still didn't join the Super Beast team and stood firmly on Pluton's side. Jack. It is impossible, no matter how you think about it, to resurrect a person who died 10,000 years ago, right? Josie. It would be great if there was really a way to resurrect people from the dead. In this case, we might also be able to resurrect Sachi. A certain sea area in New World. Aboard Moby DK. When Josie sent that message in the movie-watching chat group, many captains and crew members sighed in unison. Not long ago, Saki, the captain of their 4th division of the Whitebeard pirates, killed by fellow crew member Teach. For the Whitebeard pirates, who regard their companions as family, this is undoubtedly unacceptable news. To this end, Ace, the captain of the 2nd division, even disobeyed his father's orders, leaving the Moby DK alone. Go hunt down the traitor Blackbeard. Now I hear the word resurrection in the exposure video of my past life. Although everyone is not sure whether Huo Linfei can really resurrect Feng Ying, but subconsciously they still hope this is true. Because in this case, perhaps it means that they also hope to resurrect Saki. Certainly, everyone knows that this is just a wishful thinking. The hope is extremely slim. While everyone was sighing, Marco, the captain of the first team, suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Couldn't help but say, didn't Hancock and the others always say in the chat group that Luo Ye is an omnipotent god? Is it possible that he really has the means to bring people back to life? As soon as these words came out, all captains and crew, including Whitebeard, everyone couldn't help but their eyes lit up. They don't know whether Huo Linfei in the video can resurrect people, but don't know why. If this person were replaced by Luo Ye, they all subconsciously had an idea in their minds. Maybe the other party can really do all this. And until now, only belatedly did everyone realize. Then the video of Luo Ye's past life exposure continued to play, as Hancock and others spoke again and again in the movie-watching chat group. They seemed to have unknowingly. I really regard Luo Ye as an omnipotent god. Such a feeling. Fantastic. And the strange thing is, all of them, including Whitebeard, neither rejects this feeling, as if all this is natural. Luo Ye was supposed to be the aloof and omnipotent god. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Wait until everyone gathers in the square. The Snow Emperor also officially began to try to break through the seal of the Xuanming black hole. Snow White Holy Glory, accompanied by the Snow Emperor's greeting. A dazzling ball of light with supernatural energy was thrown high into the air. It blasted towards the singularity hanging in the sky. For a moment, the singularity is when violent riots begin. Gui Jiyu quickly urged Tianyu, quickly enter the super beast armed force. Strike the singularity. Tianyu nodded. Enter the super beast arms immediately. Flying towards the singular point high in the sky, Tianyu controlled his phoenix feather god to hit the singularity hard. It was originally just a singularity of a dark ball. Suddenly exploded. A huge black hole then formed. Hanging high in the sky, a powerful attraction breaks out in the black hole. It seemed like he wanted to suck Tianyu into it. See it. Tianyu hurriedly used Wantian Ju to attack the singularity, but it still failed to break through the seal of Xuanming black hole. On the contrary, it makes the attraction that the singularity bursts out stronger and stronger. It seemed as if the phoenix feather god was going to be torn into pieces. Tianyu's supernatural energy also began to decline sharply during this process. Looking at the situation in front of me, Huo Linfei and others were extremely anxious. Don't understand why it fails. To know, Tianyu's supernatural energy and Pluton's supernatural energy, the similarity is as high as 99.7%. And until then, Gui Gukai on the side said quietly, to break out of the black hole of Xuanming, it's like opening a locked door. If the key is correct, we can rush out. But if the key doesn't match, even if it's just 0.1% different, you won't be able to open the door. Rox D. Zebek. Damn it, there is indeed something wrong with this old Biden in Guigu. Why did he wait until now to talk about such an important matter? Gal D. Roger. Since he knows that even if the different energy differs by 0.1%, it cannot break through the seal of the Xuanming black hole, why does he let Tianyu attack the singularity? Edward Newgate. I think this old guy Gui Jiyu has made it clear that he wants Tianyu to die in vain. After all, Tianyu is Pluton's daughter. I'm afraid he wants to kill him in this way. Sengoku. No, I think there is another possibility. That is, he wants to use Tianyu's life as a threat to force Pluton to take the initiative to open the Xuanming black hole and release them. If this is really the case, then Gui Gu's scheming is truly unfathomable. Chapter 29 The Battle of Ideas. Love can create everything, and it can also destroy everything. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Hearing Gui Gu's words, Huo Linfei and others were a little anxious, wanting Tianyu to stop attacking the singularity. However, the Snow Emperor gently shook his head. He said calmly, "That's too late." Tianyu forcibly launches a unique move to hit the singularity. It's like forcing a lock with the wrong key. The key is now broken in the lock. Shiki. Damn it. Another hindsight. John. The co-author Snow Emperor has long known that there is no way to break through the seal of the Xuanming black hole with Tianyu. Silver Axe. Then she asked Tianyu to help them leave the Xuanming black hole. Akoku. You keep talking about great love, but then you turn around and lie to others to commit suicide. Flying Squirrel. And isn't the Snow Queen known to be a strong man with the same strength as Pluton? Is there no way she can save Tianyu in this situation? Huo Shaoshan. I think she doesn't want to save them at all. Just like Gui Jiyu, She also wants to use this method to force Pluton to take the initiative to let them out. Vinsmoke Sanji. I didn't expect that Ms. Snow Queen, who looks so beautiful on the outside, is so cold on the inside. Kaido. It would be ironic if Pluton really released the Snow Emperor and the others later in order to save Tianyu. Video continues. Faced with this situation, Huo Linfei raised his head and looked at Tianyu, who had been forced to withdraw from the super beast arms in the air. He rushed forward without hesitation. Hugged Tianyu. Tianyu, I'm sorry. If I had known this, I shouldn't have let you attack the singularity. I'm sorry. Tianyu raised his head with some difficulty and said weakly. It doesn't matter. I'm happier with this ending. It's just, I've hurt you. The words fell. Tianyu's body also softened, completely lost consciousness. And right now, the fifth parallel universe, Hades. Pluton is gathering the army of the underworld and preparing to launch a war in other parallel universes. It was also the first time he noticed everything in the Xuanming black hole. When he found out that his daughter was in danger, Pluton didn't hesitate. The first step is to mobilize the strange energy in the body. Pour into the black hole of Xuanming. Tianyu, don't be afraid. Daddy is here to save you. Pluton's voice echoed in the sky above the Xuanming black hole. Next moment, the singularity that was originally a riot suddenly opened wide. Gently inhaled Tianyu into it. Huo Linfei saw this. He chased after him with some concern. And below, Gui Jiyu looked up at this scene in the sky. Then he shouted loudly, the singularity has opened. Everyone rush out together. Snow Emperor also took the lead. The body quickly floated towards the singularity that had opened in the sky. Everyone, follow me. Following the Snow Emperor's order, everyone also followed suit and rushed towards the singularity. Monkey D. Garp. Maid. Seeing this, even this old man couldn't help but want to curse. Gui Jiyu and Shui Huang are so good. Kuzan. When Tianyu was in trouble, you didn't listen and didn't care at all. But now that Pluton has opened the singularity in order to save his daughter, these two guys are really rushing faster than the other. Porosalino. I understand. It turns out that when the Snow Queen said before that love can solve all problems, she was not referring to her own love, but to using the love of others. Sakazuki. Although I think you can do whatever it takes to win, but in comparison with this wave, Pluton is indeed more popular. Aramaki. Pluton, who talks about the supremacy of the strong and ruthless reality, is willing to release the enemy that he has finally sealed away in order to save his daughter, while the Snow Emperor, who talks about love and peace, is trying to leave the Xuanming black hole. You can use the lives of others as bargaining chips. Yishao. What is justice and what is evil? At the next moment, I couldn't see clearly. Buggy. All I can say is, Pluton is winning this time. His charisma has exploded and he has become a huge fan. Rorano Azoro. On the other hand, the Snow Emperor's side has a slightly different impression in my mind. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Hades. As the Xuanming black hole was actively opened by Pluton, Tianyu's figure appeared first. She stood up slowly, looking at Pluton not far ahead. After being slightly stunned, he just ran towards the other party quickly without hesitation. Dad. In the midst of calls, Tianyu jumped directly into Pluton's arms. And Pluton looked at his daughter. There is only the love that belongs only to his father on his face. There was no intention at all to blame the other party for helping Snow Emperor hit the singularity. And immediately after, the Snow Emperor and the Super Beast team also appeared in the square of the underworld. They just showed up. It was surrounded by soldiers from the underworld. The Snow Emperor looked up at Pluton in front of him and said softly, "Thank you, Pluton. It was you who unlocked the Xuanming black hole for us." Rox D. Zebek. Hey, why can't Lousy listen to what Snow Emperor said? What do you mean that Pluton unlocked the seal of the Xuanming black hole for you? It was obviously your deliberate design to threaten Pluton's daughter's life to force Pluton to unlock the seal of the Xuanming black hole. Seal. John. That's right. What the Snow Emperor said was so shameless. Silver Axe. If Pluton is more careful with this wave, the Snow Emperor will never come out of the Xuanming black hole in his lifetime. Akoku. The more I watch it now, the more I feel that Snow Queen is hypocritical. The love she talks about is also completely hypocritical. Video continues. Hear what the Snow Emperor said. Pluton was not moved at all and said calmly, "No need to thank me. I didn't do this to save you. What has been, will be again. What has been done will be done again. The duel 10,000 years ago can finally be decided by one point today." The Snow Emperor stood there with no intention of taking action. He just continued to say softly, "Why do we have to compete? Why can't we all live together peacefully?" Gall D. Roger. Peaceful coexistence. Using someone else's daughter's life as a bargaining chip to break out of the Zonming black hole, is this what the Snow Emperor calls peaceful coexistence? Shanks. If someone dares to do such a thing to Yuta, I will never forgive him. Kaido. My daughter almost died because of the other party's bewitchment. If I were Pluton, I would kill that Snow Emperor first. It's impossible to live in peace with bullshit. In the video, hear the words. Pluton asked rhetorically, "Why can't we all compete and let the stronger rule the universe?" Snow Emperor also asked, "Why must the strong rule the universe?" Pluton answered very simply, "Because this is the law of the universe. The strong rule over the weak." Snow Emperor shook his head slightly and retorted, "No, love is everything. Love is the law of the universe." Pluton remained unmoved and continued, "It's just your law. We are souls from the dark abyss. What we long for in our hearts is infinite darkness. In the dark, no love." Snow Emperor retorted again, "No. In fact, although it is dark deep in your heart, there is a little light hidden inside. It's like a singularity in a black hole. Although there is only a little light, it is brighter than the sun. For these 10,000 years, I have been sealed in your black hole. I originally thought that the Xuanming black hole represents darkness, destruction, and infinite silence. But I discovered something strange. This singularity is the love in your heart. I use the singularity to create a brand new world in the dark abyss. Then I realized, you clearly know that love can create everything, but you refuse to face it, and you even want to deny it. Why is that? Gecko Moria. Damn it. This woman actually has the nerve to ask why. Monkey D. Garp. Pluton still has love in his heart, so the Snow Emperor discovered and took advantage of this, deliberately letting Tianyu die, forcing Pluton to open the Xuanming black hole, right? Zephyr. The fact that Pluton has love in his heart means that he is not a truly evil person and has his own principles and bottom lines. But the Snow Emperor, who keeps talking about love, doesn't even have these principles and bottom lines. Shiki. I don't know why, but the Snow Emperor's words really make me feel sicker the more I hear them. John. In comparison, Pluton doesn't attract fans at all, his personality charm is so great. Video continues. Faced with the Snow Emperor's inquiry, Pluton still answered without any hesitation. Because love can create everything and it can destroy everything. When you use love to protect the sheep from the wolves, then for wolves, this kind of love is equal to destruction. Because they will starve to death. This is the way the world is. Either the wolf dies or the sheep dies. It's not the weak wolves that starve to death. The weak sheep were bitten to death. Perhaps this world is too cruel. However, but it's beautiful because of it. Rox D. Zebek. Mater. It makes so much sense. What Pluton said makes so much sense. Kaido. These words even made Lousy's skin crawl. They can be regarded as the supreme truth. Charlotte Linlin. The weak will eat the strong, and the wolf will eat the sheep. This is the law set by nature. However, some people want to condemn or even punish the wolf that eats the sheep in the name of love. Isn't this funny? Edward Newgate. Those who accuse wolves of eating sheep are cruel. Wouldn't it be cruel to watch wolves starve to death? Shanks. On the surface, those people protected the weak sheep and felt that they were doing good things and being kind. But in fact, they ruthlessly deprived the wolves of their right to survive. Isn't this a kind of evil? Woolen cloth. Gall D. Roger. What the Snow Queen said was all self-righteous kindness and love. She wanted the wolves and the sheep to coexist peacefully, but she never thought about how the wolves would survive after the peaceful coexistence. Shiki. If she is willing to sacrifice herself and replace the sheep to be eaten by the wolves, then I can call her a great kindness, but she doesn't want to give anything, and just relies on the so-called love to let the wolves. How can there be such a good thing in the world when people give up their way of survival? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu. The Snow Emperor still hasn't really seen through the reality and cruelty of this world, and what he said is a bit too naive and ideal. Sir Crocodile. Haha, it seems that the Snow Emperor is not the kind of person who climbs up from the bottom step by step, but has been in a high position from the beginning. He has never worried about how to survive, so he said this such innocent words. Sengoku. In this round of conceptual debate between Snow Emperor and Pluton, there is no doubt that Pluton has the upper hand. Porsalino. As expected, even the Snow Emperor can't beat Pluton when it comes to talking nonsense, let alone the Super Beast Warriors. Kuzan. Alala, if nothing else happens, after being defeated by the rhetoric, the Snow Emperor's side should start to use force, right? Sakazuki. I don't know who is stronger between Snow Emperor and Pluton if they really fight. Just when everyone is talking about it. The content in the video is exactly what everyone thought. After a debate over ideas. Pluton and Snow Emperor, who still can't convince each other. Finally the big fight begins.